What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is the second season, the fourth part of a story where Issei was a Gremory and had a harem with Serafall, Tiamat, and Ophis. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Also, this is a translate version. You may find some mistakes, specifically in the character's gender. Issei of course is a male. This time, we have female Valley. Well, with that out, let's get into part 4. Have you ever felt lonely? Loneliness is the lack of company. This lack can be voluntary or involuntary, therefore, it implies the lack of contact with other people. It is a subjective feeling or state, since there are different degrees or nuances of loneliness that can be perceived in different ways depending on the person. In principle, absolute loneliness does not exist. There is always someone with whom there is a certain closeness, whether physical or emotional. On the other hand, loneliness in certain periods is valued by many people, and there are even those who consider it essential to rest or concentrate. More than personal differences, loneliness for extended periods is often considered as something that causes pain and dissatisfaction. You may be wondering why I'm telling you all this. Well, it's so you can more or less understand what my life has been like. Since I was born, I've been completely alone in this world. Maybe right now you must be thinking that my parents abandoned me at birth or that they died when I was a child. But it wasn't like that. How could they abandon someone they didn't even know existed? That's right, my parents don't know about my existence because my birth and creation was very different from what nature dictates. It's well known that for a baby to be born, it's necessary that at the moment when the male and the female are in the moment of most intense pleasure, the sperm leave the man's reproductive member in a white liquid and that it enters the woman's intimate area, then to the uterus, and up the fallopian tube, where they find an egg that comes down from the ovary. From this encounter a baby will be born. That's what the law of nature dictates, right? Well, my parents never had an intimate encounter, so how was I born? The answer to that is quite complicated and difficult to understand, and it is not yet the right time to reveal it, but it all comes down to what runs through my veins. The blood of my parents. Since I was born I learned to survive on my own. Power and strength was not a problem for me, not when you had them as parents. Since then I have wandered the world hiding in the shadows. If my existence were known, it could create a great uproar throughout the world. After all, I am the result of two beings of great importance on this planet. Maybe you're wondering, where are my parents? I honestly don't know. I know who they are, but they are not currently in this world since I haven't found them in all these years. I want to meet them and introduce myself to them, but I'm afraid to do it. Since both dad and mom have a deadly rivalry between them, and I don't know what would happen if they found out about my existence. That's why I remain in the shadows, watching my family in silence. Which is in a rather complicated situation. I would like to help them, but I must not reveal myself, not until the time is right, not until at least one of my parents is present. Sorry, I've talked a lot and I still haven't told you my name. Unfortunately, I can't reveal that either. Or what my name is or who I really am, but I know that you must already be imagining where I come from, and if you haven't yet, I can only tell you to accompany me while together we watch in the shadows what is about to happen in the entire world, and when the day comes you will see how I will show myself to the world, and then you will know who I really am. For now, let's see what is happening in the world. But mainly in my family. Human World, Japan, Kuo Academy. Originally a private school for girls. At some point, Kuo Academy became a coeducational school and a new school building was built. The academy has several divisions, such as an elementary division, a high school division, and a college division. In the corridors of the academy you could see different young people walking around. I know they were going to some class or they were just hanging out. But let's not focus on them. In this academy there are many clubs established, but the one that matters to us at this moment is one in particular. The Occult Research Club. A school club that focuses on various investigations into the occult. Led by a beautiful young woman with crimson hair who is the president of said club. Although said building is only a facade for the members that make up part of the club, where mainly those students reincarnated into demons by the president are part of it. At this moment we focus on the interior of the structure, where we can see that it was an ordinary living room. With its sewn for alls around a table, bookcases, several paintings. One of these being the one that stood out the most among all because of its size and the image it had in it. Since in the painting there was the photo of a brown-haired man wearing a crimson trench coat and black pants and boots, he who despite being represented in an image his violet gaze was certainly penetrating and intimidating. This painting was hanging on the wall behind the only desk that was in the room and in which was a beautiful young woman with white skin, blue eyes inherited from her father, and a rather voluptuous figure. Her most distinctive feature was her long, beautiful crimson hair, which she also inherited from her father. It reached down to her thighs. Her hair also had loose bangs that covered her forehead and side bangs that marked her face. This beautiful woman was wearing the Kuo Academy girls' school uniform, which consisted of a white, long-sleeved button-down shirt, with a black ribbon at the collar of her shirt under a black cape on her shoulders and a matching button corset, a magenta skirt with white detailing, and brown dress shoes over long white socks. Hanging from her neck was a necklace where a sword rested suspended in the air. This was Ascalon, but what was she doing with that woman? Simple, since Serafall had found, or rather since Ascalon had found the Leviathan, she had been kept in the Gremory house where she did not cause damage. Yes, Ascalon did not accept anyone touching or carrying her, since she constantly sent electric shocks of sacred power to anyone who laid a hand on her. Only Serafall, Merigene, Issei, Tiamat, Gabriel and Penimune did she let them touch her, probably because they were the partners of her wearer. How did she get into the redhead's hands? When she was a child, in an act of curiosity while exploring her house, she found Ascalon on a shelf, and like any child motivated by the strange, she decided to touch it. Once she did, the sword did not hurt her, but rather it shone and showed itself before her as a necklace. With such an action, Issei's girls had been impressed, but they had understood that Ascalon wanted the girl to take care of her until her bearer returned. Since then, the beautiful redhead has never separated from that necklace. For her, it was like a bond that unites her with her brother. This woman was known as Issei Gremory, a third-year high school student and the president of the Occult Research Club, as well as being a high-class devil and the heiress of the Gremory clan. After her older brother Issei Gremory disappeared, and her other brother Serafall Gremory took the title of Lucifer, the position of heir of the Gremory clan passed to her, being the only daughter and youngest of Zeoticus and Benelana Gremory, the aunt of Milikas Gremory and cousin of Serorg and Magdarin Bale. She was known as the crimson-haired ruined princess in the underworld, and in the human world as the number 1 San of the school. At this moment, the youngest of the Gremory siblings was prostrated at her desk while reviewing several papers, whether they were contracts that her subordinates had to attend to or requests for them. There were also reports on what was happening in Kuo, which was her territory shared with the heiress of the Citri clan. With pen in hand, she reviewed and signed the documents in front of her. After all, this was her duty as king, but all action and concentration on her part was interrupted when the doors of the club opened, giving way to her friends and members of her entourage, as well as her nanny, who was one of her older sisters that she appreciated a lot. "Oh, I see that classes are over. I was so focused on the paperwork that I lost track of time," Rias commented with a smile on her face as she looked at the subjects who had appeared and were a few steps in front of her. "I've told you a lot of times that you shouldn't demand so much from yourself. Resting is also part of growing up." He mentioned a tall, beautiful and slim woman with long, light blue hair and blue eyes, who was wearing formal clothing with a white long-sleeved shirt with buttons on the upper arms, a blue scarf around her neck, and on her lower part she wore a tight black petticoat that reached her knees and finally black high-heeled boots. "I know Tiamat San, but this is not a problem for me. After all, it is my responsibility, and if I don't do it, no one will," Rias commented while making a rather adorable pout at her older sister and nanny, who had taken a seat on one of the sown for alls in the room. "Fufufu, that sounded like something he would say," Tiamat mentioned with a smile on her face but with a certain tone of sadness in her words, which was noticed by everyone present in the room, who could only remain silent upon knowing who the beautiful dragon was referring to. And it was no wonder. All of Rias's entourage knew very well the void that was in the hearts of the members of the Gremory family. It was the absence of the man who was represented in the painting behind their king, he who had been absent for many years, and therefore the Gremory family did not have all the happiness. They all knew who their president's older brother was, since she had told them about him at some point, and it should be noted that they were surprised when they heard about him and his stories. Who would say that a man could become so hated and feared by everyone? Given the atmosphere that was being created in the room, one person decided to intervene to improve the environment. She was the second in command of Issei Gremory's entourage, known as the Thunder Priestess, and the vice president of the Occult Research Club, being Rias's Queen. Peace. She was known as Akeno Himejima, a beautiful girl with a complicated past who ranked second in popularity only to Rias at Kuo Academy. She was a voluptuous young woman about the same age as Rias with long black hair and violet eyes. Her hair was usually tied into a long ponytail that reached down to her legs with two antennae sticking out of the top of her head that was tilted back, with an orange ribbon holding everything in place. Like most of the girls at Kuo Academy, she wore the academy's female school uniform, along with black knee-high socks. Ara, It's not time to be sad. How about I prepare some tea before starting with the club activities? Akeno mentioned softly, hoping to lighten the atmosphere in the room as she headed towards the small kitchen the club had to prepare tea and some snacks for her friends. President, have any jobs come up that we need to do? A petite girl of about 15 years old with white hair and hazel eyes asked. In the front, her hair had 2 long bangs that went past her shoulders and several loose bangs hanging over her forehead, while the back had short hair. She also wore a black cat-shaped hair clip on both sides of her head. She was wearing the female uniform of Kuo Academy, albeit without the shoulder cape. She was known as Koneko Tujo, the school mascot, due to her cute lowly appearance. This adorable little girl was Ryusa's rook, boasting extreme physical strength as well as defenses. She wasn't the talkative type, being more of a serious type, and at first she was the only one in the group who didn't get along with the wielder of Drake. When she did open her mouth, it was usually to insult and reproach said wielder regarding their weakness. She is almost always seen eating something when not in action. She also belonged to the Nikomata race, but having a complicated past with her older sister, she refuses to use that power. Not at the moment, Koneko. Maybe later the client's requests will start to arrive. Rias commented tiredly while arranging her papers on her desk under the amused gaze of Tiamat. Then it means I'm free, Koneko mentioned without any expression on her face as she sat on one of the sewn for alls in the room while taking a bag of jelly beans out of her bag and began to taste them calmly under the watchful eye of Rias, who didn't know how to take that behavior from her tower. Well, this free time isn't bad. I could go outside and practice a bit. A young man with short blonde hair and gray eyes commented. Like the rest of the boys at Kuo Academy, he was wearing the male school uniform, which consisted of a black jacket with white details over a white long-sleeved dress shirt with a black bow at the collar, black pants, and brown dress shoes. This young man is known as Kibayuro, an optimistic, respectful person who cares deeply for his companions. He is also a very kind person when it comes to his way of being and his personality. He has a deep hatred towards sacred swords, but that is something for later. In Rias's entourage he held the position of swordsman, and his rank in the Occult Research Club is Knight. Oh, Kiba. Do you mind if we join? It's not like we have much to do, and this way we can adapt better to this new life. Mentioned a beautiful woman with brown hair reaching her back with a good figure, and she was also wearing the female uniform of the Kuo Academy. She was known as Murayama, one of the members of the Occult Research Club and also part of the Kendo Club. She was a girl with a cheerful attitude, but once she dealt with perverted men, her attitude changed to a more furious one. She held the position of pawn in Issei Gremory's entourage, carrying within her 8 evil pieces of that kind since she possessed an object of great value and power. And it was no wonder, since she carried the boosted gear, also known as the Red Dragon Emperor Gauntlet. Listed as one of the 13 Longinus, she also had the spirit of the Dragon of Wales, Dragoch, which resided within the device. In the past, Drake had fought against his arch-rival Albion, in a battle that was interrupted by the angels, devils, and fallen angels who were at war at the time. Angry, both dragons attacked the leaders of the 3 factions, leading to their bodies being destroyed and their souls sealed into 2 separate sacred gears, with Drake moving onto the boosted gear, a sacred gear that eventually became one of the 13 varieties of Longinus. Furthermore, Murayama could be said to be one of the newest members of her master's entourage, as she had only recently become a reincarnated devil alongside her best friend at her side. Her name was Kates, and she was another member of the Kendo Club as well as the Occult Research Club. She was a standard-looking girl from the same class as her classmate Murayama. Her hair was a very light pink or salmon tone and relatively short with brown eyes. Like all the members of the Gremory entourage, she wore the female uniform of Kuo Academy. Her position was that of Knight of Issei Gremory. Since her sacred gird was complementary to that piece, it was the Führerschwert, a sacred gird that was shown with the appearance of a draconic sword that allowed its bearer an incredible power of attack, use and handling of the element of fire. It is said that the origin of that object comes from the forging of the scales of a dragon with the magma of a volcano, and the intervention of the leader of the angels, resulting in said device. In its maximum state, she could obtain a full body armor that would further help her status and power. Both Murayama and Kates were the newest members of Issei Gremory's entourage, having only recently become reincarnated devils. They entered the supernatural world when 2 men who were both fallen angels, much to their bewilderment, asked them to go on a date with them. However, at the end of the date, they suddenly killed them, revealing themselves to be fallen angels in the process. However, in their final moments, Issei Gremory saved their lives by reincarnating them into devils. They were then introduced to the other members of the Occult Research Club, where they have lived together and led their new lives. Murayama is right. I still need to perfect my sword technique. Could you help me with that, Kiba? You have more time and experience than me in this. Keitase commented with emotion while looking at her friend in a pleading manner. Haha, of course, Keitase. That's what friends are for, to help each other when the other needs it. Kiba mentioned kindly and politely, just like a gentleman. If you guys are planning on training, do you mind if I join you too? I need to stretch my legs a bit. A young, attractive woman, around the same age as Murayama and Keitase, with long black hair down to her hips and violet eyes, commented with amusement. She was wearing the female uniform of Kuo Academy. She responded to the name of Rainer, a fallen angel, but later changed it to Yuma Amano once she deserted her group and opposed the orders of her fallen colleagues. At first she had as her goal to finish off the sacred gird users dangerous for the future plans of her superior. But she always hated that way of thinking, so when her best friend and sister-in-law was kidnapped and almost killed, she abandoned the side of the fallen, and as a thanks to Issei Gremory for saving her sister, she joined the Gremory entourage, taking Rias's rook. Peace herself. Since then she has lived in peace and harmony with her new friends and mainly with her little sister-in-law. If you're going to train, you'll need someone to heal you after you're done, so I'll be going too. He mentioned a beautiful young girl with long blonde hair and green eyes. Her hair flowed down to her back, with bangs parted over her forehead and a single lock sticking out from the top and leaning back, and she was wearing the Kuo Academy female uniform. She was known as Asia Argento, Rainer's sister-in-law, as they have lived together since they were children and grew up together, seeing each other as sisters. At first she was a nun who was expelled from the church after committing an act that according to them was wrong. Since then she wandered with her sister around the world, and one day she was requested in the city of Kuo, although she never expected what she would live once she arrived. It turns out that those who had called her were some fallen angels who wanted to extract her sacred equipment to according to them be more powerful, which they achieved, but everything ended well with the intervention of Murayama, Keitase and Yuma. Although at that time her master Issei Gremory died, ended up resurrecting her, ending up becoming Rias's bishop. Since she possessed the sacred gear, Twilight Healing, a weapon that can heal humans, devils, angels and fallen angels alike. Since then she has been living her life with her sister and with her friends, which for her it was a dream come true, and although she could no longer remain in the church or think and talk about it since she was now a demon that hurt her, inside she still maintained her beliefs intact. Of course, then let's go outside, Kiba mentioned as he proceeded to head towards the club doors, being followed by his teammates. But all action was interrupted when Queen Issei Gremory appeared in the room with a cart full of snacks. But what caught the attention of everyone present was the expression she had, a completely serious one. Something very strange coming from her, since she always used to show a charming and seductive smile on her face. Excuse the intrusion, but the Archduke just sent us a message, Rias. Akeno reported as she entered the main room of the club, drawing the attention of her friends as she carried a cart with several cups of tea, a glass jar full of tea, and several snacks on top. The Archduke? Rias asked somewhat doubtfully as she looked at her best friend, and she wasn't the only one. The others in the room were also a little confused except for the beautiful dragon, who already imagined the situation that had arisen. Yes, Rias, it seems they found a renegade devil in this village, Akeno reported seriously, and after saying those words her teammates chose the same state as her. Well, you guys have work to do. I'll see you later. I have to go get some things from my office, so be careful, brats, especially you, Rias. I don't want to go save your ass again, Tiamat mentioned with disinterest as she waved her hand goodbye to the kids and left the research club. You heard, guys, we have work to do, Rias commented seriously once her One-san left the room, and later her best friend Akeno made a transportation circle to be able to go to the location where the stray demon was. On the other hand, after leaving the club building of her beloved sister, Tiamat began to head towards her office at Kuo Academy, where she was the academy director. She has been since the youngest of the Gremory decided to study in the human world, and as her beloved had asked her to protect his family during his absence, she without any regret came to the human world, where she took care of the Gremory heiress, a less tiring job than that of her friends. On one hand there was her fallen friend, the Cadre Penemu, which as one of the current leaders of the fallen angels, had a lot of work to do, mainly that of the supposed leader of the fallen Azazel, since he escaped from time to time and left everything to her. Her position was that of chief secretary of Gregory, and as such she did not have much time to go out and meet with her friends. As for her angel friend, the Seraph Gabriel, She held a position in heaven similar to that of her sister, since she was Elohim's secretary and the one who helped him with the documentation of heaven. Not only humans worked, supernatural beings were not saved from that fate either. On the other hand, her devil friends, Mira Jean was Serafall's assistant and secretary, helping her in her work, which was not easy at all since the Mole Leviathan was in charge of foreign affairs. Everything related to treaties outside the underworld fell into the hands of Serafall and Mira Jean, therefore it was quite an exhausting job. As for Yui, she was the assistant of the Mawajuka Beelzebub, since her intellect was very great, getting to work in Ajuka's laboratory, where the two created and invented new inventions for the benefit of the devils. Although lately Lucifer had been working on something secret, according to her. It will be a gift for Issei once he returns. Without a doubt, Yui seemed like a crazy scientist when she worked. Serzex and Graphia as husband and wife and the Mao Lucifer and the strongest queen of the underworld. Her responsibility was to take care of her people and ensure their well-being and control. It was probably the most exhausting job of all. Everyone, since the redhead was practically the leader of an entire race, and their future depended on him. Tiamat was internally grateful not to be involved in any of that tedious politics. At least her job was easy. As she walked towards her destination for the documents she had forgotten, she saw several young people socializing in the hallways and others starring in love scenes on campus, which made her remember the man she loves with all her being, and unconsciously she brought one of her hands to her heart, while an expression of sadness formed on her face as she remembered her missing lover. Where will he be? That's what she and her harem sisters always asked themselves, but there was no answer for it, only a promise. I'll be back. She was so focused on her thoughts that she ended up bumping her shoulder into something, or rather someone, which destabilized her a little, and just as she was going to turn around to apologize, she heard a voice whispering in her ear and also felt a hand rest on her shoulder, for some strange reason that made her feel happy. We will see each other again very soon, my friend. It was the whisper that Tiamat heard in her ear, and immediately after hearing those words, but more than anything the voice that said them, she quickly turned around with her heart racing to see that person, but there was no one next to her anymore. The beautiful dragon's breathing was constant, her heart was beating like crazy, her eyes were beginning to acquire a watery shine, a symbol that the tears wanted to come out. Her legs were shaking and ended up with her falling sitting on the floor while she looked ahead at nothing, totally astonished. Master, was the only thing Tiamat could say after the altered state she was in. She hadn't imagined it, had she? She hadn't heard wrong, had she? No, she was sure she hadn't imagined it. It had really happened. Was it a sign? She didn't know, but she was sure that. My master has returned. Tiamat mentioned happily as she hugged herself and shed a few tears after that revelation. It wasn't something confirmed yet, but deep inside she felt that it was. With those thoughts in mind, she headed to her office where she would think things through better. And without noticing it, suspended in the sky was a man with brown hair and violet eyes who looked with happiness, appreciation, and love at the beautiful dragon queen. Unable to help it, the man let out a small laugh when he saw his partner safe and sound again. You are still as beautiful as ever, my beautiful dragon. Very soon, my beautiful dragon, we will see each other very soon. The man commented as he turned around and took flight towards a specific location. He had a matter to attend to, or rather something to check. With Rias and her group. Once they all left the research club, they were transported to an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Kuo City, where there was supposedly a renegade demon that they had to take care of. Many of them already knew what the job was about, but there were 3 people in particular who were not very familiar with the situation, since it would be their first time facing this challenge. On the ground outside the warehouse, a magic circle with the insignia of the Gremory clan appeared, from which within seconds the members of the occult research club appeared one by one, who looked at the outside of the warehouse with great seriousness and nerves. So what exactly is a rogue demon? Murayama asked doubtfully as she looked at her friends for answers, being imitated by Asya and Kates. They are people who used to be servants of a high-class devil like me. But these people sometimes betray or kill their masters, in order to live doing whatever they want. That's why we call them a renegade devil. Rias commented softly to her newest servants, to help them understand the situation. It was at that moment that all of them began to walk towards the interior of the warehouse, Rias being the one leading the group, proving to be the leader in the operation. As they entered the abandoned structure, several scratches could be noticed on the walls. Some of them were standing and others destroyed, papers scattered on the floor, broken furniture, in addition to the absence of electric light in the room, and there was also blood. Without a doubt a scene worthy of a horror movie. We're in an abandoned warehouse. It's said that renegade demons lure people to these places and eat them. Kiba mentioned cautiously while keeping his guard up and looking around for signs of the enemy. They'll eat them. Asuya and Kate screamed in horror as they hugged Murayama's arms nervously, much to the amusement of the others at such an adorable reaction. Today's mission is to finish off that demon. You will see the monstrosity that comes from abusing demonic power and not having a master. Akeno commented seriously as everyone stopped in their tracks and stood in the center of the room waiting for their enemy to show himself. Murayama, Kate, Asuya and Yuma, do you know what the game of chess is? Rias asked seriously as she turned to look at her friends, but mainly at the ones she had named. Chess. It's a board game, isn't it? Yuma said in confusion, not understanding what his mistress was getting at with all this. I am the king. The demons of the aristocracy assign the characteristics of these pieces to their subordinates. Rias commented softly so that her friends could better understand the information regarding their world. Piece characteristics. Murayama mentioned a little doubtfully while looking at her master with great attention, since the words she was saying seemed to be very important. We call it the evil piece system, which is based on the chess game of the human world. There are a total of 15 pieces, 1 queen, 2 bishops, 2 knights, 2 rooks and 8 pawns. These are awarded to high-class devils with a noble title which is the king. These pieces are used to reincarnate other beings into devils and make them servants of the high-class devils. The evil pieces were created by the Mao Beelzebub to replenish the number of devils after the Great War. Each piece has a corresponding value and these values are used to determine which piece can be used to reincarnate someone. Their strengths, talents, or abilities play an important role in determining their value. Rias finished saying while looking ahead, as she had sensed a faint trace of energy in the room, specifically on the second floor of the warehouse. Whatever, for tonight you will only watch how the devils fight. Rias commented in a leading voice as she took a step forward. But what none of them were aware of was that a truly intimidating pair of violet eyes were watching them very closely. Their movements, their way of acting and thinking, their gestures and way of speaking, all those details and more were being seen by the pair of violet eyes. But mainly they were looking at the crimson-haired woman. They were looking at her intensely and coldly, as if they were seeing her interior and her very existence. Although that thought was not entirely wrong, since that woman was currently being studied to see if she was worthy of bearing that surname. At that moment Rias felt a slight chill down her spine and also the feeling that she was being watched, but she dismissed those thoughts since she had a mission to complete. Here it is. Koneko commented with her serious and cold expression, drawing the attention of everyone present. It was at that point that they all heard a voice throughout the room. I smell something horrible, but at the same time I smell something delicious. Is it sweet? Or is it bitter? A mysterious voice said throughout the room and seconds later said person appeared before the members of the Gremory entourage from the second floor of the warehouse. Breasts. Murayama commented in disbelief, since a few steps in front of them was a woman who only showed the upper part of her body, who was completely naked and showed her breasts for everyone to see. Renegade Demon Visor, nefarious beings who flee from their masters to fulfill their own desires. They deserve to die for their sins. In the name of Archduke Gremory, I will finish you off. Rias declared seriously as she took a step forward, but for some strange reason she felt someone say, "Ridiculous," to her, which threw her off for a few seconds, but it was just her ideas. There couldn't be anyone else in that place, right? What an insolent girl, I will cover you in blood as red as your hair. Visor mentioned with amusement, while groping her breasts and looking at everyone in front of her as if they were insects. Just what I expected from someone so insignificant. Rias declared seriously as she looked at the woman with disgust. Is she a renegade demon? She seems like an exhibitionist to me. Asuya commented curiously as she looked at the woman in front of her. It was at that moment that the woman showed herself completely to the horror of Asuya, Murayama and Kate. So that was a renegade demon. The one in front of them was no longer a woman. On her lower part there were 4 monstrous-looking legs. It almost looked as if it were part of some insect. How disgusting. I think I'm going to throw up. Yuma mentioned with nausea while avoiding seeing that woman by looking to the side. Just at that moment, to his bewilderment, he saw a human-looking shadow on one of the walls. But as soon as he saw it, it disappeared. Had he imagined it? I told you, they turn into horrible monsters in body and heart. Kiba commented as he prepared for the fight. Seconds later, the renegade demon launched projectiles at the Gremory group that came out of her breasts. Okay, that was truly strange, but there was no time to be distracted. Koneko took Kate's hand while Rias took Murayama's, and together they dodged the projectiles while protecting their friends. In Asuya's case, she had been saved and protected by Yuma, who had pushed her to the side of the room to avoid harm. The others had easily dodged the attacks, which hit the warehouse wall, disintegrating it in the process. It's certainly a monster. Kate mentioned nervously after recovering while looking at the result of that thing's attack. Don't let your guard down, Kiba. Rias commented seriously as she gave her servant the order to attack. Yes, President. Kiba declared as he launched into the attack and disappeared from the sight of his colleagues and the renegade demon. He disappeared. Murayama mentioned with shock when he saw his friend disappear from one moment to the next, to his disbelief. He's so fast that they can't see him. Kiba's position is that of a knight, so his main characteristic is speed and the sword is his strongest weapon. Rias commented as she stood up and looked ahead. At that moment Kiba appeared beneath the demon, right in front of its front legs, where he made 2 cuts with his sword that ended up cutting off both of the renegade's arms to the astonishment of the newest members of the Gremory entourage. Blood spurted out and the woman let out a cry of pain as she lost her limbs while writhing in pain, but she still wasn't willing to give up. She was thinking of killing everyone present, but from one moment to the next her attention was focused on the white-haired girl in the group who was approaching her calmly and bored. Koneko, no, it's dangerous. Asuya shouted with concern as she saw her friend going towards the demon. The renegade roared with fury and her stomach began to open, revealing some unpleasant, quite sharp teeth, and then she launched an attack against the girl in front of her with the intention of devouring her. Die! The renegade roared angrily as she completely trapped Koneko's small body with her teeth, scaring Murayama, Kate and Asuya into believing that their friend had died. But when they saw how the others showed no concern, they remained silent and observed the situation better. Don't worry. It's a tower, its features are simple, tremendous strength and defensive ability. That kind of attack won't make a scratch on it. Rias commented softly as she looked forward, but there was again that feeling of being watched, but this time with disappointment. At that moment, it was possible to see how the renegade's stomach opened in a single blow, revealing Koneko with both arms extended to her sides, which did not show any damage to the relief of her friends but did show damage to her clothes, perhaps due to the acid inside that monster, since part of her chest and underwear was exposed. Disappear. Koneko mentioned seriously as she threw a punch at the woman, breaking all of her teeth in the process and sending her flying and subsequently crashing hard into a stone column in the warehouse. We must never fight or make Koneko angry. Kate, Murayama, Asuya and Yuma thought in unison as a drop of sweat fell down their heads upon seeing the strength of their little friend. Poor he who tries to overstep her, was the last thing the quartet of women could think of. Akeno. Rias mentioned seriously and with her arms crossed as she looked at her best friend and gave her the order to act. Yes, President. Ara, what should I do? Akeno commented with amusement as she walked calmly and elegantly towards the renegade woman lying on the ground in front of her. Akeno, finish her off. Rias declared seriously as she looked at her friend, although to be honest she already knew what would happen. Her best friend was somewhat special, especially when it came to fighting. You are a bad girl who must be punished. Akeno mentioned with amusement as she raised her hands to the height of her breasts and generated several electric sparks in them. She is the queen. The all-powerful vice commander who combines the powers of all the other pieces. Rias commented seriously as she informed her friends and newest entourage members about the topic. Ara, it seems that you still have some energy left. Akeno mentioned with amusement once she arrived in front of the renegade and saw how she moved a little. So, what do you think about this? Akeno declared with excitement. While she was surrounded by yellow rays and raised her hands in the air, generating in them several currents of electricity that she launched against the woman who immediately screamed in pain, but the beautiful brunette did not stop because this was something really fun for her, something very strange. She specializes in attacks using demonic powers. On top of that she is. Rias couldn't find the right way to say the following, as it was a strange trait that her best friend had, almost terrifying. Wow, you still have so much energy. Akeno commented with a blush on her face as she licked her lips in excitement. A total sadist. Rias declared regretfully as she looked at her friend, her new pieces disorientated by such unexpected information. I wonder how much longer you can take it. Akeno mentioned with amusement as she electrocuted the renegade with laughter. Are you laughing? Murayama asked doubtfully and with a poker face as he watched his strange friend having fun with the monster's suffering. Akeno, that's enough. Rias ordered as she advanced towards her to finish the job once and for all. Are we done yet? I must say I'm a little disappointed. Akeno commented with amusement once she finished and turned around to see her friends with a blushing face and a pleased expression on their faces, which made Muraya, Kate, Yuma and Asuya nervous. Sadist. The four of them thought nervously as they saw the expressions on their friend's face after having tortured the renegade. Now they felt sorry for that woman on the floor, but they felt even more sorry for that man who had committed himself to the black-haired beauty, the life that awaited him. Walking slowly and elegantly, showing her rank, Rias approached the monster woman lying on the ground while looking at her without any expression on her face other than disappointment, which was curious since at that moment she was being looked at in the same way by a mysterious subject. Once she arrived in front of her, she looked her in the eyes and spoke to her. "Any last words?" Rias asked disinterestedly to the demoness lying on the ground in front of her. "Die, bitch," the renegade declared as she quickly stood up from one moment to the next despite her mortal wounds and attacked Rias with her sharp claws, taking everyone by surprise as they had believed that she was already incapable of fighting. The claws were approaching the redhead quickly and neither she nor her friends could act in time to avoid the accident. Everyone thought it would be the end of the Gremory heiress as they went to the aid of their king, but suddenly, to the astonishment of everyone present, a crimson sphere flew over all of them and brushed Rias's right shoulder, ending up hitting the renegade demon, burning her in the process, and killing her immediately. No one knew what had happened for sure. That attack had come from a blind spot. Had someone saved them? At first they thought it was the work of Tiamat, but she was not present in the warehouse. In fact, there was no one else but them, so what had that been? Who had saved Issei Gremory from death? So caught up were they in their thoughts once they made sure that their master was okay, since she only had a small scrape on her right shoulder, but nothing serious. They were all taken out of their thoughts when they heard a loud and powerful voice inside the warehouse. That energy, could it be possible? They all heard a deep and serious voice say, and immediately they turned their gaze towards where it came from, which was coming out of Murayama's gauntlet that had appeared on his left hand. Everyone present knew very well who was speaking. "Drake-sama, what did you mean by that? Do you know who it was that just interfered and helped me?" Rias asked with respect to the legendary being in the crimson gauntlet while looking at the object waiting for an answer, and she was not the only one. Her other friends were also looking at the object with great attention, since they could not explain what had just happened. "No, sorry. I think I was wrong, or maybe it could be true. I'm really not sure about it. I need time to think clearly," was the last thing Drake said before cutting off communication with his carrier while he dove into the depths of the Longinus to think clearly about what he had just seen. "Is it really you? Or am I just imagining things, Gremory?" Drake thought with dismay, doubt, and happiness as he thought of his friend, who had been missing for several centuries. Meanwhile outside, the boys looked at the gauntlet with complicated expressions as they waited for some answer to their doubts, but the Red Dragon Emperor hadn't told them much, or rather nothing. None of them knew what had happened a few moments ago. They were grateful that their king was safe and sound, but the question was, who had saved her? Since none of them had fired that crimson shot at him, the renegade demon once got up from where he was and went to attack his mistress directly. Doubt and insecurity were present in the environment, and with those mixed feelings, all those present began to leave in the direction of the club. Without wasting any more time, Akeno made the transportation circle, where one by one her friends entered, her best friend being the last to enter since she was looking at the area where the renegade demon was recently, and where he died disintegrated and burned by that crimson sphere. "Rias, are you coming?" Akeno asked doubtfully as she brought her king out of her thoughts, who had turned to look at them. Yeah? Sorry guys." Rias mentioned charisma as she walked over to where her friends were. On the outside, she seemed normal, but on the inside, more specifically in her head, she was a mess. That magical signature, that energy. I can't be wrong, what happened a little while ago was definitely the power of destruction. But that doesn't make sense. Only Mom, Surzexoni-san and I can use it, unless it was someone belonging to the Bale clan, but I honestly don't think they interfered a few moments ago. The energy that saved me was that of destruction, there's no doubt about that. So, what was that just now? But above all, who saved me? Those were the thoughts that tormented the Gremory heiress at that moment. Once everyone was together, they set off back to their club, since the mission, despite not having been the ones who completed it, was done and they had to report that information to the contractor. But to the bewilderment of all of them, they were not the only ones moving from the location, since in the sky for a few brief seconds a shadow was seen moving between the clouds, and if you looked closely you can notice two violet glows in said shadow, as if it were chasing something or rather going to a specific place. Upon returning to the Occult Research Club, and once they confirmed to the contractor that the mission was completed, each of the club members began to leave for their homes by order of their king. Today was already over and Rias had a lot to think about, which was why she had given the rest of the day to her friends. Murayama, Kates, Asya and Yuma retired together to their homes. After all, they lived in the same compound. the last two mentioned being the ones who lived in the same house as the drag carrier after an agreement with their parents. What do you think that was, girls? It really was something strange what happened. Kate commented with concern and doubt to her friends while walking through the streets of Kuo. I don't know, friend, I don't know. Murayama, haven't you been able to talk to Drake? He seemed to know something. Yuma mentioned seriously while looking at his brunette friend. Not really, since we got back I haven't been able to contact him. It's like he wanted to be alone. There's no doubt that he seemed to know who saved the president, but I could also hear confusion, nervousness and joy in his voice. Maybe tomorrow I can talk to him. Murayama answered his fallen friend as he walked beside her. I wonder who intervened. Asya mentioned with doubt and uncertainty as she stopped her steps and looked at the starry sky. Whatever it was, we should be grateful that he saved the president, but for some reason I feel, I don't know, as if something very bad was about to happen. Yuma commented with concern as he stopped in his tracks like his friends and looked up at the sky. Something wrong. What do you mean? Kate asked her friend with doubt and nervousness while looking at her. The beginning of the end. Murayama declared without thinking, drawing the attention of her friends and making them a little nervous with her words. But these words were not entirely wrong, since the end of life and what is known was about to end at the hands of one man. On the other hand, Koneko and Kiba were others who left together. They did not live on the same side, but like any gentleman, Kiba offered to make sure his friend arrived safe and sound. Today the president was almost killed, damn it. I'm glad she's okay, but if that strange sphere hadn't appeared, she wouldn't have told anyone. How can I call myself her knight if I can't protect her? Kiba mentioned with frustration as he walked with Koneko towards her house. It's not your fault, even I was taken by surprise. We were careless and trusting, and it almost cost us dearly. The president is safe and sound, that's what matters. Koneko commented seriously as she walked alongside her friend. Aren't you curious to know who was the one who intervened in the fight? Kiba asked his friend hesitantly, not knowing very well if she was interested in the subject. Her features were very difficult to understand. I am, but I feel like sooner or later whoever helped us will show up. For some reason I feel like it's related to the president in some way. Koneko mentioned seriously, noticing that they were almost reaching their home. Only time will tell. Kiba commented calmly as he looked up at the sky. Something big is coming. Kiba and Koneko thought silently as they walked. And they were right, something big was coming, something that would turn the world upside down, but mainly something that would bring fear, despair and happiness for some, but most of all it would bring death. And finally, Akeno had retreated through a magic circle to her home, which was a temple located in the city of Kuo. Today was a day full of mysteries and surprises. The president was almost hurt, but luckily she didn't thanks to someone. Maybe nothing in this world happens by accident. While everything happens for a reason, our destiny slowly takes shape. Everything has a beginning and an end. There are endings that we don't want, but they are inevitable. We have to face them, that's what this life is about. But then, why am I afraid of what might happen from now on? Akeno thought as she stood outside her house and looked up at the starry sky and brought one of her hands to her chest. That thought on the part of the beautiful woman was not wrong and the fear was justified, but she really had to fear only her assumptions. Many people fear several things: fear of ghosts, fear of monsters. That is not true fear. True fear is not imagined, it has to be experienced so that you realize how terrifying life can be, and that is what the entire supernatural world was about to experience. The only person left in the occult research club room was the Gremory heiress, who was at her desk thinking about what happened today. What a day this turned out to be. Not only was I almost hurt, but there was also someone who saved me, and I don't know who it was. Rias commented tiredly as she sat down in her chair and looked at the new documents that were on her desk. It had probably been her older sister Tiamat who had brought them to her. Among all the papers there was one that caught her attention, since it was the most outstanding. It was a red envelope with the seal of the Demonic Council, and she already assumed what was inside. TSK. Rias growled angrily as she crumpled and scattered the document she just read, which had written on it the date her marriage would take place, and also that tomorrow her fiancé would pay her a visit. Obviously she was against all of this, and her family too, but they couldn't interfere because they would be frowned upon by the underworld, leaving her alone in this problem. But she wasn't upset with her family for it. She understood very well the situation they were in. While she was in a state of frustration, with the help of her feet she turned her chair until it was facing the wall behind her, where she focused her gaze on the painting that rested on the wall. Oni-chan, what would you do in my place? Rias asked out loud as she looked at the image of her older brother in the painting, wondering to herself, what would he do? It was then that she snapped out of her thoughts as she noticed a strong current of air coming through the window of the room, knocking her papers to the floor. Great. More work to do. Resigned, she got up from her chair and went to the window, where she stopped to look at the night moon as she felt the wind blow her hair and face. And without knowing if it was her imagination or the accumulation of stress she had at that moment, she heard a deep voice in the wind saying a single word. Fight. That was what she heard at that moment. She had no idea if it had been her imagination, but for some strange reason that word motivated her, and she inevitably looked at the image of her older brother with happiness and longing, where despite being an image he gave her one of his beautiful smiles as he began to pick up the papers thrown on the floor. Unbeknownst to her, the beautiful crimson-haired woman was being watched by a group of men standing on the roof of the academy, looking at her, but mainly at her actions and the problems she was about to face. The darkness of the night made it difficult to distinguish the men, of which there were 5, and all of them were looking at the Gremory heiress through the window of the building she was in. It wasn't until the moonlight rose in the sky that the men could be distinguished. Your sister is in serious trouble, Wave commented, trying to lighten the atmosphere surrounding him and his friends. But he only managed to make it heavier with his comment, and the one who caused this was the man who lay in front of him looking seriously and coldly at the crimson-haired woman who could be seen through the window of the old building in front of them. You're wrong, Wave, that useless girl is not my sister. She's weak, pathetic, carefree. We can belong to the same family, but until she proves her worth I won't recognize her as such. Let's go back to the apartment and wait to see how that brat solves all this. Issei mentioned seriously and coldly to his friends while he turned around and looked at his group with his crimson eyes, a symbol that he was upset, and without waiting for any response from them, he quickly took flight, disappearing from the sight of his friends. He is upset, but it is understandable. Since we arrived here, he has done nothing but discover really unpleasant news. His home is not the same and neither is his family. I am surprised that he has not yet exploded and killed all those who made his home a nightmare. Kurom commented seriously as she looked where her king had gone. Since Issei's return to the world, the All for Honor mentioned once learned of the current government of his home, the crisis in the world, the terrorist organizations that have emerged, the failure of the leaders to their people causing the loss of control of their people, such as the case in Gregory and his subordinates, or heaven and the lack of attention to humans, causing them to stray from the path, and mainly the disorder and chaos that their lands presented. All that made Issei very angry with all the inhabitants of the earth. That was the world for which he fought and sacrificed his entire being. Those ungrateful and corrupted devils were the ones he saved. Was that the underworld he left when he left? Of course not. Saying that he was angry was an understatement. All of them had been in his world for approximately 3 weeks, and since then he had been collecting information about what had happened in his world, but as he discovered more, his anger increased. Irene and Isabel always did their best to keep him calm, but if anything they could barely do it. After all, they were not that woman who could completely keep the darkness of her beloved under control. For days they have been watching in the shadows what has been happening. That was something that surprised Issei's group, since they thought that their leader would be excited and would show himself to his family once he returned, but it was not like that. Issei ordered them to stay in the shadows, where they would wait for the right moment to show themselves. Wave, Kurom, Irene and Isabel knew it very well. Their leader's anger increased day after day, waiting for the right moment to explode. But if it was about fury, Issei since he returned to his world has had a constant headache called Ophis Ouroboros. That damn loli, that was how he referred to her, had been causing quite a few problems in his world. Look, creating a terrorist faction just out of boredom was already a lot. Issei had one thing clear: once he found Ophis he would get even, since for some reason he couldn't find her. But when he had her in his hands he would punish that dragon. Another surprise that Issei had was discovering that he had a sister. In the end, Chisato's words turned out to be true. That was another disappointment for him. Seeing that a member of his family was a complete useless, since he saw his sister. Since he did not consider her as such, not until she proved to be worthy of that position, he has been observing and studying her, coming to a single conclusion. She is useless. That is what Issei thought of Rias. To him she was only a carefree, weak, confident girl, a woman who saw the world through roses, a woman who was just like him when he was a child. Despite what he thought and showed, Issei did not really hate Rias. After all, she was his sister, his family, and as such he loved her and would protect her. And the last thing he wanted was to see her suffer. During this time that he had observed her, he had realized that he was her role model and her greatest admiration, which at first surprised him and made him a little happy. But Issei, seeing Rias, saw himself when he was small, weak, pathetic, fearful, confident, insecure, and much more. And that was why he did not want her to experience the same thing he had lived. He had learned the hard way that the world is not all joy and color. It was a terrible place, and no matter how tough you are, it is capable of beating you to your knees and having you permanently subdued, if you do not prevent it. That no one hit harder than life. He had learned that it did not matter how hard you hit, but how hard they can hit you, and you endure it while you advance. That you had to endure without stopping moving forward. That is how it was earned. Issei didn't want his sister to go through the despair he lived through to realize how terrible this life was. Both he and Serzex had lived and grown up in a time of war, blood and death. As such, they had to learn the true meaning of living in this life. Maybe there was no longer war like in that time, but life has always been cruel. No, he didn't want to see his sister live the same as him. That's why he had promised himself to teach her in a different way what this life was like. Although it would be hard at first, and even more so how he had planned to do things with her, in the end it would have positive results. He would be the worst brother to her, yes. He would make her suffer, a little. But it was all for her own good, and if things turned out well, he would give her what she longs for, his acceptance, his love, and his recognition. Many things are yet to come, and the days are already numbered for the underworld in this world, because once Issei reveals himself, many will suffer his wrath. I wonder why he hasn't done so yet. Irene mentioned seriously as she looked at all her friends. Because she is waiting for the right moment to do it, specifically when all the demons are gathered, and her sister's wedding is perfect for it. Isabel commented seriously while she had her eyes closed and called her friend's attention with her words. How are you so sure about that? Wave asked doubtfully as he looked at his demon friend. I saw it in his eyes, and if he hasn't done anything until now, it's because he's up to something. Isabel answered seriously as she opened her eyes and looked at her friends. Whatever, we better get back. We can't leave Issei alone for too long. We don't want him to destroy this planet in a fit of rage, although I certainly see that scenario as very difficult. This world should thank Issei's loved ones and his family, because if it weren't for all of them, this world would no longer exist. Isabel mentioned seriously as she began to walk across the roof of Kuo Academy. You're right, Isabel, we better go back. Our man is waiting for us. Irene commented softly as she followed her friend, and her other friends walked alongside her. You know, I was surprised to see that Issei had a dragon queen as a partner. I think you're not the only one of that species in his life, Irene. Kurome mentioned mockingly to her friend, showing a vein on her forehead and a rather tense smile. Shut up, Shorty, you don't have to remind me. Maybe I should have asked Dragon-kun about what his women were like before coming here to avoid surprises, but there's nothing I can do now. I'll have to learn to get along with that dragon, which will be difficult since we are very possessive of our male over females of the same race. Irene commented irritably while looking at Kurome in a bad way. Look on the bright side, we already know one of our man's women. While they are all important, I already want to see what this Serafall is like. Considering what Issei is like, she is surely a pretty tough woman to be able to keep our man under control. Without a doubt, she must be a complete devil. Isabel mentioned with interest in that woman while she imagined what the matriarch of her beloved's harem was like. In her thoughts, she saw a tough woman dressed in black with horns, a tail and devil wings on a pile of bones, laughing evilly, while Issei was kneeling before her. What a surprise Isabel would get once she saw Serafall. For some reason I feel like she's not at all like we imagined her. Wave commented with a drop of sweat running down his head as he thought about the first woman who came into his king's life. Anyway, let's go and rest. I'm sure tomorrow will be full of surprises. Irene mentioned cheerfully while yawning. After those words, they all took flight towards their apartment, which was where they had been staying since they arrived in the world of their king. And where Issei was probably already resting. As they left the academy, they did not notice at any time the presence of a person suspended high in the sky, who had been watching Issei's team with great attention. Tears could be seen running down his cheeks and longing and sleepiness in his eyes, since today he had finally seen one of the most important people in his life. Life changes in a second, don't you think? What you think is true today may not be true tomorrow. It all depends on a point of view. This is just the beginning, there is still much to see and discover. His return is imminent and many will suffer his wrath, but finally this world will have what it needs, a guardian for many, an evil for others and a father for me. But the truth is that nothing will change, the weak will always be weak no matter how long you wait. But being weak is not a bad thing, human beings are weak by nature. When you are alone you feel insecure, that is why we form families, where our companions and friends are, We walk together to be able to live firmly. The most unexpected combinations can knock down more barriers than a single person. It may take us a long time to get to where we want to go, but as long as we believe in tomorrow and in a place where we are together, we will always have our inner strength. Living an intense life means being able to smile. So show me the way, Gremory, because very soon we will meet Oto-san. The person in the air commented while looking at the moon in front of her with longing. And so begins the story of a man who will have many difficulties to overcome. A man who will change everything, becoming known by various titles, but above all the one that will mark history, causing terror, horror, and nightmares to his enemies. But also security, hope, light, happiness, and illusion to many. Feared and hated, loved and acclaimed, a name that represents power, a clan, a family, unity, but above all a man. Gremory. A new day had arrived in the city of Kuo. The sun rose high in the blue sky, illuminating its grounds, and through the streets of the city several people could be seen passing from one side to the other, whether they were adults going to work, teenagers who had to go to their respective academy, or people who were just going out to spend their time. On the roads of the city 4 beautiful women could be seen wearing the female uniform of the Kuo Academy to which they were heading. It should be noted that wherever they went, they caught the attention of the male public due to their incredible beauty. Yumawani-san, what do you think we should do today at the club? Asuya asked the brunette with doubt as she walked beside her and looked in wonder at the landscape and environment that surrounded her. I couldn't tell you. It could be something like what happened yesterday or some other contract with some human. We'll only know until we're there, little sister. Yuma mentioned calmly as he walked and turned to look at the blonde. I just hope nothing bad happens like yesterday. From now on we must be more attentive in our surroundings, lest something happen to us like what happened to the president. I know we are new in this life, but we must be cautious. Kate commented with concern while she kept her pace and vaguely remembered the incident of the previous day. Who would have said that her mistress would be in danger of death, but the most important thing would be what had happened afterwards, that mysterious sphere of dubious origin. Maybe we didn't do anything yesterday, but from now on we must show and give our best effort. The president deserves it. Yuma mentioned with motivation while increasing her speed, being imitated by her friends since they had to get to the academy as soon as possible. But there was one of them who stayed behind totally silent for a long time. Drake last night, what could he have wanted to tell me? It didn't seem like something I should ignore. Murayama thought with confusion and fear as he remembered the words his reptilian friend had told him the night before after returning home. Flashback. Murayama residence. After leaving their friend Kate at her home, Asuya, Yuma and Murayama set off for their home. Once at their house, they proceeded to eat with Murayama's parents, and then take a bath before going to sleep. The house had several rooms, so each of them had their own room. You would think it would be a quiet night, but for the brunette it was not. Once she was completely alone in her room, her left hand had shined brightly, and seconds later the boosted gird had appeared. Murayama didn't have time to ask anything when the voice of the Red Dragon Emperor came out of the tool, and it should be noted that his voice sounded very serious. Listen to me carefully and pay close attention, girl. What happened today with your mistress was not a matter of luck or the intervention of someone who was passing by. I don't know how to explain it for sure, but if it's what I think, all of you are in great danger, rather the entire supernatural world is. If one day you happen to see a man with violet eyes wearing a crimson trench coat, do what you do, never disrespect him, much less confront him, and pray to whoever it may be that he doesn't take your life. Murayama, deep down in my soul, I feel it. A great danger lurks for all of you, and it is waiting for the right moment to show itself to the light. Very soon everything you know will change. Be careful, girl. The shadows lurk everywhere. End of flashback. Those had been the words Drake had told her the night before. At first she hadn't understood them very well, but finally she came to a single conclusion. A big problem was coming. And no one could avoid it, much less stop it. She didn't know if she should tell her friends about it or keep it a secret. Although Drake hadn't said anything to her about whether or not she should tell it, the tone of his voice had made her understand that it wasn't something she should go around divulging. Besides the fact that she didn't have much information, her partner had told her some of it, but not the most important. She wondered what was so important and dangerous for the Red Dragon Emperor to behave that way. Hey Murayama, don't stay behind. Kate shouted, standing a few meters ahead of her friend. Hey, wait for me. Murayama exclaimed reproachfully as she began to run to catch up with her friends once she snapped out of her thoughts. Although she didn't know what that bad omen her partner had told her was, she couldn't think about it right now, but she'd be lying if she said she wasn't worried. Among her friends, the only one who had noticed her state had been Yuma, who had observed her closely and could notice that something was bothering her, but decided to remain silent and wait until the brunette decided to speak. Occult Research Club. So Murayama seems to be worried about something. It probably has something to do with what happened yesterday, Kiba commented as he walked alongside Yuma and Asuya towards the club. After arriving at the academy, the group of women met the Gremory night, and since they had to go to his club, they decided to go together. And while Murayama and Keitase were talking pleasantly among themselves about topics related to their kendo club, Kiba, Yuma and Asuya were a few steps behind them talking about their own topics. It was there that the brunette had brought up the matter of the brunette to light to find out if her friend knew anything about it. Keitase wouldn't know anything about it, Asuya asked doubtfully as she looked at her friends. She's Murayama's best friend, so she probably knows something, Kiba commented calmly, but suddenly he stopped in his tracks and put a serious expression on his face after remembering something. What's wrong? Yuma asked in confusion at seeing his friend's strange mood change. I understand that you don't feel it, but it would be better if we hurry up and go to the club quickly, Kiba mentioned seriously as he resumed his steps, which were faster. A few seconds ago he had felt an unknown magical signature in the Occult Research Club, which made him remember the situation his mistress was currently in. Following their friend's words, Asuya and Yuma hurried their steps, and caught up with Murayama and Keitase to inform them that they had to go to the club as soon as possible. Neither of them understood very well what was happening, but just seeing Kiba's extremely serious expression made them understand that it was something serious. It didn't take them long to reach the outskirts of the club, where the first to enter and open the doors was Murayama, unaware that inside that room a rather problematic situation was about to take place, as well as the countdown for the supernatural world to know firsthand the terror of the return of a man. Good morning, President, Murayama commented happily as she entered the club followed by her friends, but once they entered they noticed the rather tense atmosphere in the room. And not only that, their president was sitting on one of the Seon for Alls in the room with a serious expression on her face, while behind her and the Seon for All she was on were Akeno and Koneko with the same expression as their master on their faces. At the redhead's desk was sitting the director of the academy, Tiamat, who was clearly not in a good mood at all. The grimace of displeasure on her face and the constant tapping of her fingers against the desk told them that. But what caught their attention the most was seeing that next to the light blue-haired beauty was a woman they didn't know, except for Kiba, who knew perfectly well who the woman present in the room was. It was a woman with silver hair and blue eyes, who was wearing a maid outfit. Her beauty was overwhelming, as was the power she gave off. That made Murayama, Keitase, Asuya and Yuma understand that the woman there had to be someone important in the underworld, and it was no wonder, since right in front of them was the wife and queen of the current Mao Lucifer. Surzex has such a woman. But something that caught all of their attention was seeing how that woman was next to Tiamat, in such a way that it seemed as if she was there preventing the blue-haired girl from getting up and doing something stupid, since she was very close to her and had one of her hands on the dragon's shoulder, who was obviously not liking that treatment at all. That thought was not entirely wrong. I don't understand what you're doing here, Grafia. I'm more than enough to handle this situation, you know, Tiamat mentioned reproachfully to her friend while looking at her in a bad way. She didn't like at all that she didn't let her get up from her seat. It almost seemed as if she was a dog and the silver-haired girl was her owner who had her by the leash. That's exactly why I'm here. I know you very well, Tiamat, and I know what you're capable of in these situations. You're very volatile in these matters, very similar to Nisan in that regard. So by orders of Mao Lucifer and Mao Leviathan, please be a good girl and stay still. Grafia commented with a serious expression on her face but with a mocking tone to her friend while looking at her with superiority. Damn, Tiamat muttered reproachfully as she turned her face to the side, causing her friend to let out a sigh of exhaustion at her childish behavior. Well, we're all gathered now, Rias mentioned seriously as she called the attention of everyone present once her friends entered the club. It was time to start with what would happen today. Ojo-sama, do you want me to explain it to you? Grafia asked the redhead professionally. After all, it was her working hours. At her older sister's suggestion, Rias found herself shaking her head as she stood up from her seat. She wanted to be the one to give the news to her subordinates. She was their master and the king of the group, as such it was her responsibility to do so. And to the bewilderment of everyone present, their meeting was being listened to by a man who was sitting in the window frame of the club. But his camouflage, and the zero presence his body gave off were such that it was imperceptible to the sight of everyone present, although for some reason the only ones who seemed somewhat annoyed as if they were being watched were Tiamat and Grafia. But they had dismissed that thought as they saw nothing out of place in the room. To tell the truth, once she had started to speak, Rias was interrupted by the appearance of a mysterious glow in the center of the room, which caught the attention of everyone present in the room. "TSK, the idiot has arrived," Tiamat whispered angrily as she looked towards the center of the room and clenched her fists tightly. "Control yourself, Tiamat," Grafia hissed, barely audible to the dragon, while she also clenched her fists tightly. After all, this that was about to happen was not to her liking, much less knowing who was involved. In the middle of the room, a yellow magic circle with demonic inscriptions on it appeared, from which within seconds several flames of fire emerged, where it could be seen how in the center of the circle and the fire a tall man with choppy blonde hair appeared, wearing a formal shirt and pants. His presence alone caused discomfort in Rias, Grafia and Tiamat, since that man was completely egocentric and confident due to his demonic origin. He was known as Riser Phoenix, the third son of the Phoenix family, and the second youngest of the three brothers, who had no respect for women or any low-class devils or impure-blooded devils. But mainly this man was known for being defiant of the Gremory heiress. Since the Demonic Council and the Phoenix clan had established an arranged marriage with the daughter and current heiress of the Gremory clan, Rias Gremory, in order to unite the two families and preserve the lineage of pure-blooded devils. Of course, the Gremory clan had refused this idea, with Vanillana and Zyoctus being furious with the council when they saw that they wanted to use their daughter as an incubator and nothing more. Serzex was another who opposed, as were Issei's women, but that proposal had been carried out through a meeting with the entire underworld present, where the Gremory family was forced to accept since the people wanted it that way. Since then, Riser became Rias's fiancé, and the reason why he was here was because he had come to the human world with a single intention, which was to take Rias Gremory to the underworld to marry her. "Phoenix," Tiamat said as she glared at the man who had just arrived. At that moment she felt a squeeze on her shoulder and turned her gaze towards the Lucifuge, glaring at her. "It's been a long time since I came to the human world, but I see that it is still just as insignificant, but what can I do? Anyway, I came to see you, my dear Rias," the newly arrived man commented as he turned around and looked at the Gremory heiress, who looked at him seriously and with displeasure. "Who is this guy?" Murayama whispered doubtfully to his friends as he looked at the newly arrived man. Seeing him, only one thought passed through his head. Imbecile. This person is Riser Phoenix-sama. He is a high-class pure devil and the heir of the Phoenix clan, Grafia stated seriously, clearing up the doubt of some of those present in the room. Phoenix clan, Asia mentioned doubtfully to herself as she looked at the blonde man. He's also the son-in-law of the Gremory clan, Tiamat mentioned with displeasure, thanks to which she received a stomp on her foot from the silver-haired beauty, whom she cursed internally while rubbing her foot. From the Gremory clan, Kates asked doubtfully as she looked at her headmistress. "Don't tell me that," Yuma said in complete shock after coming to a single conclusion while looking at the maid and dragon. "In short, he is Rias Ojusama's fiancé," Grafia finished saying seriously while looking ahead, specifically at the redhead and the blonde. "Promised." Murayama, Kates and Asia shouted in complete shock after such an unexpected revelation. Today was really going to be a long day. Given the atmosphere that was being generated in the room with just the arrival of the Gremory heiress's fiancé, Grafia suggested taking a seat so they could talk about the topic that would be discussed today more calmly. Following the orders of the Malqueen Lucifer, all the tenants took a seat, with Rias and Riser sitting together on one of the rooms sewn for alls to the redhead's displeasure, while in front of them were the other members of the Gremory entourage, with Tiamat and Grafia located at the redhead's desk. And to lighten the atmosphere, Akeno decided to prepare some sandwiches and tea for all of them so they could start the meeting. But unnoticed by all of them, a man with brown hair and violet eyes was hidden in the shadows, where only one thing was clear. His anger was rising. "Wow, the tea that Queen Rias brought me is really delicious," Riser commented while tasting the drink and had the Gremory heiress surrounded by his arm around his shoulder. "The pleasure is mine," Akeno replied politely. But if someone were to see her face closely, they would notice how her eyebrows contracted and her expressions of disgust struggled to come to light. "This arrogant guy, they say he's the president's fiancé," Kates whispered with displeasure to her friends as she watched how that man caressed her mistress's hair and thighs and she did nothing while her eyes were closed. "Maybe she doesn't." Every word and thought on Kates' part was interrupted by the angry outburst of one of the women present in the room. "Hey bastard, get your filthy hands off her," Tiamat commented seriously and coldly as she held Riser's arm tightly after having freed herself from Grafia's grip upon seeing how that bastard touched her protege. She wasn't going to allow such an act, so she had moved at high speed to the blonde and had taken him by the arm while lifting him up in the process. "TSK, don't get involved where you haven't been called dirty drag, Ak," Riser couldn't finish his outburst of rage because Tiamat herself had grabbed him by the neck and lifted him into the air with one of her hands while suffocating him under the horrified gaze of everyone present. "Who do you think you are to speak to me in that tone, insect? I am a dragon queen, as such you respect me, trash. If I want I can kill you and your family as well as the entire underworld, scum," Tiamat mentioned angrily as she increased the grip on her hand, which was held tightly by the silver-haired woman and the red-haired woman so that she would release the man who was beginning to lose his air under her death grip. "Tiamat, let him go," Grafia ordered seriously as she tried to get the furious dragon to release the demon. It would be a big problem for the Gremory clan if she killed him, but it was easier said than done, since the dragon was the strongest of her kind and surpassed her in strength. "Tiamat, Issei, please," Rias asked desperately as she tried to free her fiance. Although she hated him to death, she couldn't let her sister kill him. It would be a big problem for her family if she did. "No, I'd better kill him now and solve this whole problem. This trash deserves death," Tiamat commented coldly as she increased her strength. She was not willing to back down. It was already too much to have to endure the change of her master's home. She was going to kill him and his entire race. The situation was going from bad to worse, and if the furious dragon was not stopped, everything would go to hell. But it was not easy. Calming a dragon was not a simple task. They were very impulsive and let themselves be carried away by their emotions, anger being the most dangerous of all. For a moment Grafia thought about calling Serafall to come and control the situation, but she remembered that she would be busy with her work and doubted very much that she would answer her. And it was not only that, dragons are known for their freedom and way of being. They never obeyed anyone or did anything they did not like, and Tiamat was no exception, since she did not listen to anyone but. It was at that moment that Grafia remembered something very important regarding the dragon. "Tiamat, please stop. This is not what Issei wanted," Grafia declared, seriously managing to stop the furious dragon, who suddenly released Rahiizer from her grip after hearing the name of her beloved. But now the problem was different, and the silver-haired girl knew very well that she had touched a very sensitive nerve in the woman. "You don't know anything," Tiamat shouted furiously at Grafia while facing her and pointing her finger at her. After all these years that had passed since her master was absent, she had become very sensitive to the mention of her man's name. While all of Issei's lovers suffered from his absence, and some more than others, Tiamat was the one who suffered the most of them all, which was why she didn't like it at all when people spoke ill of her master, much less when they said the wrong things about him. That had been one of the reasons why she had left the underworld. If she had stayed there any longer, she probably would have ended up killing all the demons in a fit of rage to offend her man. "My master would support me with this. I don't understand why you don't. Serzex, Serafall, Ajuka, all of you became weak, and that's why the underworld is a failure. If he were here," Tiamat mentioned with frustration as she looked at her friend. There were even several tears that wanted to come out of her beautiful eyes, but she was not willing to let them. "But he's not here, right? Don't get me wrong, Tiamat. I'm with you and I share your pain, and you're probably right that he would agree with your actions, but you also know that he wouldn't want to see you stain your hands or your name with blood. Please calm down and don't intervene anymore. Do it for him," Grafia commented softly as she hugged the dragon, who returned the affection as she buried her face in her neck. "Fine, but I won't be held responsible if that idiot does something like that again," Tiamat replied a little calmer once she separated from her friend's hug and was going to sit at the desk under the watchful eyes of everyone, who let out a sigh of relief when they saw that she had already calmed down. "Mr. Rahiizer, I'm going to ask you to refrain from any comments and actions that threaten her life. I remind you that the Gremory house has the help of the strongest dragon queen of her kind, and she is the guardian of Rias Ojasama. Any action against her, Tiamat will act. If you think you can accuse her for her actions to the demonic council or the Maus, I remind you that she is not affiliated with the underworld, and also that she alone would be able to eradicate the entire underworld. So please do not provoke her any further, and let's go to the point of your visit if you are so kind," Grafia mentioned seriously after standing in front of the blonde who was lying on the ground catching his breath. "TSK. Riser Compel neighed as he stood up and looked at everyone seriously, avoiding the gaze of the dragon and the silver-haired girl at him. It would be stupid to start any conflict with the presence of the Chaos Dragon. "Well, Rias." Once he stood up, Riser turned his face towards where the redhead was sitting, but before he could continue with his words, she had interrupted him. "You better stop, Riser, I've told you before. I have no intention of marrying you," Rias commented seriously as she stood up from her seat and faced the blonde once the situation with her older sister had been controlled. "But Rias, I doubt your family will accept your whims to destroy it. Riser mentioned arrogantly while looking at the redhead, who according to him had everything to win. I don't want to destroy my family. On the contrary, I will welcome them with open arms, but it is my choice to choose who to marry. It is my life and I decide what to do with it. I decide how to adorn it. I decide how much I want to show. I decide how to take care of it. I decide if I want to have children or not. I decide who to share my sex life with. I decide my destiny, Rias declared with confidence and seriousness in her words as she looked at the man in front of her. She wasn't willing to give up, not when she had a brother like him. For a few seconds her gaze was placed on the painting of Issei Gremory. If he had been able to achieve great things at an age like hers, she would do it too. She couldn't disappoint her greatest admiration in the world and role model. Wherever she is once she is back home, she wants to be told that she fought until the end and gave her all defending her ideals, just like he had done. Unknowingly, that answer and the way she had said it, had brought a smile to the mysterious man who was listening to the whole situation, who made a small comment imperceptible to those present in the room. Not bad girl. Maybe Rias didn't know it at that moment, but she had gained certain points with the man. After the last great war there are few pure-blooded demons left. It is a problem that affects all demons. The Mao Asmodeus and the Demon Council have decided this thinking of our future. Riser commented seriously while looking at the redhead with defiance. Mao Asmodeus and the council were too hasty. I won't say it again, Riser, I will never marry you. Rias finished saying coldly as she took a step forward and faced her defiance. I am also the heir son of the Phoenix clan, and I cannot let the family name be taken away from me. Even if I have to burn all your slaves, I will take you back to the underworld. Riser mentioned seriously while he was surrounded by fire, but it was overshadowed by a breeze of cold air behind him. Please stop, Ojo-sama, Riser-sama. I am here by order of Serzex-sama and Serafall-sama, and I will not let anything happen in this meeting. Grafia declared coldly and seriously as she let out part of her power, freezing part of the ground beneath her, alerting everyone present in the room at such a display of power. That the strongest queen of the underworld says such things scares even me. Riser mentioned nervously as he decreased his power and calmed down. The last thing he wanted was to earn the wrath of the Queen of Lucifer. My masters predicted that this could happen and have instructed me to use a safe plan in an emergency situation. Grafia commented seriously as she looked at the blonde and the redhead. Emergency plan? What do you mean by that, Grafia? Rias asked doubtfully as she looked at the silver-haired girl, as did everyone else present, including Tiamat, since even she was unaware of that information. If the Ojo-sama decides to oppose the engagement in any way, I have been given permission to organize a rating game to resolve this. Grafia mentioned professionally while looking at the redhead. Rating game? Murayama asked doubtfully as he stood next to his friends. It's a game similar to chess, where the demons of each clan send their slaves to fight each other. Kiba commented to his friend while looking at his president. Chess? Murayama said somewhat doubtfully as she looked at the redhead. We have been given certain powers, in relation to the chess pieces, and that is why. Akeno finished saying while standing next to the brunette, while looking at her best friend. I've played that game many times before and I've won many. And you have no experience, and you don't have all the pieces to play there. Riser arrogantly declared to the redhead. The only ones qualified to compete in a rating game are pure-blooded demons. Akeno commented softly to her friends. Then, we are at a total disadvantage. Asya and Kate said nervously as they looked at the brunette. That's not our only disadvantage. Koneko mentioned seriously as she looked ahead and caught her friend's attention. Rias, let me ask you something just to confirm. Is this your complete team of servants? Riser asked arrogantly to the redhead as he looked at her. What would happen if that were the case? Rias asked seriously as she looked at the man in front of her. Ha! Riser laughed with amusement as he snapped his fingers. In that instant, the same magic circle he had come through appeared on the floor of the club, from which several flames emerged where a group of women appeared once the fire disappeared. These are my 15 pieces, in other words I have a complete set. Riser declared with superiority, as he approached his subordinates, and looked at the Gremory entourage with an air of grandeur. Among the women that had arrived several things could be highlighted. One of them was a woman with large and noticeable breasts, with long, wavy purple hair that fell all the way down her back and matching eyes. In the front, the right side of her hair fell over her chest and covered her right eye, while the left side fell near the top of her skirt. Her outfit was a dress that consisted of a navy blue tunic with gold detailing and a light blue skirt with open sides, also including black shoes. The top showed off much of her cleavage, and featured a gold necklace with blue and red gemstones. Over this, she wore a white coat with black and gold detailing and matching shoulder pads. For accessories, she wore a black headband with an orange-red jewel over her forehead to keep her long hair in place, and wielded a staff as a scepter in battles. She was the queen of Riser Phoenix, Ubeluna. There was also a young girl with shoulder-length brown hair, dressed in a sleeveless French-made uniform that revealed her cleavage, with a white lace design on the edges, as well as a maid headdress, half apron, and forearm-length fingerless gloves. She was one of Riser Phoenix's pawns, Burant. There was a young woman with light brown hair and green eyes. Her attire consisted of a full set of silver armor with black accents that looked to be a cross between a European knight and a Japanese samurai, and she wore a headband that crossed her hair and forehead. She was equipped with a broadsword and a dagger, both of which were held by brown belts hanging from her hips. She was one of Riser Phoenix's knights, Carloman. Standing beside him was a tall young woman with long, black hair with a dark blue tint to it, and brown eyes. Her hair featured 5 thin ponytails around her head, which were held up by a golden accessory on top of her head. Her outfit consisted of a white blouse with black detailing that was modeled after a Chinese cheongsam, red shorts, and knee-high armored boots with matching gauntlets. The top featured a diamond shape on the chest area, giving a view of her breasts and cleavage. She was one of Riser Phoenix's knights, Cirrus. There was also a woman with short, light brown hair and gray eyes. Her hair had 3 red highlights, and she wore a white mask that covered only the right side of her face. Her attire consisted of a black jacket with jeans. The jacket had wide shoulders and a collar, with 3 leather straps on both arms. It also had a slightly open neckline, revealing a bit of her large breasts. The jeans had a section that was cut off, also revealing a good part of her thighs and buttocks. She also had 3 leather straps that protruded from her calves, just below her ankles. She also had 2 additional straps on the leg of her right pants. She also wore black combat gloves and boots to enhance her strikes. She was one of Riser Phoenix's towers, Isabella. There were 2 very young girls with turquoise hair, which they kept tied to the side of their heads with a yellow ribbon, and blue eyes. They were both wearing gym uniforms, which consisted of white t-shirts with blue details, black leggings, and blue sneakers over knee-high socks, similar to the Kuo Academy girls' gym uniforms, though without the logo. They also wore an orange bracelet on their left wrist. They were one of Riser Phoenix's pawns, Isle and Nell. There was also another pair of twins who appeared to be in their late teens. Being twins, they sported similar appearances, with the main difference being one of them's red eyes and blue hair, in contrast to the other's blue eyes and red hair. Due to them being Nicomatus before being reincarnated as devils, they both ready-made their distinctive light brown cat ears with black stripes. They also wore ear piercings. They both wore very short, white sailor uniforms that exposed the abdomen, shoulders, and underside of the breasts, and wore short black skirts. They were one of Riser Phoenix's pawns, Lee and Ni. Next to them was a girl wearing a kimono with a purple, orange, and pink pattern with her hair tied on the opposite side. She was one of Riser Phoenix's bishops, Maihi. There was also a girl with blue hair and light brown eyes. She had a pigtail hairstyle, but instead of 2 she had 4, with 2 pointing up and the remaining 2 pointing down. At the front of her face, her bangs were parted across her forehead, and she also had bangs framing her face. Her outfit consisted of a white haori with a red obi, and she wore a red happy-like coat, bands on her forearms and shins, and on her feet she wore a pair of zore. She was one of Riser Phoenix's pawns, Mira. At his side was a well-endowed young woman of Chinese origin, with shoulder-length black hair and greenish-blue eyes. Her hair had 2 Chinese-style buns on either side of her head, while on her forehead she had a V-shaped fringe. Her outfit consisted of a navy blue dress with gold details. She had a white band on her stomach and also black low-heeled shoes. The dress was open in the chest area, giving a view of a large cleavage on her breasts. She was one of Riser Phoenix's towers, Shui. There was also a young woman with long pale blue hair and amber eyes. She had tan skin and was seen sporting a bikini consisting of an underwire bra and a silk loincloth that left her sides exposed. She also wore a silver tiara and neck rings with a blue and ruby gemstone respectively. Other accessories she wore included ruby earrings, neck rings with a blue gemstone, a snake-themed bracelet on her upper arm, and a sheer pink veil on both arms. She was one of Riser Phoenix's pawns, Sharia. Beside him was a girl with shoulder-length light brown hair and dark brown eyes, dressed in a sleeveless, buttoned-up French-made uniform with a white lace-up design, along with a standard-made headpiece, cuffs, and a white half-apron to wear. She was one of Riser Phoenix's pawns, Marion. And lastly there was a young girl with long blonde hair and dark blue eyes. Her hair was tied into 2 double ponytails of large curls, with blue ribbons to hold them in place. Her outfit was a light purple dress with dark purple accents and a blue bow at the front. At the back, 3 feather extensions mimicking a phoenix's tail stuck out from the dress. She was Ravo Phoenix, Riser Phoenix's younger sister, and also part of the blonde's entourage. 15. He has a full set of 15 women. What a vulgar guy. Murayama commented in astonishment and contempt as he looked at the blonde as a womanizer. Were all men belonging to the supernatural world like that? In fact, my friend, unlike in the human world, polygamy is well regarded in the supernatural world. Some races have very low birth rates, such as the demons, so it is not frowned upon for men or women to have a harem. Some form them to satisfy their carnal desires, others to show off, but I got to know a great man who formed one without even knowing it because of several women who were completely in love with him, and he with them. What I mean is that it is not bad for that man to have an entourage made up only of women. It is a common trait of supernatural beings. We dragons are polygamous, even you could have a harem or just a couple, that is up to each person. Drake mentally mentioned to his carrier upon hearing her thoughts. It was not bad to inform her of the case. Oh, I see, that changes things. But I still think that man is an idiot. Murayama commented out loud once he heard his companion's words, drawing the attention of everyone present but mainly Risers when he was insulted. Rias, this slave of yours seems to be against me. Riser mentioned seriously as he looked at the brunette. She hates perverts and womanizers. Something you definitely are. Rias replied mockingly to the blonde as she looked at him. That's it. Then in that case, Yubaluna. Riser commented arrogantly as he called out to his queen. The purple-haired girl didn't take a second to reach his side, and once done, Riser took her by the chin and kissed her with lust and passion, while caressing and touching the woman's breasts, eliciting moans from her. Those present in the club did not know how to react to this unpleasant spectacle that was before their eyes. Although it is not bad to show love for each other, Riser doing it in such a vulgar way made them all sick. Tiamat and Graphia looked at the man with displeasure. Rias and her subordinates looked at him with repulsion, but among all of them there was one who could not remain silent at what she was seeing. Damn you! How dare you touch another woman when you're the president's fiancé, you damn bastard! Murayama shouted furiously as she looked at Riser, who had stopped and was looking at her with a stupid smile on his face. Damn you, do you know what your position as a servant is? Riser mentioned seriously while looking at the brunette. I know perfectly well what it is, my position is. Murayama commented angrily as she took a step forward and looked with contempt at the man a few meters in front of her. Stop it, Murayama! Rias snapped seriously as she looked at her friend, who looked like she was going to attack her. Fiance. At any moment. It's about being Issei Gremory's servant. I'm nothing more or less than that. I don't need a shitty game. I'm going to destroy you right here. Murayama mentioned seriously as she launched herself into an attack against the blonde, who smiled arrogantly while waiting for her. Murayama. Asya and Kate shouted worriedly as they watched their friend go against the blonde. But the brunette couldn't take more than 3 steps, when an immense magical presence was felt throughout the room that frightened everyone present without exception. Even Graphia began to sweat at the display of power. And the one causing all this was none other than Tiamat, who was sitting at the desk with her hands on her chin and her elbows leaning against the table as she looked at everyone coldly. Everyone present noticed how the dragon was surrounded by a celestial aura and how the floor beneath her feet began to freeze. Even the temperature of the room began to drop. Tiamat, what are you? Graphia couldn't finish speaking as her friend interrupted her. Listen carefully everyone, I don't plan to allow any fighting in my academy. Murayama, you better calm down, and you boy, tone down that attitude of yours that's already starting to irritate me. If you want to fight, do it on the battlefield. Rias already said that she didn't plan on getting married. As such, the raiding game is inevitable. Regardless of whether you don't have enough pieces, you're still allowed to fight, so stop the nonsense and end all this once and for all. Tiamat commented coldly, causing each of those present to have a chill run down their spine at the intimidating presence that the dragoness showed at that moment. Tiamat was already fed up with so much going back on the subject. The dragons weren't very patient, let's say, and she was already starting to get tired. That's why she had decided to end the meeting once she saw that Graphia wasn't going to do it. Besides, she didn't want any problems in her academy, since afterwards she was the one who had to fix everything while signing many papers for collateral damage, something very boring for her. Oh, how much she wanted to go back to that time where she and her master spread chaos and destruction to their enemies and sometimes death. Just thinking about it made her get emotional. Seeing the state of the dragon, everyone present understood that it was time to end the meeting. Murayama returned with frustration to his friend's side after being scolded by his director, but he knew she was right. It was not yet time to fight. Rias also approached her group, which Riser imitated with his own, while they both stared at each other. Okay, Tiamat Wani-san. Riser, let's solve this problem with a rating game. Rias declared seriously, surprising her friends behind her as she looked at the blonde boy coldly. She had already decided she would fight for her freedom just like her older brother had done. For some strange reason she felt her necklace emit a weak pulse of energy at her declaration, so she brought one of her hands to her chest and held the hanging sword tightly. As you command, Oju-sama. Grafia commented seriously, ending the meeting. I'll be waiting for you, my dear Rias. See you in the game. Riser finished saying as he retreated through a magic circle from the occult research club with his subordinates. Once the blonde had left, the room fell into silence for a few seconds, but this was broken by the beautiful maid, who had turned around to see the dragon and claim her way of doing things while the members of Rias group sat on the throne for alls more comfortably as they no longer had to worry about the heir of the Phoenix clan. The redhead being the one who imitated her friends and sat down while letting out a sigh of resignation at everything that had happened today. At least now she had the chance to avoid her engagement, she just had to win that meeting. What a way to end things, friend, at least you should have been less rude. Grafia commented with amusement as she turned to see the dragon. At least there was. Grafia couldn't continue speaking as she went silent once she turned around completely, and looked at the dragon, or rather what was behind her, leaning on the club window looking outside. The demon's blood ran cold, her heart began to beat hard, her breathing became erratic as the seconds passed, her body went stiff without giving any sensation that she was going to move soon, her beautiful face turned pale, her body began to tremble, and her vision, without giving any signs of blinking, was fixed on a single point, while several tears began to accumulate in the corners of her beautiful eyes. Tiamat looked at her friend in confusion. It seemed that she had frozen in place since she didn't move an inch while she looked at her, or well, that was what she thought. Did she have something on her face? Just when she was going to ask her what was wrong, the silver-haired girl murmured a word with her trembling lips that was inaudible to the dragon. Nisan. Grafia whispered in complete shock as she looked towards the window of the occult research club, where she saw her older brother standing in the window frame, but after finally blinking there was no one in that area anymore. Had she imagined it? Or had it been real? With her heart in her hand and her nerves out, Grafia shamelessly moved quickly towards the club window, pushing several of the members of Rias' entourage in the process, even Tiamat herself, who had gotten up from her seat to go to her before her hysterical outbursts. But really, the silver-haired girl didn't care what she was doing. Her mind was somewhere else. Tears came to the surface as she got closer to the window, something that surprised everyone present in the room, but even more so Rias and Tiamat, who had no idea what was happening to the silver-haired girl. Once she reached the window, Grafia hysterically began to look outside as if she was looking for something, or rather someone. Nisan. Grafia whispered desperately as she looked outside through the window frame with half of her body facing out. But she couldn't see anything but students and teachers walking around the academy campus. Had she really imagined it? No, she couldn't, she didn't want to. Her tears ran down her cheeks as she looked desperately outside in search of her brother. It was at that moment that she managed to see among a crowd of students a man with brown hair, his back turned, wearing a crimson trench coat, walking towards the outskirts of the academy. Was it really him? Was it really her brother? Her heart was beating like crazy, her breathing was constant, and her tears fell harder. Grafia, what happened? Tiamat couldn't finish speaking once she reached the silver-haired girl, since she did something she didn't expect. Nisan. Grafia shouted in desperation as she jumped out the window and went after her alleged brother. None of those present in the clubroom expected that reaction from the maid. No one knew what to say or do about it since they had been taken completely off guard. Rias and her group were motionless in their seats as they looked out the window. They didn't know if they should get up and go for the hysterical woman or stay there in their places. But if it was about being affected, Tiamat was the one who was in a state of total shock, had Grafia said Nisan. That was what was going through the beautiful dragon's mind as the situation developed, and she stood watching through the window totally static as the maid ran in a hurry towards the exit of the academy. On the other hand, after falling to the ground, Grafia didn't waste another second and began to run as fast as she could towards the exit of the academy with her heart racing and her tears coming out. Her thoughts were only directed to a specific name. Issei. That was all she was thinking about as she made her way through the students. She didn't know if it was a bad turn of events or just bad luck, but for every second she got closer to that man, a student or teacher crossed her path, which made her retrace her steps and move away from her goal. But still she wasn't willing to give up, not until she verified if that man was really her brother. And if it was him, he wondered, why did he run away from her? She was his little sister, the one who always bothered him just to get his attention and affection. If it really was him, why didn't he listen to her? Didn't he know that she had many things to tell him? Didn't he know that she had missed him like never before all these years? Didn't he know that her life hadn't been the same since he left that day? He didn't know that she wanted to be in his arms and hear him say, "I'm back, little sister." Grafia only thought that if it really was him, that for what he loved most in the world, that he should please listen to her. "Nissan. Nissan. Nissan." Grafia shouted in desperation and tears as she pushed her way through the students and teachers without caring if she knocked them down or hurt them in the process, all the while getting closer and closer to her presumptuous brother. After a few seconds of her run and moving the last human that was in her way, there was nothing stopping her from reaching her goal. Grafia stretched out her hand to reach that male silhouette a few steps in front of her. The sunlight hit her eyes, so it was difficult for her to verify if it was her brother, but what she could see was the crimson trench coat he was wearing. He was close, and there was nothing stopping her from achieving her goal, or at least that's what she thought, since all progress on her part was interrupted when a human suddenly got in her way, causing her to end up hitting him and fall to the ground, losing sight of her brother. Without even apologizing or turning to see if the human was okay, Grafia quickly got up and began to search with her gaze for that man she had seen before. But no matter where she looked, there was no one around her anymore, only students entering and leaving the academy. That man had disappeared. Had she really imagined it all? No, 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 where are you? Where are you? Nissan. Nissan. Grafia screamed in desperation as she cried and turned to look everywhere, but there was nothing but students and teachers from the academy. Without even knowing it, she was the center of attention, as several students and teachers looked at her with confusion and mockery. But that didn't matter to her in the least, as she had more important things to think about than to worry about trifles. Nissan. Grafia screamed loudly as she fell to her knees on the ground and screamed at the sky in despair. But at that very moment she felt arms wrap around her back and position themselves on her waist. So she turned her face back, totally hoping that it was her brother, but great was her disappointment when she saw that it was only Tiamat who had arrived at her side, as well as the members of the Occult Research Club, who were around her while she was hugged by the dragon. Had she been wrong? Had she really been wrong? Frustration, sadness, helplessness, all that and more were enough to make the always stoic and serious Grafia break down. The beautiful demon hugged the dragon tightly as she buried her face between her breasts and cried like she had never done in her life. Because today she had remembered the greatest sadness that her life harbored, the absence of her older brother. While she cried, her thoughts were a mess, since she swore she had seen Issei, and at this moment she was debating whether she had really done so or had it just been a product of her imagination. On the other hand, Tiamat was hugging and cradling her friend in her chest while caressing her back and letting it fall apart. She didn't care if she wet her blouse. At this moment the silver-haired girl's health was more important. She had once come out of her shock when she was in the club room. She had run out the door to go after her friend, something that everyone else imitated. That were in the room. They had all witnessed how the maid ran desperately towards the exit of the academy, chasing something or someone while constantly shouting, "Listen." The members of the Gremory entourage did not know exactly who the silver-haired girl was referring to, but Rias and Tiamat did, since they knew very well who Grafia was referring to with that man, which had caused their hearts to race when they considered that he had returned and that the maid had seen him previously, and that was why she was going towards the exit of the academy. But the truth was that Rias and Tiamat, no matter how hard they tried, did not see anyone but humans in their path, which made them wonder if he was really there. It did not take long for them to find the silver-haired girl, but she was lying on the ground while crying and screaming to the sky in pain, something never seen before from her. Faced with the situation, Rias ordered her friends to disperse the people who were approaching to see the spectacle that was taking place. Riding the maid, and while they were busy keeping everyone away and giving the woman space on the ground, Tiamat had come to her while hugging her and letting her unburden herself on her chest. "Grafia, what happened? Why did you get like that, friend?" Tiamat asked softly without letting go of her friend once she saw that she calmed down a little, while she hugged her tightly, and had her face resting between her breasts. "Sniff, Tiamat, I saw it. I swear I saw Nissan. Sniff, I saw him sitting on the windowsill and then walking towards the exit of the academy." Sniff, I'm not crazy, I know it was him. He had the same hair color as her and was wearing a crimson trench coat. Sniff, I know it was him, but no matter how much I called him he wouldn't stop. Didn't he hear me? Did he forget about me? You must think I'm wrong, but I know what I saw. Sniff, please believe me. Grafia commented through tears as she hugged her friend tighter. SHHH, he created you, my friend, he created you. In fact, I experienced something similar yesterday. I don't know if it's a sign that we will see him again very soon or if it's that he is already among us, but he doesn't want to show himself yet, but he wants to let us know that he is already among us with these signs. I don't know, Grafia. The only thing we can do is wait and see what happens, so please try to calm down. You know well that Issei wouldn't like to see his pretty little sister cry. Tiamat mentioned softly as she hugged her friend and shed a tear as she considered the idea that her master could already be among them. He had had that thought since yesterday, and what had happened to him during the afternoon, those mysterious words whispered in his ear must have been a sign. He had locked himself in his office where he spent hours thinking about what had happened to him, where he came to a single conclusion. The return of his master was near. He felt it in his heart, as if his heart were telling him to prepare to receive him, and with what Grafia had seen and said today, that thought had gained more strength. Come on, let's go back to the club. A cup of tea would be good for you right now, and in case you hadn't noticed, you put on a show all over campus, so it's best to get going. Tiamat commented as she stood up and helped the silver-haired girl do so, who wiped away her tears and smiled at her once she was standing. You're right, Tiamat. I don't doubt what I saw because I'm sure of myself, but if he really is back and hasn't shown himself, it must be for a reason. I can only wait and see what happens from now on, and wait for his return. Let's go back to the club. Grafia mentioned once she recovered from her emotional state as she smiled and began to walk towards the old building with the dragon at her side. As she walked, the beautiful demon only had one last thought. Listen, if you're seeing me, I want you to know that I love you very much and that I look forward to your return. Was the last thing the beautiful maid thought as she walked. As Demon and Dragon headed towards the Occult Research Club, followed by its members, on the roof of the academy stood a tall man with brown hair, a toned body, violet eyes, wearing black pants and shoes and a crimson trench coat. This man stood on the edge of the roof with his arms crossed as he stared at the beautiful dragon and demon with love and happiness. You haven't changed at all, little sister. These centuries have only increased your beauty. I really must consider whether to continue calling you old lady. We will meet again very soon, until then just be patient. The days are counting and my return is very close to happening. The man commented to no one in particular while moving his gaze forward, and seconds later he disappeared from the area, leaving behind a sea of doubts and unanswered questions. Once back at the club, Grafia being calmer informed the Gremory entourage that they had 10 days before the meeting with the heir of the Phoenix clan, and after revealing that information she left for the underworld to inform the Mao Lucifer of the situation. With that said, Rias knew very well that she could not waste those days, so she asked Tiamat for permission to be absent and go train with her team during those days. The dragon, without thinking much, had accepted. She only had to inform the student council about the situation, but nothing complicated. With that said, the entire Gremory group began to prepare for the day of combat. The next day the Gremory group left for the mountain, where one of the Gremory family mansions was located, where their training would take place for the meeting with the heir of the Phoenix clan. Note: this will be a brief summary of what happened. Without Issei present it becomes very tedious to do this part, since he is the protagonist of the story and until he is included some things are irrelevant. During the course of the 10 days that Rias and her group had to prepare, they made the most of their time, dedicating it solely to strengthening themselves and surpassing their limits. The first 3 days, Rias and Akeno were in charge of instructing Asuya and Murayama in the magical art. Since they were the newest, they had to dedicate more attention to them and their entertainment. The blonde bishop had managed to learn at an accelerated pace in her lessons, demonstrating to have a high magical level, very different from the brunette carrier of Drake, who found it difficult to use magic, even more considering that Rias had forbidden her to use her sacred gourd during training, but it was to obtain favorable results in the end. On the other hand, Kates joined her partner Kiba during that time in his training, since they both handled the same weapon. Fighting and practicing together would only make their fighting level increase. Another who joined them was Yuma. With his handling of the element of light he could create spears or swords that would help him fight, so he had joined his companions to perfect his technique. For another 3 days, Murayama was put to train alongside Koneko to strengthen her body and stamina. Since the white-haired girl was one of Rias' towers, training and fighting against her would help the brunette strengthen her body under the supervision of the redhead. while Akeno was in charge of teaching Asuya styles of magical uses and strengthening her sacred equipment for better use when peeling. The last 4 days, Rias used them to establish confrontations between her members so that they could learn how the different pieces fought when acting, in addition to also using those days to train her magic with Akeno to obtain a better performance at the time of combat. In the end, once 9 days passed and being only 1 day away from the match against the Phoenix Heir, the Gremory group had finally finished their training, obtaining great results. Despite the little time they had had to prepare, they managed to increase their levels considerably. Katiz improved and perfected her sword technique, even materializing flames on the blade of her sacred gear, which seriously injured those it touched. Another who improved in that area was Kiba, who managed to increase the use of his sacred gird. Sword Birth. A tool with the ability to create numerous demonic swords, each with its own attributes and properties at its disposal. Thanks to the training, the blonde had managed to make the blades of these swords could also emerge from any surface within the limited area of him. Yuma, thanks to practice, managed to increase his magic levels, as well as improve his technique with weapons and the handling of the element of light. While his sister Asuya had managed to increase her magic capacity and learn a few defensive spells thanks to the tutelage of her master's queen, as well as a better use of her sacred gird. Little Koneko with her training had managed to increase her strength and endurance, as well as her hand-to-hand combat technique. Of all of them, the one who had OBTI made good results had been Murayama, who had managed to improve her resistance and learn a little of Koneko's hand-to-hand fighting style. Despite the fact that during that time she could not excel much in the magical field, barely being able to create a couple of spells, once she finished her training and Rias allowed her to use her sacred gird, the results of her training were better seen. Thanks to the improvement in her body, she could use her equipment for longer without the need to get tired. Filling up to achieve that, the boosted gear could transform into the boosted gear gift, giving it the ability to transfer the increased power to other people or objects. This could also be used in a certain part of the user's body, such as the eye, to improve vision, without a doubt something that would come in handy for the Gremory group. Finally, Rias and Akeno improved and expanded their magic reserves to great levels. The brunette increased the effectiveness and damage of her electric attacks, while the redhead improved in the use of her power inherited from her mother. Maybe not at the level of her brothers, but she was on the right track. No one can improve overnight just like that. That takes time and patience. And after arduous training by all the members of the Gremory entourage, the time of the duel was near for all of them. With 1 night left before the game began, the night sky fell upon the Gremory mansion, and while all its inhabitants slept peacefully to be ready for tomorrow, there was one person who was awake while standing on the balcony of the house, taking a breath and planning his moves to make in his encounter with the Phoenix Heir, as he was not an easy opponent. Damn, our opponent is a phoenix. Represented as a fierce and immortal bird, Riser will not be an easy opponent to defeat. I believe he is invulnerable. If attacked, he will regenerate regardless of the damage. That gives him an advantage, and so far he has not lost a single match. But I am a Gremory, and as such I cannot give up. My brothers fought for their ideals and won. Now it is my turn to do so and prove that I also belong to that family, that I am also a Gremory, and also that I am worthy of being Issei Gremory's sister. Rias commented tiredly while sitting on the railing of the mansion's balcony with a notebook in her hands and looking up at the starry night sky in front of her. I asked myself, how would my siblings face a phoenix? Mom once told me that they had taken the power of destruction to another level. Perhaps for them it would not be a challenge to face an immortal being. But I do not have a power as great as them to face it like that without more. In this case, my best option is to damage Riser's mind. His body is immortal and can regenerate, but his mind cannot. It could also reduce his magic reserves. It is not an easy task, but it is the best I have. Rias whispered while looking at the moon above her with her right hand holding her necklace. Oni-san, wherever you are, I want to tell you that I'm about to fight for my dreams and ideals just like you did at the time. I will give my best in this fight, and I will not give up until my body can no longer give in. That's why wherever you are, give me the strength to not falter and fall before my enemies. I love you, Oni-san, and I hope to meet you soon. Good night. Was the last thing Rias said before falling asleep, prey to the exhaustion that flooded her while she thought about her older brother. And if the redhead had been awake, she would have seen a brown-haired man descend from the sky until he ended up landing next to her, while he looked at her seriously for a few seconds. At that moment, Ascalon emitted a flickering glow of light as if he were reacting to the man looking at the Gremory heiress. Hello, old friend. Issei commented with a smile on his face as he looked at his sword turned into a necklace resting between the redhead's chest, whom he lifted princess style and carried to one of the Sohn for alls present on the balcony, where he gently laid her down while materializing a blanket with his magic and silently covered her with it. "It's not time to come back with me yet, my friend. I need you to do something for me during the day tomorrow. If you see that she's in danger, please protect her. Can I count on you, Ascalon?" Issei asked with a smile on his face as he crouched in front of the Zone for all while he lovingly caressed the redhead's head while she was sleeping and smiled unconsciously at his touch. At that moment Ascalon emitted an intense glow, letting Issei know that he was confirming his request, which caused the brown-haired boy to smile pleased as he stood up from his spot and stared at his sister in silence. "Show me what you are capable of, Rias. No matter how difficult the situation is, I know you can find a way to overcome it. And if you lose, well, they say the world belongs to the winners. And this has two ways of being seen. Either we limit ourselves to believing that we always have to come first, or we enjoy the experience paying attention to every detail. Rias, in life sometimes you win and always learn, it's that simple, because in failure there is a great lesson. The lesson that teaches us that this is not the way to get there. Because when things go wrong we will test our strength, energy and willingness to achieve what we want. Because when we fail we can discover how much interest we have in what we are trying. Because life is like that, they are lessons and learnings. Sometimes when you lose you win. I'll be watching you, little sister, give your best in tomorrow's match. Whatever the result I will be pleased with your performance. We will meet very soon, of course, you will not have it easy with me. Until then, good night." Issei finished saying as he rose into the sky and left the mansion, leaving behind the sleeping redhead, who whispered a few words while dreaming. Oni-san. The next day, Occult Research Club. At this moment the night was falling in the human world and in the Kuo Academy, in one of the many clubs that there were. All the members of the GREMORY entourage were gathered in the research club room waiting for the duel with their mistresses' fiance to begin to define their destiny. The young Kiba was polishing and sharpening his sword while sitting on one of the Zone for alls in the room. Little Koneko was playing a portable video game while patiently waiting for the duel to begin. The young ladies Akeno and Rias were drinking cups of tea in complete tranquility to relieve the stress and nerves in their person. The young Murayama and Keitase were reading some books to distract their minds and not succumb to fear. And finally the sisters Yuma and Asya were talking to each other about topics related to the academy and their studies while they waited for time to pass and the time to go to the meeting will come. Just what I expected, everyone is very calm, Murayama thought as he put his book aside and looked at all his friends. It is better to have a calm mind before fighting. There is no point in worrying or being afraid, since this is harmful when acting, Drake mentioned mentally to his partner while he saw the situation through her eyes. It was at that moment that the main doors of the room opened where three women could be seen entering the room. One of them was the director of the academy, Tiamat. And behind her came a young woman with glasses, a slender figure, black hair styled in a short bob cut and purple eyes, and she was also wearing the female uniform of the Kuo Academy. She was Sona Citri, the younger sister of Serafall Leviathan and the current heiress of the Citri clan after her older sister took the position of the Mao Leviathan. She is also a third-year student of Kuo Academy and the president of the Academy's student council and a childhood friend and rival of Issei Gremory. Her alias at Kuo Academy is Sana Shitori, and she is the third most popular girl at the Academy, behind Rias and Akeno. Beside him was a young woman wearing glasses with long, straight black hair that extended to her knees, with parted bangs and heterochromic eyes, with a violet left eye and a light brown right eye. She was also wearing the Kuo Academy female school uniform. She also wore blue half-framed glasses with square lenses. She was Tsubaki Shinra, a third-year student at Kuo Academy and the vice president of the student council, as well as the queen of Sona, not to mention that she was the fourth most popular girl at the academy. Once the three beautiful women had fully entered the room, they caught the attention of everyone present in the room, as everyone had stopped what they were doing and set their sights on them. "Excuse me," Sona mentioned respectfully once she entered the room while looking at the redhead. "Good evening, Sona," Rias replied cordially to her friend while sitting at her desk. "The student council president and the vice president. What are they doing here?" Keitase asked doubtfully as she looked at the two black-haired girls, since she hadn't expected their arrival. She understood that Headmistress Tiamat was there for her master, but them. The raiding game is monitored by other demon clans, and they will be in charge of monitoring yours. Tiamat commented seriously as she sat down on one of the Zone for alls in the room. "We volunteered because it's Ria's first game," Sona mentioned seriously as she looked at the redhead. "I will show you a fight that will make you feel proud to be considered my rival," Rias responded enthusiastically as she looked at her friend in a challenging manner. It was at that moment after finishing her words that a magic circle appeared in the center of the room, from which Graphia emerged seconds later with her stoic expression, while wearing her maid outfit. "Rias-sama, are you ready?" Graphia asked when she arrived at the club while looking at the redhead in front of her. "Yes, Graphia Winnie-san," Rias answered with confidence in her words as she looked at the silver-haired girl firmly. There was no turning back, she had to fight and show what she was made of. "When it's time to begin, this magic circle will send them to the battlefield," Graphia mentioned seriously as she headed to where the dragon was. "The battlefield?" Asia said, somewhat confused by what she had heard. "It's a dimension specially created for the game. It's outside the normal world so you can be as reckless as you want," Akeno commented with amusement as she informed the blonde about the event. "I'll return to the monitoring room, I hope you succeed, Rias," Sona mentioned as she left the club with her queen under the redhead's attentive gaze. "By the way, Lucifer-sama will be watching this battle," Graphia commented, drawing the attention of the Gremory heiress, who turned to look at her with a surprised expression. "I see, Oni-sama," Rias whispered, a little nervous at the idea that her brother would be watching her, all the more reason she should win. But unknown to her, Serzex wouldn't be the only one of her brothers who would be watching her fight. For some strange reason at that moment the redhead felt a pang in the middle of her breasts, right where her necklace rested. "Oh come on, for the love of God. Why do you call him Lucifer-sama instead of Anata? You really had a crush on Serzex since you were kids, huh, you naughty girl?" Tiamat mentioned with amusement as she gently nudged the silver-haired girl's sides with her elbow, who had blushed slightly at her words. "Tiamat, you look prettier when you're quiet," Graphia commented with shame and anger to her friend while stepping on one of her feet. "Anyway, not only the Mao Lucifer will be watching the match, Leviathan-sama, Beelzebub-sama, Mira-Jean-sama and Yui-sama, as well as their parents, all of them will be watching the fight," Graphia informed the redhead once she recovered from the embarrassment caused by the dragon. "Sama here, Sama this, Sama that, are you serious, Graphia? You've known us since you were a child, stop with the formalities once and for all. Are you going to tell me that you'll also call him with such respect when you see him?" Tiamat mentioned in desperation, while staring at the silver-haired girl. "Of course I do. As long as I'm on work hours I must show respect to my masters. Even if it's him it doesn't change anything, in fact I already have the perfect name to refer to him. Idiot-sama, Imbecile-sama, Brute-sama are some of the names I have in mind, not bad, right?" Graphia commented with amusement, as she imagined herself naming her brother like that during work. She also thought of her beating him up like her husband for not doing his job. Definitely a good scenario. "There are things that don't change," Tiamat whispered with a drop of sweat running down her head as she looked at the demon with a poker face. At that moment, the circle through which Graphia had come turned a deep red color, that being the signal for all the members of the Gremory entourage to prepare for the encounter against the heir of the Phoenix clan. "It's almost time," Graphia mentioned seriously once she came out of her thoughts, while she and Tiamat positioned themselves in front of the magic transportation circle. "Well, let's go," Rias commented seriously as she stood up from her seat, being imitated by her servants. Once standing, all of them went to the center of the room and entered the magic circle beneath their feet. Within seconds each of them began to fade away between molecules of light, implying that they were being transported to the combat arena. There was no turning back. The last to disappear from the room had been Rias, who looked at the two beautiful women in front of her nervously. "Good luck, Rias. Go and show everyone that you are a Gremory. Remember what your goal is," Graphia and Tiamat said in unison as they pointed with their hands towards where the painting of the king of the underworld was hanging and watched the Gremory heiress disappear, who smiled at them before leaving at their words. And so, the fight for a dream was about to begin. And while Rias fought to protect her ideals, unknowingly she would be being watched not only by her family, but also by the man she admired with all her being. The hands of the clock were already turning and the time to reveal herself to the world was near. It was only a matter of time before the true and only king would show himself to the world. The rating game day had arrived in the blink of an eye, and today Rias Gremory's fate would be decided. If she won, she would be freed from the engagement imposed by the Demon Council and the Mao Asmodeus with the heir of the Phoenix clan, Riser Phoenix. But if she lost, she would be forced to marry the man, and not only that, but she would also be unworthy of the recognition of the man she idolized. In the underworld, in one of the main event halls, a group of devils had gathered. All of them wore elegant clothes, and it was clear from their attitudes and manners that they were high-class devils. With the time that Issei had been away, the devils of the underworld had returned to their old traditions, as they believed that being pure of demonic blood made them better than the reincarnated devils who in most cases are humans who accepted the life of a devil. Sadly, the true society and Issei's underworld was not based on old traditions that would lead to the extinction of the race, and that was yet to be proven. Within those devils were the oldest, who were the counselors of the underworld, and who had altered the kingdom of Issei. They were the ones in charge of the situations of the nobles and imposed their decisions without the consent of the Maos, who could do nothing to interfere in these matters since they could not give the image of leaders who abused their power when something bothered them in those decisions. Serafall, Ajuka and Serzex could not risk themselves like that, either them nor their family. They were not Issei, who cared little about what they thought of him and what his actions would cause. No, they could not be like him. The current Maos were only political symbols very different from what they were when Issei was present. At this time, despite their title, they did not yet have the power to say that their orders were absolute. That was the demonic nobility, rotten and corrupt. That was not the underworld that Issei had left them. To Serzex. In the same hall, Zeoticus and Vanillana Gremory stood beside two blonde-haired people. They were the current leaders of the Phoenix clan. The day has finally arrived, Zeoticus. We will see if the Gremory and the Phoenix finally unite to procreate new descendants. Lord Phoenix commented excitedly for what seemed inevitable in the meeting of his son and the Gremory heiress. That remains to be seen, Lord Phoenix. We must wait to see how things go. It is too early to declare victory. Zeoticus mentioned seriously, and with disgust to the man while touching his shoulder to calm his emotion. After all, his daughter was the one involved in this terrible situation. Not to be boastful or anything, but my son's team is strong and they have experience in the raiding game while Rias doesn't. I'm not saying he'll do badly, but the outcome of the battle, if it can be considered one, is inevitable. Lady Phoenix commented confidently while someone seemed to refute that. Don't underestimate my daughter, the same thing they had done with Issei, and look how it turned out, the original Mao's dead. My daughter is a Gremory, she might give you a surprise. Vanillana mentioned seriously to the two blondes while looking at them in a bad way. Meanwhile, several demons were already gathered in the hall and were being attended to by the maids of the place. It seemed that almost everything was ready. Vanillana was worried inside about what would happen in this raiding game that would decide the fate of her daughter. I see that everyone has arrived. A red-haired man commented forcefully as he entered the room. His presence alone made everyone present bow since he was the current Mao Lucifer. Next to him was a beautiful girl who looked like she was in her teens with black hair tied in two ponytails and purple eyes. She was the current Mao Leviathan. Wow, it seems everything is ready for the show, Serzex. Serafall mentioned with excitement, and somewhat seriously when she saw the two blondes who were talking to her in-laws. Please wait patiently for the start of the raiding game, and now enjoy all the food and drink services. Serzex commented, giving his best smile as he spoke while everyone else nodded, and then, accompanied by the black-haired girl, he walked to greet his parents and the Phoenixes. By the way, Serafall, what about the girls? Serzex asked his friend with doubt as they walked towards their parents. Tiamat didn't want to come, so Yui and Mirajine went to bring her by force. Don't worry, they'll be here soon. Serafall mentioned with a smile to her friend while waving to her beloved mother-in-law with her hand. While that was happening in the hall where the devils would watch the raiding game of the Gremory and Phoenix heirs, the Gremory group had already made their appearance on the battlefield where the match would take place, but this place was strangely very familiar to them. Since they were in the Occult Research Club, weren't they going to be transported? Ugh! Murayama exclaimed once he opened his eyes and noticed that they were still in the Occult Research Club room. Weren't they going to be transported to the combat arena? Nothing has changed. Asia mentioned with confusion as she looked around and didn't notice any change in the environment. Did the transfer not work? Kates commented in the same state as her friends while looking around. Listen up, everyone. We welcome you to the Gremory and Phoenix clans. I am a servant of the Gremory clan, Grafia. This battlefield was created according to Rias-sama and Riser-sama's advantages. The school in the human world that Miss Rias-sama attends, we have provided an exact replica of it. Grafia's voice was heard throughout the area through a transmission that caught the attention of all the members of the Gremory entourage. A replica? Murayama asked doubtfully as he looked at his master. Look outside. Rias mentioned as she turned to look at her subordinates. At that moment, Murayama, Kates and Asia approached the nearest window in the room and opened it, being surprised in the process by what they had before their eyes. The sky. The trio of women said in unison when they saw how the sky in the area was totally different from the one normally seen in the academy, since it was a strange shade of green and flowed in many directions as if they were streams of water, only these were up there instead of on the ground. It's an alternate dimension, they simply created a replica of the academy. Rias commented calmly in amazement at her newest pieces. How much power do demons have? Murayama whispered, somewhat impressed at how the entire school campus had been perfectly copied. You would faint if you ever saw the strongest demon in person. Let's just say that this doesn't compare to what that person could do. Murayama heard Drake say through a mental link with her. Listen, the places you were transported to are your respective bases. Rias-sama's base is the old school building where the Occult Research Club meets. Riser-sama's base will be at the Student Council office. If a pawn manages to reach the enemy's base, he or she can be promoted immediately. Grafia mentioned through the communication that was maintained throughout the area. Then if I manage to get into the Student Council I can be promoted to Queen immediately. Murayama commented excitedly while bumping her fists and looking at her master. Ara, it's not that easy, Murayama. Akeno mentioned with her funny tone while letting out a small laugh. Remember that it works for both parties. If one of your pawns enters this building, they can also be promoted. We need at least one person to stay to defend the base. Kiba commented softly, making it clear to the brunette that she couldn't act hastily. You're right, even though I hate to admit it. Murayama muttered with resignation as he dropped his shoulders in regret. It was at that moment that Koneko began to distribute small luminous devices to everyone present, confusing Murayama, Keitase, Asuya and Yuma about their use and utility. What is this? A candy? Yuma asked in confusion as he looked at the object in his hands without coming to any specific conclusion about its use. With this we will communicate in battle, a gift and invention from Yuweni-san. Rias reported calmly while placing the device in her ear. It looks like a transmitter. Keitase whispered as she put on the device, being imitated by the other members of the Gremory entourage. Now we will begin the game. Grafia mentioned seriously through the campus broadcast. Phoenix Base. While that was happening in the student council, Riser was sitting on a Sone for all while he had two of his pieces on his legs while he caressed their breasts, and listened attentively to the broadcast. Behind him and the Sone for all were his other pieces, all of them waiting for the game to start to bring victory to their king. This job is too easy for you, but don't hold back. Destroy them completely. We must finish off that proud crimson-haired woman. This stupid game is pointless. Riser commented arrogantly and amused as he sat on the couch enjoying handling his pieces. Gremory Base. The enemy's base is the student council office. Going through the courtyard is the fastest way to get there, but Rias mentioned as she looked at a map of the academy lying on her desk while it was surrounded by her servants as they prepared a plan to act in the battle. You can see it perfectly from the student council. Koneko commented while analyzing the plans and terrain on the map. Yes, the risk is too great. Rias sighed tiredly as she searched for a way to attack without being directly seen by the enemy, which was difficult since she was usually more into attack than strategy. Something her family always teased her for, telling her that she was a lot like her older brother in that sense. To her shame and happiness, she liked having a similar point with him, but she wished it was a less embarrassing one. So should we go through the training grounds behind the student council? Murayama suggested after analyzing the situation. I think that's what the enemy is hoping we'll do. They'll probably have knights and towers there. Rias mentioned analytically as she pointed her finger at an area titled Clubhouse on the map. It's a pretty obvious first move. Akeno commented with her arms crossed and a serious expression on her face. President, we could see the student council from the gymnasium well. Could we try going there first? Besides, it's close to our base and could help us gather information. Kiba mentioned after finding a possible solution to his problem while pointing at the suggested spot on the map. In terms of chess, the gym is the center. Whoever takes control of that place first will gain a huge advantage. So it's decided. I think a powerful rook rather than a skilled knight would be more suitable for this task. Rias commented as she looked at Koneko and Kiba. Understood. Koneko replied after understanding her master's intentions. War is difficult. Asuya whispered after seeing the preparations that were carried out before a fight. Well, the only thing we can do is trust our president and follow her orders. Yuma whispered to his sister, placing one of his hands on her shoulder to comfort her. It's true. Asuya replied with a smile on her face as she looked at her sister. We need to defend our front line first. Kiba Koneko, set some traps in the forest. Rias ordered as she looked at the named ones seriously. Understood, Madam President. Kiba and Koneko responded at the same time to their master's order. Then we're leaving. Kiba mentioned as he turned around and walked out of the room with Koneko by his side to go fulfill his master's order. Akeno Yuma, after the traps are set, cast some spells around the perimeter of the forest and in the sky. Rias ordered, looking at the all for honor mentioned ones, who nodded at her words. Understood, Madam President. Both brunettes responded respectfully, then left the room to go fulfill their mission. President, what about us? Kate said doubtfully when she saw that only she, Murayama and Asia were left in the room with the redhead. Asia, who is in charge of healing the wounded, will stay here with me. If she gets hurt, we will have no one to heal us. As for Murayama, I will remove some of the restrictive magic I used on her. Rias mentioned as she approached the brunette and placed her hand on her chest, transmitting a pulse of energy throughout her being. My power, I feel it coming out from deep within my body. Murayama thought as he felt his energy levels rise to a new level. I already told you that I restricted you to help you develop during training, right? I did it because your body wasn't strong enough to withstand your powers at the time. That's why I divided them into many places and put a seal on each of them. I just released the seals. Rias commented once she removed her hand from the brunette while looking into her eyes. So this power I'm feeling through my body? Murayama asked with a bit of shock on his person as he felt his new levels. It's part of your own power. You needed a strong body and a better understanding of the boosted gear to unleash it. Although you still have a lot to learn, Rias mentioned with a smile on her face and an amused tone. So that's what the training was for. And I was complaining about the president the whole time. I'm an idiot, an idiot. Murayama lamented in her mind after seeing the redhead's true intentions during the training. To think that the president would have such noble intentions. God forgive me for thinking badly of her, ouch. Asia prayed, forgetting the fact that she couldn't, and got a strong headache once she mentioned the leader of the angels. Listen carefully, even if you fight against a woman, fight to defeat her. Don't hold back because the enemy won't either, I can assure you of that. Rias mentioned seriously as she looked at the three women in front of her. Understood, we will win this for you, President. Kate replied excitedly as she raised her fist in the air. Yes, I expect a lot from you, my dear friends. Rias commented with joy, seeing that she had the support of her friends. President, can you hear me? Akeno said through the communication that each member of the Gremory entourage had. If I hear you, Akeno, what's wrong? Rias answered while bringing one of her hands to her ear and paying attention to her friend. The preparations are complete. Yuma communicated to the redhead through their personal transmission. Then this will be our plan. Everyone listen carefully. Once we are in the gym, we will not be able to avoid a battle, so follow my orders to the letter. Kiba, you will remain in your area and protect it from the enemies that approach. Are you ready? Rias consulted through the communication to her subordinates. I am President. Kiba responded from his position to his mistress with his sword in hand. Akeno Yuma, you two will take care of the areas that you sealed. Rias mentioned from the club room to her black-haired friends. As you say, Madam President. The all for honor mentioned responded to the redhead through the communication, while they took flight to the sky. Koneko, head to the gym. There you will meet Murayama and Kate. You will be in charge of securing that area, understood? Rias mentioned seriously, receiving a yes from Koneko through the communication and a nod from her pawn and rook, who set off towards the meeting with the white-haired girl. Let the operations begin, my dear friends. Our enemy is led by the immortal heir of the Phoenix clan, Riser Phoenix. Now let's give him the fight of his life. Rias commented with leadership to her friends, who set off towards their destinations. Murayama and Kate were near the gym. The 15 minutes before the battle ended were almost over, so Rias told them to meet up with Koneko. Both girls were with their sacred gears in hand, the fire sword in Kate's hand while Murayama had her gauntlet in her left hand. You guys are late, senpais. Koneko commented once she met up with her friends while wearing combat gloves. We're sorry, Koneko, any news? Kate asked the white-haired girl, but she just shook her head at the pink-haired girl's question. Well, it's time, let's go in. Murayama mentioned seriously as he opened the door to the gym, and the three of them entered the place cautiously. There are 4 people here. Koneko commented once she noticed the presences in the place while the other 2 were on guard. Just as Kiba assumed, this place was of great strategic importance. The lights came on and the figures of their enemies were seen. 2 of them were twins with chainsaws in their hands, something rare to see. Another was a girl with a voluptuous body wearing a Chinese dress with a hairstyle that matched the outfit, and the last was a girl with a ban and martial artist clothes. So it is just as Riser-sama said? Shuei mentioned with excitement as she saw her rivals in front of her. What do you mean? Murayama asked, not understanding the brunette's point. Riser-sama sensed that they would come here to obstruct our intention to pass through this place. Shuei reported to the astonishment of the brunette. So the president got it right, that's great. Although reading the intentions of a guy like that, I don't know whether to be happy or cry. K-Tace commented mockingly, something that the girls of the Phoenix entourage didn't like. That girl is a rook, I'll take care of her senpais, you guys do it with the pawns. Koneko mentioned to her friends, who nodded at the white-haired girl's suggestion. K-Tace was the first to take the step, showing her sword. She quickly approached Mira and attacked her with a vertical cut that she blocked to quickly counterattack with her weapon, taking advantage of its length. The pink-haired girl noticed that and moved her weapon while engulfing it in fire. This surprised the maid Phoenix. This time K-Tace used her skills with said weapon, managing to give several quick and precise attacks that forced her rival to defend himself. You are skilled. Praise. He looks at his rival. He had to admit that the pink-haired girl had skill. Thanks, you too. K-Tace thanked. In her mind she was thankful for Kiba's training. Without it she surely wouldn't have the skill or confidence to fight. On the other hand, Murayama fled from Isle and Nell's attacks with their chainsaws. They attacked with every intention of tearing her to pieces, something very terrifying. With the boosted gird she fired bursts of crimson energy strong enough to keep them at bay, while inside she concentrated to retain several increases and be able to launch it all at once. A little more. Murayama whispered as the boosted gird gem emanated a green light, and while he waited he had to keep his distance from his opponents. We're going to tear you to pieces. Isle and Nell shouted excitedly in unison as they chased the brunette, as if it were a scene from a horror movie. Those aren't things two little girls should say. Murayama shouted nervously as he continued to dodge the attacks of those two lunatics. While that was happening, on the other side of the gym the two towers of different entourages were having their battle. Both opponents were fighting with everything. The force of the blows could be heard throughout the gym. It was such that the clothes of both showed scratches. Koneko at first could notice that her opponent was more into quick blows than precise ones. Rias's training had helped her to be able to dodge attacks like those by staying calm. Little by little the white-haired girl began to dodge with greater ease and speed, giving precise counterattacks. Shuei couldn't believe what was happening. A strong blow to the abdomen made her understand that she had underestimated her opponent. On her side, K-Tace still held her opponent back with her sword while she attacked with her flame-covered ban whenever she could. Myra's attacks didn't fail completely since the pink-haired girl's uniform already had scratches. Murayama was almost the same. Her clothes had cuts in different places and it was noticeable that she was already tired of running away. Isle and Nell were just as fed up with not hitting their prey. Stop moving so we can cut you, both twins said irritatedly to the brunette. Not a chance. Murayama shouted irritatedly as he noticed how Koneko had already knocked out her rival and that the boosted gear was already at the required energy. Finally, K-Tace, let's do it. Murayama shouted loudly to her friend, receiving confirmation from her. Okay. K-Tace replied as she increased the intensity of her sword's flames, surprising Mira, who couldn't react in time when the young woman stood in front of her and then cut her ban in half by hitting it in the same area as the initial blow that left a mark. The weapon broke to the astonishment of its owner, who felt a kick in her stomach, falling back to the ground. At the same time, Murayama charged her attack and fired an energy sphere towards Isle and Nell, who covered themselves with their chainsaws. But the force of the attack was such that they were forced to retreat, and when they saw that they were next to the other pawn, it was too late. Disappear. Murayama shouted as he closed his left hand, causing the thrown energy sphere to explode, where the three who received the attack were seriously injured. Murayama sighed at said attack, which had tired her out quite a bit since she had used a lot of her magic reserve to do that. Koneko approached her senpai and gave her a thumbs up in approval, and she did the same. K-Tace went and bumped her fist with both of them. They had won, right? Koneko, Murayama, K-Tace, can you hear me? Rias communicated through her friend's communicators. Yes, President, we are done here. Koneko replied as she gave the report to her mistress. Excellent work, you three, now get out of there. Rias praised as she gave the following instructions to her friends, who did not hesitate to do so after hearing their mistress's somewhat hurried tone. As they did so, Shuei had recovered and watched as the three young women left the building. Why? His question would be answered when a huge bolt of lightning struck the building, destroying it completely. Murayama and K-Tace were amazed to see such a display of power, and when they raised their gaze they saw Akeno and Yuma in the sky, both smiling innocently. 3 pawns and a rook of Riser-sama are withdrawing from the match. Grafia was heard saying through the speakers. Wow, that was amazing. K-Tace and Murayama said, totally amazed to see the power of their friends. That's why Akeno-senpai is known as the Lightning Priestess. not to mention the talented Yuma, Koneko mentioned as she looked at the black-haired young girls. Eliminating the strongest position and then turning your defense into an attack, that was such a reckless move that I don't think it's been used before. Just what was expected of my beloved sister. But I don't think that riser guy would let that go without launching a strong counterattack, commented a mysterious woman with crimson hair who stood on the roof of the academy, imperceptible to the sight of the spectators and the subjects who were fighting. The real terror begins now. Our enemy has only just begun to move. Until Akeno and Yuma can place spells all over the area, we must support them. Akeno's magic is only as good as the protection we give it. That being said, let's begin the next operation. Rias communicated seriously from the club room to her friends. What's next? Murayama asked Koneko once he heard his master's words. The training grounds with Kiba. We will destroy the enemies we find there, Koneko mentioned without any emotion to the brunette, while looking at her. I wonder if Kiba will be okay, Keitase commented while thinking about her fellow swordsmen. In the hall where the devils were gathered, all of them were amazed by the display of skill of Issei Gremory's servants, especially the new ones, who were so skilled with their sacred gears. The leaders of the Phoenix House did not hide their surprise. Their son's servants may not have been outstanding, but they were good pieces, and being defeated by rookies was the last thing they expected. On the other hand, Serzex was pleased to see this. He hoped that his sister would manage to win and free herself from that stupid commitment. Serafall, in the company of Yui, Mira Jean and an annoyed Tiamat, shouted excitedly, seeing that Rias had worked hard, just as her beloved did. They also hoped that she would win and show the demonic society that women could do more than they think. Vanillana and Zeoticus watched with a satisfied smile the development of their daughter's combat. The improvement of the Gremory group was seen, and those new acquisitions gave a good boost to the group. Those who weren't happy were the elders of the Demon Council and the Mao Asmodeus, who hadn't expected such skill from the Gremory group, but it didn't matter. Riser would win anyway, and a new generation of devils would be born from it. In the student council room of Kuo Academy in the human world, Sona and her group were more than surprised and happy to see that their friends had taken the upper hand in the fight. Meanwhile, seconds before the gym exploded in the Kuo Academy forest of the dimension where the fight between Gremory and Phoenix was taking place, Burent, Sharia and Marion could be seen launching attacks against the earth, destroying in the process several landmines that had been placed by the members of the Gremory group. Do you really think these traps will protect you? Marion mentioned disinterestedly as she made her way down the path. So that's their base, huh? Burent commented as he saw the enemy base in front of them. With no time to waste, the three women headed towards the old building, but when they got to the front of it, the entire structure began to distort as if it were an image until it finally disappeared. Had they been tricked? What's going on? Sharia mentioned in confusion as she saw how the building had disappeared, but right at that precise moment they began to hear footsteps coming towards them. Sorry about that, but they won't be able to escape. They're trapped inside a barrier placed by our queen, Kiba commented calmly as he walked out from between the trees and stood in front of the three women of the Phoenix entourage. Damn, we were too careless. But I hate to mention this, but do you really think you alone can stop the three of us? Sharia asked mockingly to the blonde in front of them. Would you like to find out? Kiba answered seriously as he unsheathed his sword and pointed it at the women. With Murayama and his group. Time to meet up with Kiba, Keitase commented cautiously as she checked her sword, verifying that it was in good condition. Murayama, Keitase jumped to the side. Koneko shouted loudly as she jumped to the side, being imitated by her friends who obeyed and jumped to the side when... Boom! A huge explosion occurred right in the area where the three of them were seconds before jumping. Murayama and Keitase sighed at being saved from such an explosion, but in Koneko's case, she had not come out unscathed from it, since she was totally injured with burns all over her body and her clothes completely destroyed. Murayama and Keitase did not understand what had happened. It was then that they looked up and saw their friend's attacker, a woman with purple hair. Koneko. Koneko. What happened? Respond. Rias shouted worriedly through the transmitter as she tried to contact the white-haired girl. Koneko. Murayama and Keitase shouted in unison once they recovered from the shock and noticed the seriousness of the situation. Had their friend died? Seeing their friend's condition, they ran to where she was lying on the ground, totally naked and injured. The concern of both was obvious, as they both had tears in their eyes when they saw the white-haired girl's condition. Was this what war really meant? In the Demon World's hall, the nobles were surprised to see that two of Issei Gremory's three maids had managed to avoid the attack that was intended for them. They had anticipated that Riser Phoenix's queen, Eubelina, would finish them off and thus gain the advantage in the game. All of them couldn't help but throw out offensive words at the redhead and her group as they were totally unhappy with the results so far. But at least one of the Gremory heiress's pieces had been eliminated. Vanillana was one who was clenching her fists tightly to contain her anger upon hearing those demons speak ill of her daughter. How she wanted to burn those miserable old men to ashes right there, but as a member of the demonic nobility, she was incapable of putting on such a show since it could play against her and her family. "Calm down, mother, everything will be fine," Serafall mentioned softly once he approached his mother. "Son, your sister is giving her best, and these bunch of idiots just want her to lose," Vanillana commented angrily while being hugged by her husband. "That won't happen. Rias won't marry Riser, I can assure you of that, Mom. And regarding these guys, Tiamat, could you?" Serafall kindly asked his blue-haired friend who was a few seats to his right. The dragon only smiled wickedly as she stood up from her seat. "You bunch of imbeciles, shut up right now or I'll do it myself and kill you all," Tiamat shouted with fury and force, causing all the demons in the room to remain silent while avoiding being victims of the dragon, since she was not one to break her word. Too bad there was always a poor devil who didn't understand even with drawings. "Hey, who do you think you are to tell us what to do?" Mao Asmodeus commented with annoyance as he stood up from his seat and looked at the dragon with superiority. "Fulbium, shut your mouth, or do you want me to remind you who your superior is? Return to your seat before I do so myself and let us watch my sister's match in peace," Serafall mentioned seriously as he released an enormous pressure throughout the room. With that, the Mao Asmodeus reluctantly returned to his place, and everyone present fell silent as they did not want to tempt the patience of the Mao Lucifer and the Dragon Queen. Vanillana and Xioctus, as well as Serafall, Yui, Mira Jean and little Milikas on their aunt's lap, looked with beads of sweat on the backs of their necks at Serafall and Tiamat, who only smiled pleased with what they had done. And while that was happening in the living room, no one was aware that at that moment they were being watched by a pair of violet and red eyes hidden in the darkness. "How miserable and despicable they all are," whispered the red-eyed woman who lay in the shadows while watching the battle through the castle windows. "They all deserve death and they will have it, I can guarantee you that," said the man with violet eyes who was lying next to the woman while he watched the redheads encounter with great attention. "Damn. Was it Riser's queen?" Murayama said angrily as he had Koneko's body lying on his lap and looked up at the sky at the woman above them, who looked at them with mockery and superiority. "Damn bitch." "As sorry," Koneko whispered as best she could after opening her eyes a little. She felt her body hurt, and also how its mobility was going away with each passing second. "Koneko," Kate said worriedly as she approached her friend and took one of her hands in hers. "I wish I could have helped the president more," Koneko lamented as she looked at her friend sadly. "Don't worry, Asia will heal your wounds immediately." Murayama couldn't finish speaking, as Koneko's body began to give off a blue glow, and with it, within seconds, both she and the pink-haired girl witnessed how their friend disappeared into molecules of light, while shedding a few tears in the process. They knew very well that this was a duel and that once you were injured you would be taken out of the arena to be medically treated. But even knowing that and that their friend was safe and sound, the feeling of anger remained in their bodies. "A rook of Rias-sama is withdrawing from the duel," Grafia reported regretfully through the arena communication. "Damn it. How dare you do that to Koneko, you damn bitch. Come down and I'll fight you," Kate shouted angrily at Yubelina, who was suspended in the sky with a smile on her face. "Calm down, Kate. Those who can no longer fight are transported outside so they can be treated. Koneko will be fine, you need to stay calm," Rias commented from the clubroom to her friend through the transmission, but despite her words she was tightly squeezing her skirt with her hands. "But," Kate's compel neighed with frustration in her entire being upon hearing her mistress. "Give up, girls, no matter how hard you fight, you won't be able to win against us," Yubelina commented mockingly to the brunette and pink-haired girl while pointing her staff at them, ready to launch another devastating attack against them. But all action was interrupted when a brunette very familiar to the Gremory entourage descended from the sky and landed right in front of Murayama and Kate. Ara, girls, I'll take care of her, so hurry up and meet up with Kiba. I've told Yuma to go with you, so she should already be at the field. Go and don't worry about me. I'll use all my strength to avenge Koneko," Akeno mentioned to her friends while she was surrounded by a yellow aura all over her body, which gave off several electric sparks. Murayama and Kate, without refuting the brunette's words, nodded in understanding and began to run away from the area they were in. They didn't want to get caught in the heat of the battle between the two queens, but mainly they had to go meet up with their friends and end this encounter once and for all. I've wanted to fight you for a long time. Lightning Priestess. Eubelina commented with amusement to the brunette in front of her while she was surrounded by a purple aura. Ara, I feel honored. Bomb Queen. Akeno mentioned with her seductive tone while she was surrounded by a lightning yellow aura. 3 of Riser-sama's pawns are withdrawing from the match. Graphia announced through the campus speakers. It seemed that Kiba had managed to defeat his opponents. As they ran, Murayama and Kates encountered Kiba and Yuma on the way, so if it had been the blonde who had eliminated Riser's 3 pawns. In the end, it had been thanks to Queen Gremory's barrier that the Gremory Knight was able to defeat the Phoenix girls with great ease. With that, Riser only had 9 pieces left and Rias had 6 left. It was still unknown who would be the winner, but the balance was leaning more to one side. Kiba, Murayama, Kates, Yuma, can you hear me? Asuya and I are going to launch a surprise attack on Riser's base, so distract as many enemies as you can to give us some time. I know what you're thinking, but I have no other choice. The plan was to wait for Akeno to recover and destroy each building individually, but since Riser sent his queen, we can't do that. Rias commented through the communicators to her friends. But President, it is too risky for the king to leave his base. Yuma mentioned with concern being backed by the Gremory Knight. The enemy must be thinking the same thing, that's why I'm going to do it. Perhaps the body of a phoenix is immortal but its mind is not. Out of all of us, only I have a better chance of defeating him. If I launch an attack strong enough to make him lose his fighting spirit, I can win. I myself will end Riser Phoenix's fighting spirit. Rias commented seriously and somewhat arrogantly to her teammates, being sure of herself. With that said, Kiba and company accepted their master's plan as they began to head towards the Academy's training camp, where the confrontation against the remaining pieces of Riser would take place while their master faced the king of the group. After arriving at the campus, the enemies were quick to appear, the first to appear before them after appearing in a cloud of dust in the area, being one of Riser's Phoenix Knights. I am Riser-sama's knight, Carlamine. You must be crazy to come and fight me head-on. I like idiots like you anyway. Carlamine commented seriously as she unsheathed her sword from her hip and lit the blade on fire. I am Rias-sama's knight, Kiba Yuto. I was hoping to cross swords with another knight. Kiba mentioned excitedly after taking out his sword and pointing it at the woman in front of him, preparing for the match between knights. Well said, Knight of Issei Gremory. Carlamine shouted as she launched herself into a head-on attack. Kiba didn't stay behind and with a strong step he launched himself head-on to face his rival. Once the two were face to face, they began to make cuts and blocks with their respective weapons. The speed and agility that both showed was impressive. On campus only the clash of metal could be heard. Blocking a slash from the enemy, Kiba managed to stop the advance of the firearm. Despite this, the heat given off by that weapon made it difficult for him to stay close. With a kick to the stomach he pushed Carlamine away from him, to then launch himself into the attack again. The fight was not over yet. Amazing. Does that mean we have no business here? Yuma commented doubtfully as he stood next to his friends as they watched the Gremory Knight duel the Phoenix Knight. They could all barely see the flashes caused by the weapons colliding and the two knights appearing and reappearing in different areas of the campus. Truly something amazing to see. Not necessarily. Isabella mentioned as she showed herself to the group of Gremory girls. The only thing Carlamine thinks about all day is swords, swords and more swords. She also seemed a little upset after the sacrifice of the other pieces. What an unrefined girl, and when I thought I had found another cute boy it turns out to be another one obsessed with swords. Ravil commented while she was under the shade of a tree, drawing the attention of the Gremory girls. And after that she began to walk towards them being imitated by Isabella with the inclusion of Maihi to the scene after appearing behind the brunette, black-haired and pink-haired girl. Seriously, that's bad luck. Ravil mentioned with amusement as Lee, Enai and Cirrus appeared behind her, all of them looking seriously at the Gremory girls. The female trio found themselves surrounded by the Phoenix pieces, not knowing exactly what to do since they were outnumbered, and with Kiba facing the Phoenix Knight, the idea of asking for their support was ruled out. They were alone at that moment. It seemed that Riser had used all of his remaining pieces to finish off the members of the Gremory entourage, but with that Rias's prediction had been confirmed. But seriously, it seems that Rias-sama has a strange taste when it comes to choosing her pieces. Ravil commented with disinterest while looking at the brunette of the group. A cute and aggressive girl. Well, in that case you see, boosted Gerd. Murayama shouted, giving the command for his sacred Gerd to appear in his hand ready for battle. Oh, excuse me, but I will not fight. Ravil mentioned with an elegant air as she walked back into the shade of the tree to observe the match. She was a lady of the demonic society, and as such it was improper and crude to act like a savage. What? The female Gremory exclaimed in unison in complete shock after hearing the blonde's words. Wasn't she going to fight? If she wasn't going to do it, why the hell was she here? To parade. Isabella. Revel ordered the name of the woman with a mask on her face, giving her the signal to act. The all for honor mentioned woman nodded her head and began to walk towards the brunette. I am Isabella, a rook of Riser-sama, here I come, Rias Gremory's pawn. The masked brunette shouted as she launched an attack against the drake wielder. Murayama was barely able to cross her arms in front of her to stop Isabella's punch, but with it came more that forced her to move and dodge the blows thrown at her, although her defense and agility weren't entirely accurate as she received several blows to her sides and face. Tired of being a punching bag, she threw a punch with her glove at Riser's tower, but it only stepped back dodging her blow. Her fist hadn't connected, but at least she had pushed it away from her. Hey, who the hell is she? What does she mean she's not going to fight? Murayama demanded of his opponent, while taking his defense potion in case of a confrontation. She entered the game as a bishop, but let's say she's just a spectator. She's Miss Revel Phoenix. Although she's considered a subordinate of Riser Phoenix, she's actually his younger sister. Isabella commented seriously before launching into the attack and ending the duel with the Gremory pawn once and for all, something that her other colleagues did with each of their respective rivals. Once in front of the brunette, Isabella began to launch several combos of blows towards her opponent, which could barely dodge them. Murayama, not to be left behind, also began to throw several blows, but since she was facing a tower, these were not very effective. Instead, Isabella's did have a lot of effect on her. With a punch to her stomach and one to her chin, Murayama was sent flying into the sky, where Isabella appeared above her and hit her with her fists together that forced her to the ground, falling on it with force. As a tower, Isabella possessed impressive strength and physical resistance. In addition to being an expert in hand-to-hand combat, something that Murayama did not. The all for honor mentioned slowly got up from the ground while holding the damaged area of her body, but despite the pain she smiled since she had devised a plan to win. She just had to wait for Drake to make a few increases to be able to launch her attack. Launching into the attack, Murayama managed to hit Isabella in the face with her right fist, lifting her into the air. Without wasting a second, the brunette moved at high speed until she was positioned above her opponent and brought her hands together while closing them and unleashed a powerful and strong blow to the entire head of the Phoenix Tower. That blow, given by her person, sent the woman crashing into the ground. Isabella did not have enough time to stop her fall and ended up hitting the ground. Once she recovered from those blows, she got up as best she could from the ground, totally in pain. She felt like several of her bones were broken. Blood was coming out of her mouth. How could she be in that state with just 2 simple blows? That was due to Murayama's power increases thanks to the boosted gird. There was no time to waste. Isabella got up from her spot and turned her gaze towards the brunette woman who was standing a few steps in front of her. Once again launching into the attack, Isabella began to dish out several punches and kicks against the brunette, who dodged her movements as best she could, yet she managed to land several of them on her body, injuring her in the process and destroying part of her clothes as well. Although she was not saved either, since Murayama also began to throw several punches against the Phoenix Tower, creating a fight of strength and resistance between the two. Only the clash of their fists against their bodies could be heard, but the euphoria of both was such that they had not noticed the damage they presented. With a punch with her glove, Murayama managed to push Isabella away from her space while she was breathing heavily. Partner is ready. Drake informed his carrier through a mental link. At that moment, Murayama smiled wickedly as he already had his ticket to victory. He just had to wait for the Phoenix Tower to get a little closer to him, which didn't take long to happen. Unknowingly, Isabella was going straight to her defeat. As she was a few centimeters away from the brunette, she noticed how she smiled with emotion while pointing her glove at him. What was she trying to do? This is the result of my and the president's training. Take this. Dragon shot. Murayama shouted excitedly as she fired a beam of energy from the boosted gird, concentrating her demonic power on it. This movement was used in conjunction with her sacred gird to increase its destructive powers, and at the same time it had been created by her and Drake during their training. Isabella didn't have time to react or make another move when Murayama had thrown a red ray at her. All she could do was close her eyes and wait for the inevitable, which was to be consumed by the brunette's attack and then begin to disappear into molecules of light. Riser-sama's tower is withdrawing from the battlefield. Grafia reported through the area's loudspeakers. Well, I did it. Murayama exclaimed happily after dematerializing the boosted gear and taking a breath since that attack had left her somewhat shaken. The good thing was that her companions seemed to be already finishing off their respective rivals. Elsewhere in the academy, you could see Yubelina falling from the sky, crashing against the ground completely injured, and also how Akeno descended from the sky with her worn uniform and a little injured. The tiredness was obvious on the Gremory Queen's face. Since she started fighting with the purple-haired girl, it had been a fight of give and take. Yubelina's explosive magic was powerful and a touch of it would be deadly. Therefore Akeno had been forced to dodge said attacks, but one always hit her. Even so, she was not far behind, since with her magic of the electric element, she was able to keep the purple-haired girl at bay and injure her in the process more effectively than her. She was hurt and tired, but at least the battle was over, right? Priestess of Lightning, you are truly formidable, but your magic has run out. Yubelina commented with amusement as she slowly got up from the ground. You don't have to worry, I'll recover after a little rest. Akeno mentioned with a smile on her face as she looked at the purple-haired girl, but for some reason she felt like something was wrong. I don't know if you'll have time to rest, because you've fallen into the trap. Yubelina commented arrogantly as she brought one of her hands to her breasts and took out a small bottle of dubious content from between them, which made Akeno surprised and worried at the same time. On the school campus, the sound of explosions could be heard in the area where the Gremory and Phoenix servants were fighting, and on the ground separating the competitors from each other were several pink spears of light. High in the sky was Yuma with one fallen angel wing and one demon wing extended, while holding a spear of light in one of his hands and looking seriously at the three women who were on the ground and who were his opponents. Hey, come down you damn crow and let yourself be eliminated. And I compel I neighed with a pout while looking at the brunette in the sky. If that's what you want, then I'll grant your wish and take out all three of you at once. Yuma mentioned seriously as he descended from the sky a few steps in front of the Phoenix maids. Be careful, we may be 3 against 1, but don't forget that she is a fallen and as such the element of light is on her side. I don't have to remind you what that does to us demons, do I? Maihi commented cautiously to her companions while looking at the brunette cautiously. As long as those spears of light don't touch us, we'll be fine, right? In that case, let's defeat her and bring victory to Riser-sama. Lee mentioned with amusement as he took his fighting stance and prepared to launch into the attack. Huh. If you think so, then come against me. Yuma shouted defiantly while signaling with her hand for the women to come against her. The first to launch an attack against the beautiful Fall were Anai and Lee, causing Yuma to take a defensive position while he launched a spear of light at them. But as Nico Mattis, Anai and Lee naturally had great senses such as smell, hearing and their reflexes. So dodging the weapon of light that came at them was no problem, and so the 3 women confronted each other in hand-to-hand combat. Together, the 2 proved to be skilled in hand-to-hand combat, which they used along with their incredible reflexes, which caused Yuma to have to act more quickly, as a Tower of Rias presented a better resistance, but the constant attacks of the Nikomata twins were already starting to hurt her. It was then that she noticed how the Phoenix Bishop Maihi launched several magic projectiles at her. By a hair's breadth she was able to dodge the projectiles, but she couldn't evade in time the punches from Lee and Enai that came at her chest, ending up being sent flying a couple of meters back. Recovering from the daze, Yuma watched as the Nikomata twins came towards her again, while Maihi prepared another magic spell. If she wanted to win, she had to take care of that bishop first. So she prepared a spear of light in her left hand while she brought it back for a better launch, and for it to have more force. She knew that Lee and Enai would dodge her attack, leaving Maihi vulnerable. Even so, there was the possibility that she would end up dodging her attack, but she already had an idea in mind for that. With force, he launched the spear of light at the Nikomata twins, and just as he supposed, they stopped their steps and jumped into the air to evade the spear, leaving their colleague unprotected. Yuma was right in his thought when he saw how Maihi stepped aside to dodge the spear with the idea that it would only pass by her without knowing the true intentions of the black-haired girl. With a somewhat wicked smile on his face, Yuma extended his hand and closed his palm just as his spear passed through the right side of the Phoenix Bishop, causing it to shine brightly, alerting Maihi in the process, but it was too late to act. A large explosion of light was generated in the area where Maihi was, consuming her and taking her with it in the process before the gaze of horror and fury of the Nikomata twins, who had already planned to avenge their friend, but lowering their guard and taking their eyes off the brunette ended up causing her self-destruction. Yuma in a quick movement stood a few meters above Lee and Enai while raising her hands to the sky. It was well known that she could create and launch a spear of light against her enemies. However, unlike most fallen angels who wielded only one spear of light, she was an expert at creating several spears of light in her arsenal. And that was what she did. She created several spears of light above her head and threw them at the distracted Nikomata twins, who only found out about the situation when a large number of spears of light fell upon them, eliciting screams of pain and at the same time causing their bodies to begin to give off a glow. Blue. That drew a satisfied smile on Yuma's face as he saw that his fight had ended, resulting in his victory over the Phoenix Heir's pieces. On the other hand, Kates and Cirrus were engaged in a sword duel. Both women were currently face to face, where they began to exchange blow after blow with their weapons. Their mastery and handling was exceptional. The two knights clashed their weapons again and again in a constant fight without giving any signs of stopping. Clack, clack, clack. Only the constant clash of weapons could be heard. In the middle of the fight, Cirrus changed to an attack stance and began to launch stabs left and right towards Kates, who stopped attacking and began to dodge the Phoenix Knight's blows. While she was avoiding being harmed, she managed to see an opening in Cirrus's stance, and using it she managed to stop a blow from the woman's sword and then kick her in the abdomen, sending her a few steps back. Damn it! Cirrus Compelli neighed as he pulled himself together and went towards the pink-haired girl again. When he arrived, it seemed like he was going to throw a punch at her face, but it had only been a feint, since just when Kates covered her face, she crouched down and swept her legs, managing to unbalance her, and then, spinning around, she kicked her in the stomach, which sent her flying and crashing against the ground. What did you think of that? Cirrus mentioned seriously as he watched Kates begin to get up from her spot. Not bad, for my first time fighting it's not bad. But you'll need more than that to beat me, Kates commented as she stood up and cleaned her clothes a bit. It wouldn't be fun if it was easy, Cirrus mentioned as he looked his opponent in the eyes. From one moment to the next, both of them launched themselves into an attack at high speed towards each other. Being close, the only thing that was seen was the clash of weapons, which Kates ended up winning by managing to hit Cirrus in the abdomen with her fire sword, sending her to the ground. The Phoenix Knight took a few seconds to recover from her daze, but she had to move quickly and start rolling on the ground to avoid the constant stabs that Kates was throwing at her. Once she managed to stand up, she had to block a fire projectile from the pink-haired girl with her weapon. But the fight was not over, and in the middle of the situation Kates made a horizontal cut where several small spheres of fire were created and then sent them towards Cirrus, which she dodged them with agility, and making use of her abilities she began to block and destroy each sphere that was thrown at her with her weapon. When destroying the last one, she could not react in time when Kates appeared in front of her. She could only put her arms in defense mode when she received a blow that sent her crashing against the ground again. This is the end, take this. Lava geyser. Kates shouted loudly as he buried his weapon in the ground, where orange roots could be seen extending across the ground and a crack going towards where Cirrus was. The Phoenix Knight couldn't react in time to the pink-haired girl's attack. She could only watch as a crack came towards her, which brought with it small jets of lava. Once it arrived, she was consumed by a large geyser of lava that came out from beneath her, and which ended up taking her out of the game and giving Kates the victory. That had been the result of her training and her improvement in the mastery of Führerschwert, her sacred gear. At least her confrontation was over, and apparently her friends were too. The battle between the two knights had been going on for quite some time since it began, as knights both possessed superhuman speed, and they were also very skilled in swordsmanship. In one quick movement, Carloman made Kiba back off his position by using her secondary weapon that looked like a dagger, with which she could control both wind and fire, creating a whirlwind of fire that spread across the area until it reached Knight Gremory, who, seeing the attack coming towards him, materialized an ice sword to counteract the approaching flames, creating a layer of mist in the process. At an immense speed due to his knight trait, Kiba crossed the curtain of mist and went to attack Carloman directly. Thanks to the fact that he was a swordsman of incredible skills, he used his technique in conjunction with his speed that allowed him to dominate his opponent and cause damage with various cuts of his sword, fracturing part of the armor that protected the Phoenix Knight. But Carloman was not far behind. She, along with her flaming sword, managed to hurt Kiba in his left side and then kick him in the stomach. But she did not take into account that the blonde resisted the pain of the wound and took her foot with one of his hands at the same time that he materialized a sword of lightning. He could only witness how the Gremory Knight raised his weapon over his head, and seconds later a lightning bolt fell upon them that electrocuted them both, but apparently the attack did not hurt the blonde, very different from her, who ended up quite injured since she was wearing metal armor, and lightning plus metal equals pain. With a strong kick, Kiba launched a smoking Carloman out of her space, who ended up falling against the ground and being still affected by the electric shock. She gave the Gremory Knight the opportunity to end the duel and take the victory. As a last move to end the duel, Kiba placed his hands on the ground and summoned one of his Sacred Gear's abilities, which allowed him to create numerous demonic swords, each with its own attributes and properties at its disposal. It was only seconds when beneath Carloman several sword blades were seen emerging from the surface within Yuto's limited area, ending up impaled on his ribs, legs and shoulders, giving the victory to the Gremory Knight. Not bad, Knight Rias-sama. It was an interesting and exciting duel. I would like to clash swords with you again, Carloman mentioned as she began to give off a blue glow from her body and disappeared into particles of light. And so all of Riser's pieces had been defeated by the Gremory entourage, who approached each other after finishing their respective confrontations. Although the fight was not over yet, they needed to catch their breath a little before continuing, and they also had to go meet their master and finish off the Phoenix heir. Nothing could go wrong, right? 2 knights, 3 pawns and 1 bishop of Riser-sama are withdrawing from the duel. Grafia reported to the happiness of the Gremory group, happiness that did not last long. After the announcement of the Queen of Lucifer, all of them had thought that nothing could stop their victory. But from one moment to the next, a loud explosion was heard throughout the area, which had happened in the sky. The Gremory entourage could only see how from a cloud of smoke an unconscious Akeno fell, totally injured, with her clothes torn, and she began to disappear into particles of light. Rias-sama's queen is withdrawing from the duel. Grafia reported through the communicators. Frustration and sadness could be noticed in her voice. Akeno! The Gremory group shouted in disbelief and despair. On the terrace of the academy were Rias and Asia, the redhead being on her knees on the roof while holding her right shoulder, with the blonde behind her providing medical attention with her sacred gear, while in front of them was Riser smiling with arrogance and superiority. Since his servants had begun to fight, Rias and Asia had moved to the enemy base where the blonde was waiting for them and also where they began to fight, taking their fight to the roof of the academy. But the only wounded and increasingly lacking in energy were Rias and Asia, since Riser, thanks to his high regeneration, those factors did not harm him. Still, Rias thought she could win in some way in a duel, even more so when she heard Grafia's message announcing the recitation of her enemy's pieces. But all hope died when she heard that her queen and best friend had also been disqualified. Although she had her other pieces, Akeno was, so to speak, the tank of the group. Their attack power, he was older and necessary for victory, and now that he was gone, everything was complicated. Looks like you asked for your precious right hand, Riser commented mockingly at the redhead. I still have Murayama, Kates, Yuma and Kiba. That's more pieces than you count, Rias mentioned seriously as she stood up from her position. It's what you think, Riser commented with amusement, as if he knew something that the redhead didn't. Something that was about to happen with the guys who were on the ground below him. I can't believe they defeated Akeno, Murayama commented with shock and anguish as he looked up at the sky, but suddenly despair set in. Yuma, Kates and Kiba screamed as they flew into the sky due to an explosion that happened right where the 3 of them were. Murayama could only watch as his friends began to turn into molecules of light under his horrified gaze. Partner, on top of you, Drake warned his carrier, but it was too late. By the time Murayama raised her sight, she could only witness how a large sphere fell towards her, which ended up under her feet and exploded with force, consuming her completely, and creating another large explosion in the area. 2 knights, a rook and a pawn of Rias-sama withdraw from the duel. Grafia reported on the battlefield. Her voice was one of regret and frustration as the winner of the duel seemed to have already been decided. No, guys, Rias lamented as she materialized a shield in front of her, and Asia to repel several fireballs that the Phoenix heir threw at them. Give up already, Rias, Riser mentioned with superiority to the redhead while looking at her with a bored expression. I will never do that, Rias commented angrily as she created an energy sphere in her hand and threw it at the blonde, hitting him in the face, causing him to fall on his back against the ground. But thanks to that action she had left her bishop unprotected. Pwaff. Asia vomited a little blood and at the same time lowered her gaze to her stomach where a small dagger was buried. The cause was behind her, Eubelina being the one who had wounded her. Rias could only watch in despair what was happening. Because of her outburst of anger she had left Asia unprotected and now she was injured. And to her bad luck and misfortune she witnessed how her bishop began to disappear into molecules of light. Rias-sama, Asia whispered just before disappearing as she extended her hand to her master. But before even touching her she ended up disappearing from the area. A bishop of Rias-sama withdraws from the duel. Grafia reported with regret, frustration, and pity. Now you understand, you'll only get hurt. Give up now, Rias, Riser mentioned as he calmly got up from the ground. And the wound on his face began to regenerate. I won't, Rias shouted in frustration and anger as she looked at Riser, Eubelina, and a newly arrived Ravel seriously. With only the Gremory heiress left on the battlefield, the chances of any victory were slim, but Rias didn't care. If she was going to fall, she would have to give her all until the end. The first to act was Eubelina, who launched an attack against the redhead, launching one of her famous explosions at her. But Rias had foreseen that, so with the help of her wings she rose into the sky, avoiding the explosion that would have possibly seriously injured her. Without wasting a second, she created 2 orbs of her power and launched them at the queen bomb, managing to hit one of them in the woman's shoulder, causing her to crash into the roof of the academy. But it wasn't over yet. If she wanted to win, she had to get rid of all the obstacles that were protecting her main target. Rias brought her hands together above her head and gathered a large amount of destructive energy in them to later launch it against the roof of the academy as a torrent of crimson energy. Eubelina, who was recovering from the redhead's attack that forced her to crash into the structure, began to get up from her spot a little sore since that sphere had certainly hurt her. And as she stood up, she noticed on the ground how her shadow became present, and how a red light illuminated the hole she was in. What was happening? Out of pure instinct, she slowly turned her gaze upwards, and that was where she saw it. A large crimson ray fell towards her position, but it was too late to dodge the attack. Riser and Ravel had been able to move in time as they rose into the sky, being the ones who witnessed how Rias's attack hit the academy, destroying a large part of it, followed by a large explosion that ended up collapsing the entire building. The Queen of Riser Phoenix withdraws from the game. Graphia reported through the communication that was maintained in the dimension. Happiness and surprise could be noticed in her voice. Incredible. That was what the devils were thinking from the room where they were watching the event. The Gremory family, as well as Issei's loved ones, smiled quite pleased by what they were seeing. With that, it could be made clear that no child of Zeoctus and Vanillano was weak. And in the case of Rias, she was barely touching her true potential. But even though she was going to show that strength and power, the current situation was playing against her. While she was suspended in the air, Rias felt tiredness invade her body. Although she had managed to eliminate Riser's queen, she had misused her power, and this was beginning to take its toll on her. She couldn't even catch her breath when she saw a Riser appear behind her, taking her by surprise, where he kicked her in the right side, sending her crashing to the ground with a hard fall. And apparently the Phoenix heir hadn't liked the way his queen had been eliminated, and decided to get his revenge. Tired and in pain, Rias could only watch as a bunch of fire spheres descended towards her quickly, giving her barely enough time to cover herself with her hands and a little of her power to mitigate a little of the damage she was about to receive. Boom. 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 The only thing that was seen and heard throughout the area were the spheres of fire crashing against the ground where the Gremory heiress was, and the cause of all that was in the sky launching several projectiles from his hands without any compassion. By the time he stopped, a large layer of smoke rose where the Gremory heiress was supposed to be, but there was no trace of her, and if Graphia hadn't made the announcement, it meant that she was still in condition to continue, right? Riser and Ravel descended together to the ground a few meters away from where the layer of dust was. On their faces, smiles of satisfaction and somewhat arrogant could be seen. After a few seconds, the cloud of smoke began to dissolve, revealing the Gremory heiress in a bad state. Her clothes had been destroyed and barely covered her body. A thread of blood fell from the redhead's forehead and lip. Her arms and legs had burns and cuts. But the most outstanding thing to highlight was a kind of very thin white aura that surrounded her body, and apparently the redhead had not noticed it, but it had disappeared to the confusion of the spectators. Rias was kneeling on the ground as she looked seriously at the 2 blondes in front of her. Her body felt weak and sore, but she could still continue. She could still move and give more. That is what her brother would do. The redhead struggled to stay standing as best she could. She felt heavy and sore from the wounds generated by the enemy's flames. Surrender, Rias, you're in shock. You and your servants put up a good fight, but this battle was already decided. Riser mentioned while smiling arrogantly. Victory was assured. Never. I won't give in to someone like you, Riser. Rias commented as she launched a blast of the power of destruction towards the blonde, destroying one of his arms, but the flames immediately rebuilt it. Ha ha, come on, Rias. Just give up and you can save yourself the humiliation. Your servants couldn't stand up to us. What makes you think you can? Because of your decisions, they got hurt. Give up. Riser mentioned arrogantly to the redhead while looking at her. Rias could only feel guilt. It hadn't been fair for her friends to fight like that just to avoid her engagement. She felt like a coward for not having done things more directly or for not having refused more forcefully. And her nobility had paid the price. She shed tears after feeling that she had failed as a king. She once heard her brother Serzek say that a king puts the lives of his subjects before victory, no matter how bitter it may be. Maybe she should give up. Rias looked at Riser with determination despite the tears coming out of her beautiful eyes. Just when Rias was thinking of giving up, she remembered that voice that had told her, Fight. How could she forget it? How could she call herself a Gremory if she was letting her older brother down with that decision? How could she belong to that family if she was that weak? No, she couldn't do that. She had to give her all until the end. With that determination, Rias began to stand up while looking at Riser seriously. So that's your decision. Very bad, Rias, but I understand. You are too proud to admit defeat. That's why I will eliminate you with a single attack. You should be grateful since I will prevent you from further humiliation. Riser commented seriously as he extended his hands to both sides and two vortices of fire began to form in them. Mom, Dad, Serafall, Grafia, Serafall, Yui, Mirajin, Tiamat and you my subjects, forgive me. I couldn't defeat the enemy. He is stronger and more experienced than me. Right now I don't feel my body and I'm sure that I will faint very soon, but I still don't plan on giving up. If I have to fall, I will do so because it was decided on the battlefield but not because I said so. Now I understand that fighting wasn't the only solution to this problem of mine. I could have solved it in another way, being firmer and more direct with my decisions just like Issei did. And that's what I'll do. I gave my best and I'm proud of it, but I wasn't ready for this kind of challenge yet. Power, strength and leadership are things that I don't have right now. I'm strong but the enemy is stronger. Still, I won't give up. I am Rias Gremory, the heiress of the Gremory clan, daughter of Vanillana Bale and Xiactus Gremory, the younger sister of Serafall Gremory and Issei Gremory. I will not be the first to accept surrender. Rias thought with determination and firmness as she looked seriously at the blonde. If she was going to fall, she would do so in a big way. With the last of her remaining power, Rias gathered it all in her right palm and launched it at Riser, who didn't move from his spot and received her attack full on, which destroyed much of his left side, and to the blonde's amazement, he saw how his wounds slowly healed. In disbelief he turned his gaze towards the redhead, who smiled with satisfaction at what she had done. If I had had more power maybe I would have won, was what the Gremory heiress thought at that moment with a smile on her face. But for Riser that movement was not to his liking. Fed up and afraid that the redhead could hurt him and defeat him, he launched against her the attack that he had been carrying until now with the intention of eliminating her once and for all and obtaining victory. A great torrent of fire was shot from Riser's hands towards the redhead, which was destroying everything in its path. That attack was the blonde's victory. Seeing the impending attack heading towards her, Rias could only close her eyes as she stretched her arms out in front of her to try and stop the large flame of fire coming towards her. With her hands outstretched, she created a barrier in front of her with all the power she had left, which wasn't much. Just as the mass of fire collided with the redhead's barrier, it began to crack under Rias's watchful gaze of horror. Was this her end? So was this how it would all end? She was so focused on that thought that she didn't notice how her necklace began to flicker constantly. While the Gremory heiress fought with all her might to stop Riser's attack, in the room where all the spectators of the underworld were, but mainly the leaders of the Gremory and Phoenix clan, such as the Maos and Issei's partners. All of them watched with great attention what seemed to be the outcome of the battle. Those present had different reactions and emotions. Some were happy about what was about to happen while others were worried about the fate that awaited the Gremory heiress. So absorbed were they all, that they did not notice the strange behavior that was happening in the redhead's chest. All except one woman who had noticed that strange light flickering. Serafall, can you clarify the image and focus on Rias's chest area? Serafall mentioned with intrigue, as she had seen a strange flickering light coming from that area of the redhead's body. What's happening, Serafall? Vanillana asked doubtfully as she watched the Mao get up from her seat and approach the screen that was broadcasting her daughter's meeting. None of those present knew what was wrong with the Mao Leviathan, but just seeing that she was starting to get nervous for some strange reason worried them all. Serafall, following his friend's words, brought the image closer as the brunette asked, and it was there that everyone could finally notice what Serafall was saying, since Rias's shirt gave off a small tinkling glow in the middle area of her breasts. What is that? Mirajin commented with intrigue as she watched the broadcast, and for some reason her heart began to beat fast, as if she was about to witness something truly incredible. It won't be that. Yui couldn't finish speaking because suddenly the screen that was transmitting the meeting began to shine, capturing the attention of everyone present. Her hands were beginning to hurt and her energy to diminish as she held the barrier up and tried to resist Riser's attack, but it was difficult. With every second that passed her defense began to break, and she highly doubted that it would hold out any longer. She had given her all, but it was not enough to overcome this test. And finally her barrier fell to pieces. Rias could only watch as the torrent of fire came towards her in slow motion. Was it all over? No, not yet. It was at that precise moment, Just before the redhead was injured by the fire, that a glow emerged from her chest, where seconds later her shirt was seen to be torn, creating a large explosion in the area under the gaze of astonishment and horror of the spectators, who had no idea what had happened. A large layer of smoke rose again where the Gremory heiress had been, with no sign of her. Riser, seeing this, smiled arrogantly, believing that he had already won the match, but it was not quite over yet. To everyone's surprise, the smoke was cleared by a strange current of air, and the redhead could finally be seen, but she was not alone. In front of her was a sword as black as the night itself, which gave off a sacred and destructive aura while apparently defending the woman behind her. With the spectators it was total chaos, since they had no idea what was happening or where that sword had come from, which in their opinion was really scary and for some reason reminded them of someone, which worried and frightened them. But if it were a worse state, Issei's girls took the first prize, since they were the only ones who knew the true nature of that sword. That weapon that did not obey anyone but her beloved, but mainly that weapon that attacked any being that approached it or considered an enemy. "Stop this duel right now," Serafall ordered seriously and worriedly as she watched the broadcast. "Serafall, what's wrong? Why are you reacting like that?" Vanillana asked with doubt and a little concern, seeing the behavior of the Leviathan. But she was not the only one, since Mira Jean, Issei and Tiamat looked quite worried. "What's happening? What's happening is that the Phoenix heir is about to die if he doesn't get out of that dimension quickly," Mira Jean commented with concern as she stood up from her seat. "My son, I don't understand what they're saying. Does that sword have something to do with it? Isn't it just an ordinary sword?" Lady Phoenix asked the worried women with doubt. "If it were another sword there wouldn't be any problem, but this one has a mind of its own, and after so many centuries asleep it has finally awakened," Issei mentioned seriously as she stood up from her spot. "Who has woken up?" Lord Phoenix asked with doubt and some anguish. He felt that what he was about to hear would not be anything good. "Ascalon. The sword of the true king of the underworld, the sword of my master Issei Gremory. The weapon of equal lethality to its owner," Tiamat finished saying, causing everyone present to begin to tremble just by hearing the name of that man. On the battlefield, Rias had no idea what was going on. She was about to receive Riser's fire attack a short while ago, but from one moment to the next she was saved by her brother's sword. If she remembered correctly, its name was Ascalon. The sword that was kept in the Gremory Mason until she found it, and it became a necklace that she has been wearing all her life. What was it doing here? It was the first time she had seen it after so many years. Her sisters had once told her that the sword had a mind of its own, and used to be very aggressive towards those who were not members of the family. Why was it here? Had it responded to her feelings? Or was it that her brother was watching over her from wherever he was? She didn't know, and she didn't care either. In fact, she was too tired to think clearly. Her vision was blurry and her body ended up giving in to exhaustion after a tough fight with the Phoenix heir, but at least she had put up a fight. "Nisan, thanks," Rias whispered with a smile on her face as she looked at Ascalon, and subsequently fell prey to exhaustion, ending up fainted on the ground. But if one were to think that the battle was already over, that thought would be very wrong. Riser was one who, upon seeing the Gremory heiress collapse from exhaustion, was confident that victory was his, just like his sister, regardless of Ascalon's presence on campus. It was an imperceptible flash that covered the distance between Rias and Riser from one moment to the next. The Phoenix heir only looked in disbelief as his right arm detached from his body and flew out until it fell to the ground. But the surprise came later when the wound did not heal as it was supposed to, and with it a heartbreaking scream from Riser was present in the area, while behind him was Ascalon horizontally with a little blood on the tip of his blade. That's right, Ascalon had moved on her own to attack the blonde. Ravua was horrified at what she was seeing. Her brother had been seriously injured by a sword. How crazy could that be? But the show was not over yet. Spinning slowly until the tip of her blade was pointing at the blonde, Ascalon shot out again at high speed, where she began to move around Riser and began to make cuts all over his body filled with sacred aura, a deadly poison for demons. The Phoenix heir could only scream in pain at such punishment and torture he was feeling at that moment. He couldn't even counterattack. How would you fight against a cursed sword? The death of the Phoenix heir seemed imminent. Ascalon suddenly stopped his onslaught of cuts and rose into the sky with clear intentions of finishing what he had started. His blade was surrounded by an aura of light that illuminated the entire sky, and just as it rose, it descended quickly with intentions of stabbing the defenseless and vulnerable Riser. He was close, very close. A few meters closer and he would have killed the blonde, but all trajectory was interrupted when in the dimension he saw in front of the Phoenix Air the Mao Leviathan with her arms outstretched protecting the blonde while she had her sights on the object that was falling from the sky at full speed. Ascalon, stop! Serafall ordered and shouted loudly with her eyes closed, feeling a current of air hitting her face seconds later. She had come in a hurry once she had transported from the spectator hall to the battle dimension only to stop her beloved's weapon. Not feeling anything out of the ordinary, Serafall began to slowly open her eyes only to see Ascalon lying right in front of her, as if he was waiting for orders. The beautiful woman looked at her own reflection through the blade of the sword and could only swallow hard at having avoided a catastrophe. Calmly, she placed her hand on the hilt of Ascalon where she witnessed how it shone brightly, and once the glow ceased in her hand was the necklace that Rias had worn since she was a child. Serafall internally wondered if Ascalon's appearance was because Rias was in danger and decided to act to help her, or if it was because of something else that she couldn't see clearly. She didn't know very well. But there was nothing else to do but continue. With a firm step she began to walk towards where the redhead was lying on the ground, and once she reached her with great care she put the necklace back on her. After finishing, she looked up at the sky as she spoke. "Grafia, finish this," announced the winner at once. Serafall shouted seriously to the sky while she had the redhead's head resting on her legs. Rias-sama was the first to fall unconscious. Therefore Riser Phoenix is the winner of this match. Grafia mentioned seriously through the communicators. With victory obtained, Revel proceeded to take her brother to transport him to the medical facilities so that he could be treated, leaving Serafall and Rias alone in the dimension, one unconscious while the other just looked ahead while caressing the redhead's head. Many inexplicable things are happening. First Tiamat has a moment of shocking talk, then Rias is mysteriously saved by a crimson sphere, then Grafia was supposedly able to observe you for a certain time, and now Ascalon wakes up from his lethargic sleep for a moment after all these years of inactivity. What does all this mean? Is it fate wanting to tell us something? Is it just a simple coincidence? Or is it what I've been thinking since I found out about all this? My love, have these been signs from you wanting to tell us? I'm here. I don't know for sure. All I can do is wait and see if my assumptions are correct. Serafall commented softly as she looked up at the sky. Just at that moment, both she and Rias began to give off a bluish glow, a symbol that they were being transported, and thus the Mao and the Gremory heiress left the dimension while heading to the medical center for the care of the youngest of the Gremory. The raiding game had ended, with the Phoenix clan winning, which meant that the engagement was still in place and would be made official in a few days. Did that mean everything was already decided? Of course not. 2 days later, Phoenix Mansion. In one of the rooms of the Phoenix Mansion, several maids could be seen in a row, all of whom were looking very attentively at the woman who was lying right in front of them, admiring her own reflection through the mirror that was situated in front of her. A beautiful white wedding dress was on her porcelain skin, and this same dress was displeasing the beautiful redhead who was looking at herself in the mirror. This is supposed to be an engagement party, but this looks more like a wedding dress, Rias mentioned seriously and irritatedly as she looked at herself in the mirror in front of her. You're right, Riser commented as he appeared in the room through a magic circle, surprising those present in the room and creating discomfort in the redhead. Riser-sama cannot be here. This area is not allowed for men. The maids who were in the room said worriedly to the blonde. Don't be so strict, I'm the star of the night. Oh right, the fiancé is the star, sorry. Riser commented with amusement as he approached the redhead, standing a few inches in front of her. I'm not your fiancé yet, and what's with this dress? Rias mentioned with displeasure and seriousness to the man in front of her. But you will be soon. I will show the underworld the relations of the Gremory and Phoenix families. Using this makes it easier for you to give up, right? Riser commented mockingly to the redhead while looking at her in detail. Don't worry, your dress for the royal ceremony will be on a different level. Being the tradition of the Phoenix family, it will be the most beautiful dress, decorated with wings of fire. Riser mentioned with amusement after walking away from the Gremory heiress, then disappearing in a sea of flames. What horrible taste, just what I expected from a pretentious family. Rias commented seriously and with displeasure, and then turned her gaze back to the mirror, where she showed a sad expression on her face when she saw herself. I'm sorry I failed you, Oni-san. I did my best but I ended up failing, and now these are the consequences of my actions. With what face will I see you the day you return? I am not worthy of your love, I am not worthy of your recognition, I am not worthy of carrying this surname. I am not worthy of being your sister, Issei Gremory. Rias thought sadly as she looked in the mirror. She had lost the match for her freedom. She had not been able to prove her worth as her brothers had done at the time, but above all, she had failed her older brother. It was at that she was forced out of her thoughts as she saw the main door of the room open, giving way to two women of incredible beauty well known to the Gremory heiress. It was a woman who looked a lot like the redhead, only this one had shorter brown hair and violet eyes. Due to her devilish lineage, she seemed around the same age as the redhead. Next to her came a beautiful girl who looked in her teens with black hair, tied in two ponytails and purple eyes. Both women were wearing evening dresses for tonight's event. And these same women brought a smile to Rias once they entered the room. After all, it was her mother, and one of her older sisters. "Mom. Serafall Winnie-san. What are you doing here? I thought you'd be in the guest room waiting for the ceremony to start," Rias said in surprise upon seeing her mother and the mole Leviathan in the room. "Daughter, you don't have to pretend to be okay. You are very similar to Issei in that sense. Both of you hide your worries and pains so as not to worry others, but don't do it anymore. Come Rias, let it out, don't keep it in any longer," Vanillana commented lovingly as she hugged her daughter and cradled her face between her breasts. And not even 10 seconds passed when Rias burst into tears in her mother's arms. While she hugged her tightly and let her vent her feelings on her, she cared little if her dress got wet since her daughter came first before anything else. Serafall, seeing this, asked the maids to leave the room and leave them alone, being the ones who heeded the Mao Leviathan's request. Once there were only the three of them in the room, they sat on one of the sewn-for-alls in the living room, leaving Rias in the middle with her mother and Serafall at her sides. The redhead rested her head on her mother's legs while she lovingly caressed her head and waited for her daughter to calm down. "I lost, I gave my best and I still lost. No matter how hard I trained, I ended up losing. My friends fought for my freedom and I let them down at the last moment. If it hadn't been for Ascalon, I would be dead. I should have given much more even if my body couldn't anymore. I'm useless. I'm a complete disgrace to the Gremory clan. If my brother were here, he would." Rias couldn't finish her lament as she had felt a hand rest on her hip, so she had moved her gaze to that area, noticing how the Mao Leviathan smiled at her. "He would understand you," Serafall commented with a smile on her face as she looked at the redhead. "Hey," Rias said, totally confused by the brunette's words. "Do you really think that Issei won all his fights without suffering a defeat? Listen carefully, Rias. Your brother was powerful but not invincible. He often lost matches during his training and fights. When we were children, he sometimes lost to me in confrontations. With Tiamat, he lasted 2 years of pure defeats before beating her. And if you think that once he was the same age as you are now or a little older, he began to win his fights, well, let me tell you that he lost in a fight against Drake. What I mean is that Issei Gremory has never been invincible. He can lose, he can bleed, and he can cry like all of us. What made him different from the others is that he always got up after falling harder than before. He saw the defeats as a lesson and understood that he had to take another path to continue growing. Rias, you lost this fight, but you haven't lost the war. You say you want to be like your brother, but you haven't realized that you are already very similar to him," Serafall mentioned softly as she watched the redhead sit down and look at the floor with her hands on her knees and her head down. "I don't." Rias couldn't even speak, as the words wouldn't come out of her mouth. She was a sea of emotions because of the brunette's words. Was she really still worthy? "You're not that, Rias. I tell you something that Issei would hate to see. He would hate to see you give up even when there's hope. That's the only thing that would make him angry. Seeing how you accept defeat without even trying to fight to change your life. This is not over yet. Who cares what the devils say? Who cares what the counselors or the Maos think? This life is only yours and no one can decide on it but you. You know why Issei was feared, hated and respected in different parts of the world and the underworld. It was because he did not let himself be trampled by anyone even if the enemy was stronger than him. He never backed down and always defended his beliefs. Rias, the only person who can save you is yourself. Your parents can't do it without causing controversy in the underworld. Serzex, Ajuka and I can't either because our positions in the underworld prevent us from doing so. Yui, Mirajin and Tiamat can't do it either without causing chaos in these lands. The only one who can do it is you, Rias. Damn. You are a Gremory. You are Serzex and Issei's younger sister Gremory. As such you have the same power and blood as them. You have always wanted to earn Issei's recognition, right? Then fight and earn his approval when he returns. Serafall finished saying seriously as she looked at the redhead, and not only her, Vanillana, who had remained silent until now, looked attentively at her daughter. PFFF, after hearing that, it's hard for me to give up, thanks Winnie-san, Rias mentioned, letting out a smile as she turned to look at the brunette, who nodded and smiled back at her. You knew Oni-san very well, didn't you? Rias asked as she looked at the brunette, who only smiled at that question. She did it very well, daughter. After all, Serafall was the one who kept your brother under control. She had been doing it since they were children. Besides, they both loved each other madly and knew each other very well. Vanillana commented with amusement after remembering those childhood times of her firstborn and the brunette. Stop it, you'll make me blush. Serafall mentioned with amusement, and slightly blushing, causing the three of them to laugh and forget the sad atmosphere that was in the room at the beginning. Do you miss him? Rias asked Serafall softly once she recovered from her laughter. Every second of my life, but I know that he will return one day and I will be able to enjoy his love and company again. That was the promise we made before he left. Serafall replied with a smile on her face as she thought about the man who had her heart since the day she first saw him. At that moment she remembered her first encounter with the love of her life. Although it had not been the best or the most romantic, it was a great memory for her. Who would say that the man who would turn her world upside down would arrive around the corner? Literally, since in her childhood she had turned a corner where she ended up colliding with someone. She remembered being speechless when she saw who she had collided with back then, a boy older than her, with brown hair and violet eyes similar to hers. And the words he had said to her at that moment she still remembered. Get out of the way, you idiot girl. Yes, at first Issei had not been the gentlest, but over time an inextinguishable love had formed between them. He asked me where he is. I really want to meet him, Rias said with a sigh as she stood up from her seat and wiped the tears from her face. It was lucky that her makeup didn't run when she cried. I feel like we'll see him again very soon, a mother's hunch. Vanillana commented happily once she got up from her seat, being imitated by Serafall. Excuse the intrusion, Rias-sama, it's time, said a maid entering the room, drawing the attention of the three women, who saw that the time had come to leave and go meet the Phoenix heir. Not knowing that today, more than a ceremony, would be a hell for all the demons. Main hall of the Phoenix Mansion. Currently the room where the ceremony between the Gremory and Phoenix families would take place, was full of aristocratic demons, as well as all the counselors of the underworld, the Maus and the female members of the Gremory family, who were Yui Lucifer, Mira Jean Lucifuge and Tiamat. All of them were waiting for the engagement ceremony between the Gremory heirs to begin, some happier than others as was the case of the elders of the underworld, who saw with satisfaction how their plans were going as they expected, since very soon the union of two pure-blood demons was about to be consolidated to start a new generation of more powerful demons. After all, one of those involved in this ceremony was a Gremory. On the other hand, the Mao Asmodeus satisfactorily saw the results of said ceremony. From the beginning he had foreseen this scenario with the Phoenix heir as the winner, and the Gremory heiress succumbing to her inevitable destiny. That was how it should be. They were the masters and lords of these lands, and all who inhabited them were their puppets. Nothing better than to form the underworld that should have been from the beginning just like that of the era of the original Maus. He was sure that this scenario would be reached one day, and for that he needed a queen to rule. Too bad the one he wanted did not pay attention to him, all because of a man who was dead. But one day she would. After all, he was a Mo and no one could resist him. But unfortunately for the counselors and the Mao Asmodeus, the one who sowed terror in the biblical factions thousands of years ago was about to show himself to the world, and with him came only one destiny: death. I really want to burn all these imbeciles, Tiamat mentioned with displeasure while drinking a glass of wine and wearing a black one-piece dress. I agree with you, friend, Mira-Jen commented approvingly, standing next to the blue-haired girl while she was wearing a red one-piece dress and watching as some men cast lustful glances at them. What a pity that they could only see and not touch, because if they did, they would only find death at their hands. There was only one man who could touch them and possess their bodies, and that was their king. If Issei were here, he would have killed all of them already, Yui mentioned simply while wearing a white one-piece dress and noticing how the demons were looking at them with lust, so she decided to activate some of her aura to scare those imbeciles, achieving her goal. I don't doubt that, Yui. Oni-san is better at doing those things than me, Serzex commented as he reached the position of his friends next to his wife and son and his friend Ajuka. It should be noted that both Maus were wearing fine and formal clothes, while the silver-haired girl was wearing her maid outfit and her son was wearing a formal suit. He would surely kill the counselors first, then the demons who were against him, all to set an example of who is in charge, creating panic in his people, but at the same time order, something that is very difficult for us to do, Ajuka mentioned while looking around at all the people present in the room. I think it would be the first time we would see him angry. I wonder what it would be like, Grafia commented with interest while bringing one of her hands to her chin. A monster, Tiamat and Serafall answered at the same time with a slight chill in their bodies at the thought of their angry partner. And while they all spoke, a little far from their position were the members of the Phoenix clan, Gremory and Citri. Onisama won a fiancé in a raiding game. It was obvious from the start who would win, but it was a good show either way. Riser's younger sister Revel Phoenix commented with amusement and airs of grandeur, as she was surrounded by noble demons and bragged to them about her brother's actions. Look at her showing off. Kiba mentioned with displeasure, while wearing a formal suit and drinking a glass of wine and looking at the blonde with disapproval. Being imitated by his friends who were at his side wearing formal clothes for the occasion and looking at the blonde in a bad way. You must have forgotten that it was broadcast, Sona commented, arriving where the members of the Gremory entourage were with their entourage. President Sona, Kates mentioned in amazement as she looked at the brunette. Leaving aside the result, it was quite impressive, or rather it exceeded everyone's expectations. Sona commented approvingly as she looked at the Gremory entourage. Thanks for the compliment, but you don't need to be so considerate, Akeno mentioned with a smile on her face as she looked at her friend. Ugh. Sona expressed in confusion upon seeing the strange behavior of her friend's entourage members. They almost seemed as if they were plotting something, but what? We don't think this is over, Murayama responded firmly, backed by his friends. It's not over yet, Koneko finished saying seriously while eating a snack and looking forward at the room, specifically the center of it. It was at that moment that a torrent of fire appeared in the center of the room, from which Riser emerged seconds later wearing a white suit, capturing the attention of all the guests and those present in the room, who stopped what they were doing and focused their attention on the blonde. Renowned nobles of the underworld, the Phoenix family is honored by your visit tonight. Guests to share this historic moment where I, Riser Phoenix, and the heiress of the Gremory family, Issei Gremory, will formally announce our engagement. Without further ado, allow me to introduce my empress, Issei Gremory, Riser mentioned excitedly as he pointed to the center of the room where there was a small altar. In which seconds after the blonde's words it was shown how the magic circle of the Gremory clan appeared, and from it was seen how the Gremory heiress in the company of her mother and the Mao Leviathan were present in the room. The applause of the demon nobles was not necessary once the redhead had made herself present. Serafall and Vanillana, once they arrived, they withdrew from the altar and went where Mira Jean, Yui, Tiamat and company were to be with them for the remainder of the ceremony. Serafall and Graphius, seeing how Rias made an appearance, went with her to give her more comfort. After all, it was not forbidden for them to be by her side. On the other hand, Riser was pleased with the results of this ceremony, so much so that he could not help but smile like the counselors and the Mao Asmodeus. So he decided to continue with the ceremony. After all, what could go wrong? But all ceremony was interrupted when outside the room screams of horror began to be heard that caused each of the devils present in the room to have a chill in their bodies. The screams were such that each person wondered what was happening outside. Even the Maos began to worry about what was happening, and could only imagine that it was an attack against the underworld. Be that as it may, they could not stay like that without doing anything, so the first to act was Serafall, who with a serious expression on his face ordered everyone present to remain calm while he sent some guards to verify what was happening outside the room. The devils obeyed the command of the Mao Lucifer, while he placed himself next to Rias with Graphia, being in the center of the room and looking directly towards the main entrance. Serafall, Mira Jean, Yui and Tiamat stood by Vanillana and Xiacta's side as they placed the Gremory and Citri entourage next to them in case an emergency arose and they needed to act. The guards that Serafall had sent left the room as they went to verify what was happening, while leaving everyone present in the room worried. But it wasn't just them. Thanks to Riser having decided to broadcast the ceremony live to the entire underworld and the supernatural world, in every corner of the planet all the viewers watched the broadcast attentively, without knowing that their lives were about to change. In heaven, Elohim and Gabriel watched the broadcast attentively as the ceremony involved their friend, beloved sister, and unfortunately they could only watch, since if they interfered it would cause a war between races. But they had never anticipated that the ceremony would turn into a scene from a horror movie, since even they could hear the screams of horror. But for some strange reason the leader of heaven began to get nervous while the beautiful Seraphim felt her heart beating like crazy. What was happening? In Gregory the situation was the same. Azazel and Penamion watched the broadcast with great attention in the company of two women, one silver-haired and the other blonde. Neither of them looked away as they felt that what they were about to see would mark a great change in the world. At that moment, for some strange reason, the beautiful and sexy cadre felt her heart beating strongly and her eyes wanting to cry. Throughout the supernatural world, leaders and citizens, regardless of their race or origin, all of them watched the broadcast with great attention, as they felt that they were about to witness something really important. As if it were a bad omen that would come for all their lives. Only 2 minutes passed in the room, when a really heavy and immense aura was present throughout the area that froze the blood of everyone present, even the Maos and Issei's family, since that presence surpassed them all by far. In addition, it gave off a cold atmosphere, full of chaos and death, but it was strangely familiar to some of the people present. And the first to realize who that presence was none other than the Red Dragon Emperor, since he had experienced that aura in the flesh. How could he forget it? If it had been the time when a man had shown him that race did not matter to become strong. Ha ha ha, this is amazing. So the time has finally come. Drade shouted excitedly as he materialized in Murayama's hand in the form of a gauntlet, while drawing the attention of everyone present in the room. What do you mean, partner? Murayama asked out loud as he looked at his hand and ignored the fact that he was the center of attention in the room. Finally he's here. My friend, you finally came back, right? Issei Gremory? Drade shouted euphorically, causing each of those present to react differently at the mention of that name. On one hand, the demons and counselors were scared and trembled once they heard the name that caused terror in the underworld. How could they forget the man who imposed his order by killing the original Maos and creating a new regime in the underworld? There was only one thought in their heads. Is it really him? Wasn't he dead? On the other hand, the Maos, but especially the Mo Asmodeus, were in shock, since if the words of the Red Dragon Emperor were true, everything she had fought for would be in vain. But mainly now she would be out of his reach, was what she thought as she looked at the Mao Leviathan and noticed how she began to shed tears. No, she couldn't accept that. She would be his and she would prove it to that man if it was really him, which she saw as impossible since that bastard had been dead for a long time, right? And finally there was the brown-haired family, who remained motionless in their places while their heads processed Drake's words. Vanillana and Zeoctus were like statues as they looked at the main door and completely disconnected from the world. Their son. Their firstborn. Was he back? They didn't know how to act after that revelation other than to start shedding tears of happiness while their entire body trembled with emotion and longing. The women of the firstborn Gremory were the ones in the worst state, the constant trembling in their body, the tears falling down their cheeks, the expressions of happiness, love, sadness and longing, said a lot about how they all felt without exception. Only one thought hovered in their minds. My love returned. But if it was a worse state, the Gremory heiress had the first place. With just the mention of her brother, and the word, he returned. They turned Rias's world upside down for the simple fact that her greatest admiration in the world had returned at the worst moment of her life. If Drake's words were really true, what face would she put on him? Thousands and thousands of negative thoughts began to roam around the redhead's head as the situation developed. And while the Gremory heiress was a bunch of nerves and worries, her entourage and Sonas were completely mute and static in their positions. For none of them was it a secret the name of the man who is the true leader of the underworld, since in the case of the Gremory entourage, Rias herself had told them about her brother, and as for Sona, the one who had been in charge of telling them about the brown-haired man had been Serafall herself. At that moment, they all came to a single conclusion. Death came to the underworld. Drake-sama, is what you said true? Vanillana asked with her heart in her hand as she felt everything around her spinning and tears screaming to come out of her beautiful eyes. And just at that precise moment, when the Gremory matriarch threw the question into the air, the main door of the room exploded into thousands of pieces, bringing with it a large black cloud of smoke where the door had previously been located, making it difficult for everyone present to see outside. Nobody knew what was about to happen, but their bodies were screaming at all of them to flee, to get out of there quickly, because what was about to happen would not be pleasant at all. From among the smoke, the guards that Serzex had sent were thrown out, completely wounded and covered in cuts and burns, who fell in front of the Mao Lucifer, his wife and sister, as they looked at them with despair and fear etched all over their faces. Monster. The guards whispered before falling completely unconscious, under the horrified gaze of everyone present. It was at that moment that firm and strong footsteps began to be heard approaching the room, and unconsciously everyone present turned their faces towards the destroyed entrance. It wasn't long before a black boot appeared from among the smoke, followed by black pants and a very familiar crimson trench coat to everyone, since there was only one man who dressed like that. And finally a tall man with brown hair and a toned body made his way, who had a cold look and a completely serious face as he entered the room, causing more than one of those present to lose their breath when they saw who it was. And it was no wonder, since the true leader of the underworld had made himself present after several years of absence, and the worst of all is that he did not come alone. Once the brown-haired boy had entered the room with a cold expression and red eyes that promised death, Right behind him entered a well-proportioned young woman, with long white hair and red eyes, pointed ears and purple horns, as well as a long tail. Beside her stood a tall, voluptuous woman with scarlet hair densely braided and adorned with bows. Her 2 front braids had 2 golden ornaments near the top sections. She also wore 2 earrings and red lipstick. For clothes, she was wearing a daring version of the typical witch outfit. Beside her was a woman with short black hair styled in 2 tails and black eyes. She was wearing a black sailor uniform and wore a red belt that had a red side skirt. And the last of them was a rather muscular young man of above average height with short dark blue hair and eyes. He was wearing a blue leather jacket and a red scarf with an anchor on it. These subjects had completely serious expressions on their faces as they walked behind the brown-haired man as if they were his escort. But what terrified everyone present was feeling the power that they gave off from their bodies, since it was quite high, surpassing everyone present in the room, the highest being that of the white-haired woman. Even Serafall, who considered himself the strongest demon after his brother, seriously doubted defeating that woman. What kind of monsters had the brown-haired man brought with him? Walking with a firm and slow step through the center of the room, the brown-haired boy set off towards his target, which coincidentally was just a few meters in front of him. With each step he took, one of the windows in the room exploded into pieces, to the fear and panic of everyone present in the room, who understood that as a signal. And so, one by one, each demon began to kneel before his lord as he walked with elegance, superiority and grandeur in front of all of them towards the altar where the Mao Lucifer, his wife and sister were. Just as he passed by the static riser, the brown-haired boy threw a death glare at him, causing him to turn away trembling with fear. Because if there was something quite terrifying, it was looking directly into the eyes of death itself, and at that moment the brown-haired boy was the grim reaper of all those present. Once he arrived in front of the altar, his teammates Remy neighed behind him, while he slowly raised one of his feet onto the step while looking forward with a completely serious expression. After climbing the last step, he was in front of the 3 people who were at the altar and looked at him with expressions of astonishment, fear, happiness, and much more. The brunette first turned his gaze to the left and stared at Serafall with cold eyes and a frown of annoyance, then turned to look at Grafia seriously, and finally, who was his target from the beginning, he lowered his head a little since he was taller, and stared at the trembling redhead who lay in front of him coldly, worsening her condition. In that instant Rias felt the purest fear never before felt in her life. Her whole body trembled and she felt more and more like her strength was abandoning her. She had worked up the courage to raise her gaze and look directly at the man who lay in front of her, but it had been a mistake. Those red eyes full of coldness penetrated her soul, filling her with panic. Was that her brother? She could only witness how the brunette moved one of his hands towards her, and driven by the fear of being hurt she closed her eyes tightly. It was at that precise moment that she didn't feel any blow, but she did feel a hand resting between her breasts, and then she felt a tug on her neck. Opening her eyes in fear of what could happen to her, Rias first noticed how in front of her was the brown-haired boy looking at one of her hands intently. It was there that she noticed how her necklace rested in his hands. Had he only come for her necklace? After a few seconds the brown-haired boy turned around, but not before throwing a cold look at the redhead. He walked until he was at the edge of the altar where everyone present was looking at him with great attention and in silence for what he was about to do. He extended his hand in front of him with which he held the redhead's necklace, and finally decided to speak. "Show yourself before me and destroy my enemies, your master commands it, Ascalon," the brown-haired boy shouted firmly. And within seconds they could see how a purple glow of light came out of his outstretched hand, to then give way to a pillar of light that destroyed the ceiling of the room, while an aura that froze the blood of all the demons was present. After the pillar of light diminished, everyone could see how in the brown-haired man's raised hand rested a completely black sword, which gave off a powerful sacred and chaotic aura. That intimidating appearance that the man in front of them showed was enough to make them understand that. "Long live the king!" the men who came with Issei said in unison as they knelt before their lord. At that precise moment where everyone present in the room, whether it was the kneeling high-class devils, the young devils of the underworld, the devils who were in their homes and territories watching the live broadcast without missing a single detail, or the Ophis family, and not only in those lands. All over the planet the different races and mythologies watched the broadcast with great attention, but especially the man who was shown in it, all of them while looking at the imposing figure of the man who stood on the altar demonstrating greatness with a look full of coldness and death wherever he looked and an aura worthy of a leader. At that moment not a single person made a sound. His figure was almost like that of a king. A real demon king. A true devil, dragon god. Then silence. Currently the atmosphere in the room where the announcement of the ceremony between the Gremory heiress and the Phoenix heir would take place was quite tense. Silence reigned in the place after the appearance and return of Issei Gremory. None of those present in the room moved or said anything, as they were truly shocked by what was happening. The devils were fearful, because they knew that the man on the altar had killed their leaders in the ancient era and had positioned himself at the top of the underworld, but mainly they knew what he was like and his way of doing things if someone opposed him. The name Gremory in the underworld was used to refer to a clan, but also to name the terror of the factions, which is how the brown-haired boy is known among the biblical factions, who was known for his tremendous power, brutality, and lack of compassion. They all knew that Issei Gremory was the most powerful devil in the underworld and there was no one who could match him. Now the devils were faced with only one choice: obey or die. It all came down to that. Just as it was when they had to accept the new order in the underworld several centuries ago. And tell me, what happened to my underworld? Issei mentioned coldly as he kept Ascalon in the sheath placed on his back and looked at everyone present with his red eyes full of anger. Just by hearing his voice, everyone present began to tremble with fear. Because hearing the voice of the very death of the underworld again caused terror, especially in those who had modified the underworld that the brown-haired man had left. At that moment the old men of the demonic council were trembling and static in their places while they prayed to who knows who to save them from the hands of the brown-haired man. Because if something was known about Issei, it was that no one could play with him, and much less alter his mandate and go against his decisions. No. He was not like the mouse who could be persuaded with a bad reputation. That man cared little about what they thought of him, and if someone opposed him he had the power and guts enough to take care of the problem without any regret. The counselors knew it very well. Now their life hung by a thread and everything they did for several years would be judged by the true king of the underworld. The only ones who weren't so worried were the brown-haired family. On the one hand, Vanillana and Zeoctus were really happy to see their son safe and sound again. For the Gremory matriarch, that memory of the farewell she had had with her firstborn centuries ago came back. She remembered that when she had heard her son say that he was going to leave, she had felt as if her heart was being pierced and her soul torn out, without a doubt a bitter feeling. But today was finally the day her son had returned. She wanted to surround him with her arms and squeeze him tightly while hugging him. Back then she had let her son go, but now she wanted to hold him in her arms and never let him go again. But she knew that she had to wait for it, since first the trial for the underworld would be held at the hands of her son. Still, Vanillana was really happy to see Issei. The tears and smile that her beautiful face presented were a symbol of this. Others who were a sea of tears were the brown-haired women, who looked with love, happiness, and longing at the man who had stolen their hearts quite some time ago. Serafall, Tiamat, Yui and Mirajine looked totally static at their beloved from their position. Their bodies did not respond as they wanted, since they wanted with all their might to throw themselves at Issei and tell him how much they had missed him. How much they had missed him. And not only them, Gabriel and Penimune, who watched the broadcast from their respective places while shedding tears of happiness and love, all of them wanted to go with their beloved and hug him to verify that it was not a dream, that everything was real and that he had returned. If there was a word to describe how they all felt right now, it would be destroyed. They were emotionally destroyed as many emotions invaded them. At that moment they all remembered that behavior that Issei had the day before he left and was absent for several years. Since they met Issei, they have always blindly trusted him, and just as he had promised, he had finally returned. Although it took him a while to do so, the important thing was that he had kept his promise. They faithfully waited for him as long as necessary, because only he and no one else was the man they would marry. But before going to him and telling him how much they missed him, feeling his body against theirs and hearing his voice telling them that everything was okay, before that they had to wait for their beloved to solve the problems that arose in the underworld in his absence. Even so, they were all happy to see their beloved again. Now they could finally form the long-awaited family they had always dreamed of. Meanwhile at the altar, Grafia and Serzex looked with joy at their older brother after so much time of absence. The beautiful maid looked with joy at the brown-haired man while shedding a couple of tears. Finally the hole in her heart had been filled just by seeing that her brother was safe and sound. Grafia at that moment felt complete and wanted to go and hug the brown-haired man tightly. But she also wanted to give him a good punch in his face for making her suffer all this time. But mainly she wanted to receive that attention and affection that only he could offer to her, her little sister. Serzex was really happy to see his brother again, but he more than anyone knew what would come with his return. Now the underworld would be judged by Issei for his lack of control in the demonic village, and he would be too. The beautiful redhead was feeling several emotions, happiness, and longing to finally see her greatest idol in the flesh. At that moment she wanted to go and introduce herself to the brown-haired boy and express how much she idolized him and wanted to meet him. But she didn't do it because the feeling of shame and fear was present throughout her being, since her greatest admiration in the world had come at the worst moment of her life where she had done nothing but bring disgrace to the Gremory clan. Rias feared that the brown-haired boy would reject her, but mainly that he would deny her greatest dream, her acceptance. On the other hand, the members of the Gremory and Citri entourage, all of them were waiting for what the brown-haired man who turned out to be the leader of the underworld would do. Among the members of the redhead's entourage, Akeno was the one who was most attentive to the brown-haired man's actions, since thanks to her best friend she had acquired some interest and admiration towards the eldest of the Gremory. Seeing him in person was really impressive and also frightening, since his presence alone showed power and greatness. The other members looked at the brown-haired man with impression and respect since they knew who he was thanks to their mistress. As such, they were aware that the one who stood on the altar was the leader of the underworld. On the other hand, the Citri group remained silent and respectful towards the brown-haired man since thanks to their mistress they knew well who he was and the respect and admiration he deserved. But within them, Sona was the one who was most impressed since in front of her was her sisters, fiancé and partner. The one for whom Serafall would not accept any commitment, that subject of extreme danger. Seeing him in person was terrifying and amazing for the brunette, since she had grown up listening to her sister's stories about the brown-haired man, and thanks to that she had a deep respect and admiration for the brown-haired man. The growing admiration and respect towards Issei by the Gremory and Citri group was also due to a certain television program titled Gremory, a program that recounted the adventures and stories of a group of young people, beginning with the life of Serafall Citri, a 17-year-old girl specialized in ice and water magic, who along the way meets Issei Gremory, a young man who seeks to be the strongest in the world, and who travels accompanied by his younger brother Serzex and his friend Ajuka. Shortly after the meeting between the two, the three embark on an adventure around the world. In it they meet Tiamat, Yui, Mirajine and Graphia. They form a team to go to the different missions that exist in the world. As the series progresses, new challenges are revealed, so the members of the Gremory group must join forces and prevent the dark purposes of those subjects who seek to sow evil from being fulfilled. A very famous television series in the underworld and supernatural world created by Serafall herself, in order to preserve and keep alive the name and history of her beloved during her absence. A very popular program among children and teenagers, where the Gremory entourage and Citri were fans of this and mainly of the protagonist, Issei Gremory. So for them, seeing their idol in person was a dream come true. It was a shame that the show was at risk of cancellation when Issei found out about it. Serafall was going to be punished without a doubt. And among the guests present there was a man who was furious, and clenched his fists tightly as he looked at the brown-haired man. The Mao Asmodeus had been furious since the brown-haired man had made his appearance, since with him many things he had fought for would be lost, but mainly the woman he had unsuccessfully pursued for so many years would be out of his reach. Falbium, since he had been promoted to Mao by the elders of the demonic council, had come to have a crush on the Mao Leviathan and countless times tried to be with her by inviting her out or giving her gifts. But unfortunately for him, the beautiful brunette already had a man who owned her heart. Serafall had always rejected him, and he knew why. It was all because of the damned firstborn of Vanillana and Xiactus Gremory. All his life he had tried to surpass the brown-haired man's feats and impress the Mao Leviathan, but nothing worked, since the brunette's heart was not willing to love anyone other than the brown-haired man. For that reason he hated Issei, because he had what he wanted most in the world, Serafall Leviathan, and he was not willing to leave him just like that. No. He would show the brunette that he was the best at killing the damned Gremory. Well, no one will speak. A while ago they were talking until they had enough, but now they prefer to remain silent. Well then, I will tell you what you did. You damn scum ruined my kingdom. Issei shouted furiously, causing everyone present to become nervous and fearful for their lives. But in every moment of seriousness, there is always an idiot who thinks he is the best in the world and believes himself superior to everyone. And in this case it was the Phoenix heir, who after recovering from his shock and fear, blinded by anger at seeing how his ceremony had been interrupted by a poor devil, went to the altar to confront the brown-haired man without taking into account who he was and what could happen to his life if he made him angrier than he already was. At that moment Lord and Lady Phoenix feared for the life of their son and his clan, especially considering that they had agreed with the arranged engagement between their son and the Gremory heiress, knowing that there was a law that denied any marriage that was far from the consent of those involved. A law imposed by the brown-haired man who was at the altar, who hated and punished with death anyone who was found and disobeyed his orders. Hey you, I don't know who you are or what you're here looking for, but you're ruining my ceremony. Get down from there right now and get out of here, dirty low class. If not, I'll be forced to do it myself, the great riser phoenix. The blonde commented with airs of grandeur while looking at the brown-haired boy without noticing the pale and horrified faces of the guests present and the Gremory family, who knew very well that irritating or offending the brown-haired boy was the worst stupidity that could be committed in this life. Seeing how the brown-haired boy ignored him as if his presence alone was that of a mere insect. Furious, Riser launched himself at the red-eyed brown-haired boy with the intention of giving him what he deserved and bringing down those airs of greatness that he showed, but he did not advance even 2 centimeters from his position when a fist hit his face hard, breaking his nose in the process, causing blood to flow out as he ended up being thrown a few meters from the altar under the fearful gaze of everyone present in the room, who turned their gaze to the one responsible for hitting the phoenix air, turning out to be the dark blue-haired man who came with the brown-haired boy once they entered the room. I'm sorry, Phoenix, but no one touches our king and comes out immune in our presence, even if he is able to defend himself. My duty as his knight is to always protect him from dirty vermin like you, Wave mentioned seriously while he was in front of his king, since from his position he had foreseen the blonde's actions, and as an act of reflex he had moved at great speed to stop his advance. At the blue-haired man's words, the Gremory family, friends and loved ones of the brown-haired man, opened their eyes in surprise. So the subjects who had come with Issei turned out to be members of his entourage. With that information in their heads, doubt began to arise about what position the mysterious women present in the room had and also what relationship they had with the brown-haired man. In the case of Issei's loved ones, it was not that they were jealous or angry with their man at the possibility that those women were also their partners. There had to be a reason for all that. But Tiamat, Yui and Mirajin, who were members of Issei's nobility, were curious to meet their new companions and see how strong they were, although for some strange reason the beautiful blue-haired dragon felt some discomfort and jealousy of the scarlet-haired woman. For some reason she felt a certain rivalry with that woman, a rivalry that involved Issei. Later she would find out, like the rest of the Gremory family. Ack. Damn low-class devil, how dare you put your filthy hands on a high-class devil, I'll kill you. Riser commented angrily as he stood up from his spot, wiping his face of the blood that had come out of his nose. You mean human? I'm not a demon, Phoenix. I'm just a simple human, Wave mentioned calmly as he looked at the blonde with disinterest. Human. Ha ha ha, then you're more useless than I thought. You're just scum in front of me, Riser commented with amusement and airs of grandeur to the blue-haired boy. Oh well, I'm not the one who ended up with a broken nose from a simple blow from a human. If anyone here is useless, it's you, my friend, Wave mentioned with a smile on his face as he looked at the blonde, who became furious with his comment. I'm fed up with all of you. Girls, keep these imposters and show them that you don't play with me, Riser shouted angrily as he looked at his entourage, who began to walk towards the brunette and his group with the intention of finishing them off once they heard his command. The first to follow the orders of their king were the chainsaw twins, which were aimed at the brown-haired man. They jumped into the air to fall with their weapons on the brown-haired man but were intercepted by the black-haired woman from the mystery group. Harem at high speed had positioned herself right in front of the green-haired twins, where using her sword she completely destroyed the twins' chainsaws, to their surprise. But it was not over yet. Spinning on her axis in the air without any compassion she made a cut with her sword on the twins' chest, causing blood to come out of the wound and for them to fall to the ground totally injured. That not only surprised Riser and his other pieces, but also caused panic in the demons present when they saw that the subjects who came with the brown-haired man were the same as him. On the other hand, Vanillana, in the company of her husband, grandson, Issei's fiancés and the Gremory and Citri entourage, watched attentively the development of the situation that was developing in front his. And outside the underworld kingdom, more specifically in heaven, Elohim and his daughter watched the broadcast attentively while many emotions were present in their bodies. On the one hand, the leader of heaven was happy to see his friend again, and even more so to know that he was safe and sound, but he also had a strong need to know what had happened to him all this time of absence, and mainly what had happened to the beast. Meanwhile, the beautiful Seraph just wanted to run to the underworld and kiss her beloved and vent all the pain and sadness she had since his departure, but she knew it was not the best time. The underworld eventually became a corrupt world and she knew very well that Issei would not be happy with that at all. Before meeting him she had to wait for his anger to subside and the situation in the demon world to be resolved. And in another part of the world, in the territories of the fallen angels, Azazel, the company of Penimune and 2 other women, watched the broadcast with several emotions present. The leader of the fallen seriously watched the broadcast, but mainly at the brown-haired boy. Perhaps he was not very related to him, but if there was one thing Azazel could say was that with the return of Issei Gremory many things would be about to change and happen in the world, some good and some bad. But mainly he knew that if it was a war, now the underworld had its best soldier to face any challenge. At that moment the idea of a peace treaty was on his mind. On the other hand, the beautiful and sexy cadre was shedding a couple of tears as she looked at her beloved. The long-awaited moment of being reunited with him had finally arrived. She wanted to go to the underworld and take refuge in those arms that transmitted happiness and security to her, but she had to wait for the atmosphere in that kingdom to improve. Because if she knew one thing about her beloved, it was that he was not going to sit back and do nothing when he saw the state of his kingdom. And behind the two cadres were two women of dazzling beauty. One of them was a beautiful young woman with long blonde hair and sapphire blue eyes who appeared to be wearing a standard hooded wizard robe. She was better known as Lavinia Rennie, a human mage of the Mage Association's GREMORY organization, nicknamed the Ice Princess, as it related to the sacred gear she possessed, the Longinus Absolute Demise, an independent-type sacred gear that could materialize a 3-meter-tall disfigured doll made of ice that took the form of a woman in a dress next to the wearer, and obeyed their every command. Beside him was a very beautiful girl with pale skin and hip-length silver hair that had bangs hanging over her face where it mostly hung on the right side and clear sky-blue eyes. She was wearing a trench coat similar to a jacket, with a white buttoned shirt and a black skirt. This beautiful woman was known as Valerie Lucifer Morningstar, a remaining descendant of the original Lucifer Morningstar, as she was the granddaughter of Resivim Lucifer and the wielder of the Longinus Divine Dividing, being the possessor of the White Dragon Emperor, Albion. As such, the direct rival of Murayama and Drake. Both women were semi-affiliated with the fallen angels, as they had certain dealings and agreements with Azazel, and these same women watched the broadcast with great attention, as they found what was about to happen in the underworld interesting. But more than anything they looked at that brown-haired man who strangely had their attention. In Lavinia's case, seeing the brown-haired man generated an instinct in her to know more about him, and see who he really was, while Valerie felt a tingling all over her body when she saw him, as if he was asking her to confront him. "That man, what is his name? And who is he?" Lavinia asked the two cadres with doubt, while she brought one of her fingers to her lips. "Issei Gremory, the firstborn of Vanillana Baal and Zyoctus Gremory, listed as the strongest devil ever seen. Best known for being the killer of the original Maus and for imposing his order and mandate in the underworld by taking its leadership. Nicknamed the Emperor of Destruction by the celestial dragon Drake, for surviving an encounter with him, the Terror of the Factions, for causing fear and death in the 3 biblical factions in their era of war, and also the God Slayer, for ending the life of the god of war of Greek mythology, Ares. It could be said that he is the highest authority and danger in this world." Azazel answered seriously to the blonde woman behind him without taking his eyes off the transmission in front of him. "Is it bad?" Valerie asked with interest, as what Azazel had said had caught his attention. "No. Imposing and terrifying, yes, but not evil. Is a lion evil for tearing a gazelle to pieces?" Penimune calmly asked the women behind her while looking at her beloved. "You say that because you are in love with him, Penimune," Azazel commented with amusement to lighten the mood in the room. "No, I say this because I have seen the real Issei in person and I know who he really is behind that intimidating appearance he shows," Penimune mentioned with a smile on her face as she thought and looked at her man. Returning to the underworld, after the defeat of the green-haired twins at the hands of Kurom, the all for honor mentioned fell in front of her king and next to her partner while looking seriously at the group of attackers in front of them. "Damn you, you'll pay for messing with us," the other riser pieces shouted angrily, then threw themselves at the tank. But just like the twins, all of them were intercepted by a member of the mysterious group, and this time it was the red-haired woman. Irene, with a serious expression on her face, struck the ground with her staff, and the next thing that happened was that the pieces of riser rose into the air to the disbelief of those who were struggling to return to Earth, and then a large number of fire spheres began to form around them. The explosion that was generated once the redhead sent the spheres against the women was impressive. It was a save that the roof was already destroyed or several rubble would fall on the guests present in the room. From the layer of smoke generated by the explosion, the pieces of riser began to fall totally injured, burned and unconscious. That not only caused surprise and fear in those present, but also in the entire world. Everyone who saw and witnessed that spectacle only had one question. Who the hell were those guys? It seems that you do not understand your place or the gravity of the situation, insects, and neither the importance of this meeting. I will not tolerate any more disrespect towards my king, if what you want is to die. I, Isabella Osa, the queen of Issei Gremory, will gladly fulfill your wish. The white-haired woman commented as she walked towards the phoenix heir, who was being supported by his queen. Queen. At that revelation, everyone went into crisis since Queen's peace in the underworld was known to be the strongest, and also the one given to subjects of incredible power who were closest to the king of the entourage. Knowing that information caused shock and fear. If Issei was extremely strong, how much stronger was that woman? They didn't want to know, and it seemed that she had the same bad temper as the brown-haired boy. Placing her staff in front of her, Eubelina launched one of her famous explosions at Koneko, but it was obstructed by a kind of barrier in front of Koneko. No matter how many more she launched, none of them managed to hit the demoness. That was very similar to what Issei did with his power. Moving at high speed, Isabella positioned herself right behind the blonde and the purple-haired woman, where she grabbed Eubelina's head and slammed it hard into the ground, causing her to immediately lose consciousness while she expelled a little blood from her mouth, and her eyes were rolled back. Riser, seeing that, launched himself furiously towards the woman, but a strong blow from Koneko's tail sent him flying across the room. Without wasting time, Isabella moved quickly and positioned herself right above Riser and delivered a strong blow to his chest that sent him crashing against the floor. Without giving him time to recover, she fell hard on the blonde, causing him to spit blood and moan in pain. It was a shame that his punishment hadn't ended yet, since Koneko continued to bury her claw in his chest, and she engulfed it with her power, ending up hurting his insides. And not only that, but she had also cut off the magic channel of his body, which meant that his regeneration had been cancelled. Everyone present watched in horror as the phoenix heir lay on the ground, and what was worse was that his wounds were not healing. The blood that was flowing uncontrollably from his chest told them that. But how was that possible if he was a phoenix? Everyone saw how the white-haired woman withdrew her claw from the blonde and stood up while looking with contempt at her dying victim on the ground. You are a disgrace and a despicable subject. You don't even deserve to call yourself a man when all you do is denigrate women and hurt the defenseless. People like you make me sick. You won't die yet, but at least you will suffer for all the damage you've done. Isabella mentioned with contempt and hatred to the blonde. After that, she raised her left leg, then dropped it with force and ended up stepping on Riser's male reproductive area, which ended up being shattered by the beautiful demon. Ah! It was the cry of horror and pain that Riser let out when he was hit in his private parts, ending up fainting from the magnitude of the pain. At that moment, after finishing her task, Isabella retreated to where her friends were, giving Ravel the opportunity to go to where her brother was, to whom she gave a phoenix tear to heal his wounds. But despite this, the blonde did not wake up, and only Remy lay there lying on the ground like his pieces, totally defeated. That was enough to make everyone present understand that with the brown-haired group they should not mess with, since they were just as dangerous as their king. While she continued with her walk, Isabella noticed how her beloved had moved at great speed towards where she was. Placing himself behind her, she had no idea why he had done it. But all doubt was resolved when a loud sound was heard in the room. Bam! Everyone at that moment could see how behind the white-haired woman was the brown-haired man, looking coldly with his red eyes at the man in front of him, who had his fist against Issei's chest. But he had not been affected by the blows, since for him it had been like a mere breeze of air crashing against his body. The one who had launched the blow was none other than the Mao Asmodeus, who aimed to hurt Isabella, attacking her from behind once he saw how he had humiliated the phoenix heir. But he never took into account that the brown-haired man would place himself right in front of him and stop his attack with his body without showing any harm or discomfort. Huh. What were you trying to achieve with that? Issei mentioned coldly, not having flinched at the blow from the Mao Asmodeus, who moved away from him in fear and disbelief since he had used all his strength in that blow. This isn't possible. You should be on the ground. I am the Mao Asmodeus and no one is going to. Yuck. Falbium couldn't continue speaking because the air in his lungs had left his body and an ailment began to arise in his stomach area. At that moment, Issei's right fist rested on the demon's stomach, while the brown-haired boy looked at him coldly. Withdrawing his fist, Issei proceeded to give the Mao a series of blows to his face and chest without compassion or mercy. With a punch to the jaw, he lifted him into the air and took one of his feet, and then began to slam him against the ground with brute force. By the time he got tired, he sent him flying against the wall, which the Mao hit with force, but this was not over yet. Several tentacles made of dark energy emerged from the ground and they wrapped around Falbium and began to squeeze him and crash him against the walls and the floor, causing him to spit blood and scream in pain. All under the horrified gaze of those present and viewers, who only had one thought. Finally the king took action and judged his victims. After finishing with the brutality of the blows, Falbium was brutally released in front of the brown-haired man, who mercilessly lifted him off the ground holding his neck while looking at him coldly. Among all those present, you were already assured death. Power went to your head once the councillors named you a Mao and you began to impose your laws and mandates against the demonic people. You denigrated women, you enslaved and took advantage of the weak, and you allied yourself with the demons who followed the beliefs of the stupid original Maos. That is unacceptable. The Maos are to help prosper and protect the underworld. That was the purpose I established. But that is not the reason why you will die, insect. You damn scum dared to approach my wife. Issei shouted furiously as he released Falbium's neck and proceeded to take both of his arms, where he forcefully pulled them back and ended up brutally ripping them off the Mao's body. The sound of flesh breaking, bones breaking, and blood being expelled was a brutal and disgusting sight for the demons present and those watching the broadcast. But it was even worse to hear the heart-rending scream of horror and pain of the Mao, who fell to the ground writhing in pain before the cold and disinterested gaze of the brown-haired man. You tried to take my wife, and even when she denied any advance you continued after her. I can tolerate many things, but I will never allow someone to try to steal what is rightfully mine. Serafall Citri is only mine, damn scum, and anyone who loves her, touches her, or even thinks about her will receive death by my own hands. If there is something that bothers me is that you mess with my property, insect. Issei commented furiously, and once he finished speaking, he grabbed Falbium by the clothes and threw him into the air. Since the roof was destroyed, the Mao ended up flying in the air under the watchful gaze of everyone present. At that moment, despite being a rather tense and complicated situation, Serafall was blushing and in love with her when she saw that her man was showing jealousy and possession of her. She couldn't feel anything but happiness at this, since it was proof that after several years, her favorite brown-haired boy was still the same. Issei had said that she was only his and no one else's. She was happy but also blushing and nervous. She could only wait anxiously to be with Issei again, and consequently the other girls interested in him too, to finally have what they have always wanted. To be the woman, the wife, the family of Issei Gremory. Hey Drake. Remember this. Issei shouted seriously loud, and clear as steam began to come out of his body. At that moment the temperature began to rise in the room, and the brunette began to be surrounded by a crimson layer on his body while he was semi-erect, apparently concentrating his power. Of those present, no one had any idea what the brunette was doing, but inside the boosted gear, Drake looked surprised and excited at what was about to happen. How could he not be if his friend was about to use that gift that he had given him on that occasion when they faced each other? Issei's body began to release steam, and hot air could be seen coming out of his mouth while it gave off a red light. His crimson eyes acquired a slit in his pupils to the astonishment of the brown-haired girls, but more than Tiamat when identifying that distinctive feature changed, creating in her thousands of questions about why her master was that. After a few seconds, the brown-haired man stood up with his head held high, looking towards the sky where the Mao Asmodeus was falling. It is suffering that you have caused, so remember, and know the depth of your sin. I am never wrong. I make the decisions, what I say is unquestionable, and you have no right to refute it. You mess with my family, you deserve death. Issei shouted furiously as he looked at the Mao falling from the sky right towards where he was. Die, you damn scum, you and your miserable soul disappear from my realm, blazing inferno of scorching flames. By the time he finished speaking, Issei launched a powerful breath of flames at the Mao Asmodeus. That fire that he expelled from his mouth were the flames that Drake had given him at that time they faced each other, one of the most powerful and dangerous flames that existed, since they could incinerate anything and make it never go out once it had been lit, and also those that could burn the soul until there was nothing left. At that precise moment, everyone, whether those present in the room or the viewers, all of them could clearly see how the Mao Asmodeus was consumed by the sea of flames expelled by the brown-haired man. He didn't even have time to scream, since once he was touched by the flames, his body and soul began to disintegrate under the horrified eyes of everyone. The sky of the underworld turned orange as the scorching fire flooded it completely. That was the power of Issei Gremory, the power feared by gods, men and women. Once the Mao Asmodeus had perished at the hands of the brown-haired man, silence fell throughout the room and everyone present in it was terrified. Everyone except the Gremory and Citri families, who watched with great attention what the brown-haired boy was doing. Those who knew him knew that this was his way of acting when his orders were disregarded. They knew that very well. Issei's women looked silently with love and longing at their beloved, and among all of them, Serafall was the one who was super blushing seeing how her man had defended her and openly declared that she was his and no one else's. She cared little that Mao had killed him, he deserved it. After completing the death of the bastard who was after his wife, Issei let out a sigh of tiredness, as there were still things to resolve and a lot of blood to shed. Resuming his posture, he turned around and began to walk towards the altar where his brother and sisters were. He passed by Isabella, and with just a look he made his girlfriend understand that she should stay out of it. Isabella, after understanding her beloved's command, confirmed with a nod of her head and headed towards where her friends were, where they would await new instructions. As he walked, he occasionally inspected Issei's women, trying to find the matriarch of the harem, but it was difficult for him to know who she was since the image she had in his head did not match any of them. Maybe it was the older white-haired woman, since she looked tougher. What he could say with confidence was that the brunette of the group was out of his league, since she looked very cheerful and affectionate. She definitely couldn't be the one keeping her beloved in control, right? After walking several meters, Issei had finally arrived in front of his brothers at the altar, but among the three only one had his attention, and he was also the one who owed him several explanations. With his red eyes full of coldness and anger, Issei looked at Serafall for answers while thinking about the best way to punish his ineptitude in his kingdom. On the other hand, Serafall looked happily at his older brother without even suspecting the intentions and plans he had against him. Just when the redhead was about to speak, no one ever expected or was ready for what would happen next. "I'm glad you're back, Oni-san. We've missed you a lot." Yuck. Serafall was interrupted when his brother's fist slammed into his stomach, knocking the wind out of him in the process, but it wasn't over yet, as he received a strong kick to his right side that sent him spinning across the floor of the room before the surprised gaze of everyone present. "What the hell is wrong with you? Yore." Grafia was interrupted in her outburst of rage, as her brother turned to look at her coldly and angrily. "You shut your damn mouth, Grafia, and don't mess in where you're not called." Issei shouted angrily at the money grubber, silencing her in the process, as he walked away from her and headed to where his brother was lying on the ground. "Oni-san," Serafall whispered with difficulty while lying on the living room floor while holding his abdomen. "You were going to stand by and watch her destiny ruined because of your negligence." Issei spoke loudly and angrily as he approached his brother, who was lying on the ground from the strong blow to the stomach he had given him. "Not me," Serafall said with difficulty due to the loss of air while trying to get back on his feet. That blow had really hurt and affected him. "You didn't do anything," Issei shouted furiously, then kicked Serafall in the stomach, lifting him slightly into the air where he spun on his axis and kicked him in the side, sending him to the other side of the room where Grafia and Rias were. Serafall, totally in pain, ended up falling against the ground where he rolled a couple of times before ending up right in front of his wife, who crouched down with concern and welcomed him to her chest while looking seriously and angrily at the man responsible for her husband's state. What did he have in mind? Grafia did not know what was happening to Issei when attacking his own brother. While it was true that he had made mistakes and failures in the underworld, it was not for him to hit and hurt him. In those moments, the Silver Beauty wished with all her might to go and hit the brown-haired man for the damage caused to her husband, but at the same time she knew that she had to stay there with the redhead and be a support for him. On the other hand, Rias remained totally static in her position as she looked in fear at her older brother. If she had hurt Serafall without any compassion, what awaited her? Faced with that situation, she wished with all her might that she had won the duel against Riser, and thus be able to at least be sure that the brown-haired boy wouldn't do anything to her. But since she had lost, she feared for her life and integrity in the Gremory family. "Don't come to me with excuses, Serafall. I left the underworld in your hands because I knew that you were the most suitable to lead. I knew that if I left I shouldn't worry because something bad would happen since you would be present. I have always trusted and believed in you as my right hand since, like me, you showed great potential since we were children. You proved to be a very calm, polite and intelligent person. Because of those qualities of yours I left the underworld in your hands because there were no better ones than yours. But I was wrong, and you disappointed me. You let a bunch of elders control you and take the position that I left only to you. It was so difficult to do this," Issei expressed coldly as he looked at his brother, and just as he finished speaking he pointed his right hand to the underworld counselors who were gathered in the hall. The next thing that was witnessed would mark a great trauma in all those present as well as in the viewers. Since from between the ground beneath the demon elders, several stone stakes emerged that ended up being embedded in the weak bodies of the counselors, piercing them and tearing off some of their limbs in the process, their bodies, heads, everything. Everything was pierced by the stakes, causing jets of blood to shoot into the air, staining the walls, and some of the horrified demons present. Some even vomited, and others just ended up fainting at the atrocious and sick sight that the leader of the underworld had caused. It was so difficult to do that. You have more than enough power to have taken care of all of them. The elders wanted power, so you just had to finish them off. Some clans opposed you and imposed their own laws, so you just take care of them, Ascalon. Issei shouted furiously, giving his weapon the confirmation to act. And in the next few seconds, if they thought the counselors' deaths had been terrifying, they hadn't seen anything. From one moment to the next, Ascalon shot out of his sheath and quickly began to cut, decapitate, and slice several of the demons belonging to various clans of the underworld without showing any sign of stopping. Blood began to stain the entire room under the horrified gaze of everyone present, and at that moment the purest fear was sown in the hearts of all the demons. In the brown-haired family, the only ones who were terrified by what they were seeing were the members of the Gremory and Citri entourages, while Issei's loved ones were calm. Something strange, right? Considering the slaughter that was taking place. But it was for a reason, and that was that Ascalon's victims had been devils who had been maintaining illegal and corrupt treaties for quite some time now. All of them, along with Serafall and Ajuka, had been looking for a way to put those guys behind bars, but the Demon Council always denied all charges, therefore they had not been able to do justice. But now there was a thought running through their heads, and it was, how had Issei obtained that information? How long had he been among them? But mainly, what did he know that they didn't? Was that so difficult to do, Serafall? He just solved the problem you created in just 15 seconds. That shows your ineptitude and lack of leadership. You have definitely disappointed me, Issei mentioned seriously as he looked at his brother and ignored the horrified looks of everyone present. Serafall at that moment had his gaze down as he rested on his wife's chest with his gaze down. He knew that his brother was right, and he had every right to be upset with him. After all, he had been the one who handed over the underworld and led it to a corrupt society. His lack of word and actions condemned the lands that his older brother had left him. This was his fault, and no one else's. Issei was right. He had more than enough power to take care of the corrupt demons. But he let himself be influenced by gossips and ended up losing the mandate of the underworld. He ended up failing his brother and his family. After seconds of silence, and seeing that the room was beginning to fill with blood, Issei simply snapped his fingers and all the dead bodies and blood in the area began to disintegrate until there was nothing left, as if the murder and massacre of a short while ago had never happened. That was the unique power of the leader of the underworld, the power of destruction inherited from his mother. Listen carefully. I will not allow disorder and chaos in my kingdom. I have returned, and I have done so to stay, so it is better that you start changing those ideals, because I do not intend to tolerate any failure in my underworld. From now on, things will change to how they were before my departure. It is already decided, and whoever goes against my mandate, I will kill him as I did with the mouse. Do you think that my hand shakes like the current mouse? I do not care what you think and say about me. If you think that you will continue to get away with it, I will kill you all. Do you want that? For my good, this way you are less of a hindrance in my kingdom. Here my word is the law, and you better get used to this, because I do not intend to tolerate any outrage to my underworld and my person. Obey or die. It is that simple. Issei spoke with fury in his voice as he released his power suddenly, forcing everyone to fall to the ground on their knees. In addition to the ground beneath him beginning to crack from the pressure exerted, the windows present in the room suddenly broke and the concrete columns began to crack, all under the horrified gaze of everyone present. The only ones who were not affected by the pressure exerted by Issei were his friends and family. That display of power was more than enough to make the demons understand that their lives were once again in the hands of the terror of the factions. They had become terrified like never before and knew that their best option was to obey the words of their king. And this is for those who are watching this through the broadcast that is currently being maintained throughout the world. Demonic and supernatural people, remember my name and pray that you do not hear it again, because the next time you hear it will be your end. You disgust me, you are all cowards. However you want, I will devour you. I will turn you into my flesh, my blood, and you will not look beyond, because I am the king. Issei finished saying to subsequently cut off all communication with the outside world and the underworld, ending the broadcast. In that moment of tension in the environment generated by the brown-haired boy, he himself could not help but be surprised when he saw how two thin arms began to surround his waist from his back. He also felt how two large round masses of incredible softness rested on it. But something that captivated and moved Issei was the fragrance that he perceived in those moments. That smell that only a person could give off from their body, and also that smell that made him enter into peace. Everyone present could see how the chaste boy's eyes turned violet again, while a smile began to form on his face. Where had all the anger gone just now? Well, there was only one thing that could calm and control Issei's anger immediately. That thing, or rather, person, who had torn down those walls that surrounded the brown-haired boy's cold and lonely hearts centuries ago. That person who had promised never to let him be alone, and who would always be there accompanying him. That person who did not let him get lost in the storms and had become the beacon of light that would guide him and take him out of them. That person who promised him that he should no longer walk the dark paths, because she would be illuminating his path. That person who became his light in his darkness. You know what? I think you've scared them enough. I don't think they haven't understood your message after everything they've seen. A certain black-haired woman commented lovingly, hugging the brown-haired man from behind while she had her face leaning against him with a smile on her face and tears wanting to come out of her eyes since she had verified that all of this was real and not a dream. Haha, I guess you're right. Why don't you ever let me have the fun I want? Serafall, Issei mentioned with a smile on his face as he turned around and faced the woman who was just behind him. Because if I do, you might overstep your boundaries and hurt someone. Look how you left Per Serzex. Serafall commented with a smile on her face as she looked the brunette in the eyes, being the one who had to raise her head as she was shorter than him. Don't hit him that hard, besides I haven't seen him complain while he's between Graphia's breasts. Issei mentioned with amusement as he turned to look at his brother, who smiled at him and gave him a thumbs up. PFFF, maybe you're right. Serafall commented with amusement as she looked at the brunette, then placed one of her hands on his chest, creating a comfortable silence between the two. Unaware to them since they were in their own world, both Issei and Serafall were the center of attention in the room. The demons watched in silence as one of the queens of the underworld returned to save them from the brown-haired man's wrath. It was impressive to see the ease with which the Mao Leviathan did it, but well, that has been seen since ancient times, since she was the only one who could control the leader of the underworld. On the other hand, Issei's women and family watched with happiness at that meeting that has been delayed for so long. Finally the darkness was back with the light, but not only with her but also with the stars that accompanied that light. Tiamat, Yui and Mirajine watched with smiles on their faces and waited anxiously for their moment to come. They had to be patient. In those moments of reunion, Vanillana looked with love and happiness at her eldest son, and could not help but remember that time when nothing worked to get closer to Issei. Back then they could not get close or enter into their son's life, since he did not let them. At that time she wondered if there would be someone who would manage to remain and stay in her son's life, take him out of his loneliness, and accompany him in his darkness. Be that light that will guide him and accompany him wherever he went. And she also remembered the first time she had seen Serafall, and she was surrounded by light. At that moment she had discovered that the beautiful brunette was the key. She was the light that would accompany her son, the perfect companion of darkness. A smile was drawn on the face of the Gremory matriarch as she looked at her son and the woman in front of him. But if there was someone present who was in complete shock, it was Wave, Curome, Irene and mainly Isabella, since they had heard the name that Issei called the woman who was right in front of him, Serafall. Serafall. That woman was the famous Serafall who could control the brown-haired boy. What the hell was going on there? How could such a happy, energetic, love-filled and rosy woman be with someone who gave off death and destruction wherever she went? Where was the common sense in all that? Just at that moment their thoughts of seeing a rude woman dressed in black with horns, a tail and demon wings on a pile of bones laughing evilly while Issei was kneeling before her. All of that fell apart right in front of them as they looked in shock at the brunette, and noticed how the brown-haired man appeared calm at her side. It was a joke, right? Meanwhile, Serafall looked at the brunette with many emotions present and many words to say. Tears began to come out of her beautiful eyes and her voice apparently did not want to come out. And in the midst of that emotional disorder that she presented, she felt a hand gently rest on her cheek and forced her to make her face look up. There she saw Issei smiling at her with love and also finally heard the words that she so wanted to hear him say for several years. I'm home, Serafall. Issei mentioned with a smile on his face, and to the surprise of everyone present, a tear was seen beginning to run from one of his eyes as he looked at the brunette. Welcome. Serafall finished saying, and then, without caring where they were, she jumped slightly and held onto the brunette's neck while he placed his hands on her waist, and finally, after so much time apart, their lips met in a kiss full of love, sadness, and longing. For several seconds the two were showing each other how much they missed each other through that kiss, but after a while they both began to separate their faces, which showed a smile full of happiness while their mouths were joined by a bridge of saliva. After finishing the kiss, Issei placed Serafall back on the floor and wiped the tears that were there from her cheeks, then focused his gaze on the demons present in the room. You all can leave and continue with your lives, but keep in mind that I am present. If you behave and follow orders you will live in peace, but if you break the law, Well, I shouldn't tell you what will happen to you, right? Lord and Lady Phoenix, you are two nobles who knew that arranged marriages were prohibited for quite a few centuries. The punishment for such an outrage would be the death penalty for you and your clan. Issei mentioned seriously as he looked at the two blondes, still hugging Serafall. At his words, Lord and Lady Phoenix trembled in fear and took a few steps back, and not only them, Revel from her position also began to tremble at the words of the king of the underworld. All of them thought they were going to die just like the Mao Asmodeus and the counselors. But fortunately they were in luck, and it was a relief that Serafall was at that moment with Issei and made him act more benevolent. That's what I was thinking of doing, but it's a lot of work and I want to finish this already. So for this time I'll let you go, and as punishment your clan will lose its prestige in the underworld, in addition to having to give some monetary compensation that will go to the demonic people. I think it's something really good on my part. It's better than losing your life, right? Issei questioned the blondes while staring at them, being those who knelt down and placed their heads against the ground. Thanks very much, Gremory-sama. We accept your wise words and we will make sure to fulfill our punishment. Thanks for letting us live. Lord and Lady Phoenix said in unison while kneeling before the brunette, who only nodded at their words. That will be all for today. As time passes you will see the new changes. For now you can leave and continue with your lives peacefully, that's for sure. If you make any mistake you will have to deal with me, but well, this meeting is over. Issei declared strongly with a commanding voice before the audience present. As you command, Lord Gremory-sama. All the devils present shouted before retreating. One by one they left the room, either by magic circles or by leaving in the middle of the crowd that was moving through the main door to leave. The only ones left inside the room were Vanillana and Xioctus along with Milica's, Mirajane, Tiamat, Yui, the Gremory and Citri entourages, as well as Serzex, Rias and Graphia who were near the altar, not forgetting the brown-haired group and the Mao Beelzebub. All of them looked expectantly at Issei in the company of Serafall. The meeting of the underworld had already ended, but the most important moment was still missing, the reunion of the Gremory family with the brown-haired boy. Go on, there are many things I want to ask you but I can wait. All of them have been waiting for you for many years, so don't make them wait any longer, Issei-kun. Serafall commented affectionately, as she gently pushed her beloved so that he would begin to walk towards his family. Issei, a little embarrassed and happy, began to walk towards his family under the watchful eyes of everyone present. His first target was 3 people but only 2 of them had his attention. With a firm step he approached certain redheads and silver-haired men. When he finally arrived in front of them who were kneeling on the ground as they were holding the only man there, Issei decided to speak while extending his hand. How long do you plan to stay there on the ground, Serzex? I didn't even hit you that hard, or do you just enjoy being between Graphia's breasts that much? Issei questioned with a smile on his face to his brother, as he held out his hand. It's not bad to slack off from time to time. Besides, you enjoyed it when Serafall hugged you from behind. Serzex mentioned with an amused smile on his face as he took his brother's hand, who applied strength to his grip and helped him get up again, followed by his sister and wife. You did a very good job in my absence, Serzex. Despite the problems that arose you gave your best and tried to solve them. In addition, you always protected our family. I am proud of you. Issei commented smiling as he placed one of his hands on his brother's shoulder. You recently hit me and told me otherwise. Serzex questioned with a drop of sweat running down his neck at his older brother's change of mood. Yeah, well, I had to set an example for the village. And I wasn't going to hit Serafall, and Ajuka is very fragile, so you were the only option. Issei mentioned with disinterest, while looking away. Hey, that's an offense to me. Ajuka Compel neighed with amusement as he reached the altar, where he greeted Issei with a handshake as a form of welcome. Behind the Mao Beelzebub, the others present in the room began to approach while the brown-haired man greeted his sister after such a long absence. Did you miss me, old lady? Issei asked the silver-haired girl with amusement as he landed right in front of her. No way, the time without you was the best of my life. Now I'm going to miss the calm that there was when you weren't there. Graphia commented with disinterest, but the tears running down her cheeks were a clear example that she was lying. Unable to resist it any longer, Graphia threw herself at the brunette to hug her and finally, after holding it in for so long, she released all the pain and sadness she harbored inside at the absence of her brother. Without thinking much, Issei surrounded his little sister with his arms and let her vent on his chest. She owed it to him. Once Graphia calmed down, she began to slowly move away from the brunette and looked him in the eyes with a smile on her face. Thanks for keeping your promise and coming home, Ni-chan. Graphia mentioned after separating from the brown-haired boy and standing next to her husband while looking at her older brother and giving him one of her smiles, one of the true ones, since finally the hole that had been in her heart for so many years had been filled. With a nod, Issei turned around and faced the three women behind him, who were motionless as they looked at him with tears and loving smiles directed at him. Taking a few steps, he approached them until he was right in front of them and looked all three of them in the eyes. "Girls, you don't know how much I miss you. There wasn't a single day that I didn't think about you. I know you must have a lot of questions for me, and I assure you that I will answer them in due time, but for now I just want to feel you close again," Issei commented with a smile on his face as he spread his arms out to the sides, welcoming his women. Tiamat, Yui and Mirajin did not hesitate and threw themselves into the arms of their loved ones while shedding tears of happiness, and finally being able to feel that warmth that made them feel safe. While the four of them hugged, Issei raised the faces of his partners so that they could see him, since he had several things to say. "My beautiful Dragon Queen, I am proud to see that you fulfilled the request I made you before leaving. You protected my family in my absence, and did not hesitate to hurt or kill anyone who attempted against it. Tiamat as your master could not be more proud of you. Now that I am back, I will keep my promise and give you the family you so want to form. Thanks for everything, partner. Mirajin, my beautiful and mischievous demoness, I learned that you are currently working and helping Serafall in her position as Mo, in addition to the fact that you have been fighting for a long time to promote gender equality in the underworld as I had established. I am proud of you, Mira. Thanks for not stopping believing in me and maintaining my teachings. Yui, my adorable demoness, with your inventions in the company of Ajuka you have brought well-being to the underworld, both in health and economic fields. You have been a great contribution to this kingdom in my absence that is pleased to see what you have forged. I am proud of you, Yui. Thanks for all the work you have given to these lands. But more than anything, girls, what I like the most and makes me happy is to see that you were faithful to your words and waited for my return. Despite the years it took me to return, you never stopped believing in me. Thanks for that. I love you, girls." Issei finished saying to then get closer to his women, the first being Tiamat, where he joined his lips with those of the dragon while holding her by the waist and bringing her closer to him. In those moments Tiamat felt like the happiest woman in the world. After a long time of waiting, she could finally feel that love and feeling that only the brown-haired girl could provoke in her. With her arms she surrounded Issei's neck and kissed him like she had never done before, because finally her master had returned. Once they separated from their kiss, Issei gave a smile to the blue-haired girl and turned his gaze towards the silver-haired girls who were at his side. With all calmness, he drew Mirajin to his body, who let out an amused laugh at his treatment. He leaned her slightly and joined his lips with Mirajin's while she surrounded his neck with her arms, and both gave each other a kiss full of love and passion that had been postponed for so long. In those moments Mirajin felt enormous joy. All the sadness that had accompanied her for so long had vanished with just that contact, with the love of her life. As they separated due to lack of air, Issei helped Mirajin to stand up again, and in doing so he headed towards his last lover. Since Yui was very prone to getting nervous and somewhat embarrassed at her beloved's approaches in public, Issei gently placed his hand on Lucifer's cheek, where he caressed it lovingly, and then joined their lips and gave her a slow but loving kiss. Yui had no words to describe the enormous happiness she felt in those moments. It was real. Finally Issei had returned. Throwing the embarrassment aside, she jumped slightly until she placed her legs around the brown-haired man's waist, where he placed his hands between her thighs, and thus they shared that kiss full of feelings. Once the air was absent, the beautiful demon separated her face from the brown-haired man's as she got off of him with a radiant smile on her face like the ones her friends presented. "Welcome home, Issei-kun." Tiamat, Mirajin and Yui said in unison to their man while smiling and looking at him lovingly. At that gesture, Issei smiled pleased and caressed the heads of the three women lovingly, then turned around while taking a deep breath and headed towards his next objectives. After greeting and meeting his loved ones again, Issei headed towards a married couple who looked at him with smiles and tears on their faces. For the brown-haired man, this was the most difficult part to face, since it was not easy for him to express his emotions with them, but he knew that he had to do it. He owed it to them. After all, they had been the ones who had brought him into this world. Once he arrived in front of the woman with whom he shared traits such as her hair and eyes, while with the man he shared facial features. And to the astonishment of everyone present, Issei did something that had never been seen in life until now. He knelt before the subjects in front of him. "Mom, Dad, I am very sorry for the damage I caused in my absence. I know that words are not enough to compensate for the damage caused to you. I worried you and made you live in fear of having lost a son. Sorry, Mom and Dad, for not being the son you wanted me to be. For contradicting you daily, for not paying attention to what you asked of me. For being chaos both with myself and in my life. for having those mood swings day after day without any cause, for having offended you so many times, for not paying attention to your details, for distracting me with anything. I don't know whether or not to promise not to do it again, but I don't even know what goes through my head to have those impulses. Today through these words I ask your forgiveness with all my heart, and I hope you can forgive me. Issei mentioned with his head down, while he was kneeling before his parents. The entire room fell into silence upon seeing the brown-haired boy kneeling. That was something that had never been seen before. In this life Issei showed respect only to two things, to beings more powerful than him, or with a big heart as in the case of Elohim, and lastly to his parents. In the past the brown-haired boy had not been the best son with all his actions, and he knew that very well. That is why today he showed himself before his parents totally sorry for his actions. In that moment of uncertainty, Vanillana and Xioctus looked at each other, and with just one look they knew what they had to do. Readjusting their posture, they crouched down until they were at the height of their eldest son, and it was there that the Gremory matriarch took the brunette's face and raised it so that he could see them directly. Violet against violet they collided with each other while a pair of tears came out of the woman's eyes. I am your mother Issei. I will tire you out. I will get angry with you. I will scream like the crazy woman in the asylum. I will call your attention. I will repeat things to you 1,000 times. I will be your worst nightmare and I will follow you when necessary. Do you know why? Because I love you. When you can understand this, I will know that you are already responsible. You will never find anyone who loves you, who cares about you more than me, without any interest, only maternal love. Because your triumph will be mine, baby. Vanillana commented with a smile on her face as she caressed her son's cheek with love. Son, I'm not your friend, I'm your father. I'll get angry, I'll punish you, I'll go crazy, I'll be your worst nightmare, but when you need me, wherever you are, whoever you're with, I'll always be by your side, because I love you. When you can understand that, I'll know that you're a responsible adult. Xioctus mentioned with a smile on his face as he placed one of his hands on his son's shoulder. Issei Gremory, we forgive you and we are glad that you are home again. Welcome, son. Vanillana and Xioctus said in unison as they smiled at their son, and without delay the beautiful brunette brought her firstborn to her chest where she hugged him motherly, being imitated by her husband. In those moments Issei felt calm both outside and inside. He couldn't help but shed a couple of tears on his mother's chest as he felt again that warmth and tranquility that only parents can offer. Without thinking much, he surrounded his mother by her waist and hugged her tightly while he rested on her chest and listened to the sound of her heart, such a calming sound. Titles or positions in the world or universe didn't matter. Sitting there in the middle of the floor there was only a family that after so much time was finally reunited. After a few seconds of contact, Vanillana and Xioctus finally freed their son, being the one who got up again and helped them do so as well. Once standing, the other individuals present approached them and began to talk to the brown-haired boy, who could barely understand what they were saying to him after so much scandal. Hey, I know we all want to know a lot of things and Issei owes us a lot of explanations, but I think it's better to talk about it in a more comfortable place. But Issei, could you introduce us to your new friends? Mara Jean commented as she looked at the group of individuals who had come with her beloved, and who had remained silent until now. At that moment, Wave, Jerome, Irene and Isabella began to approach the brown-haired boy's family and friends under the watchful eye of everyone present who were waiting for their presentation. The first to speak was Wave when he saw that his friends were somewhat nervous, specifically Irene and Isabella, and it was understandable considering that in front of them were his in-laws, brothers-in-law and harem sisters. It was obvious that they would be a bit nervous about the first impression. Nice to meet you, my name is Wave and I serve in the nobility of Issei Gremory as one of its knights. If you're wondering about my race, I'm a human, but that doesn't mean I'm weak. It's a pleasure to meet my friend's family. I hope we get along from now on. Wave mentioned respectfully while bowing slightly to the brown-haired boy's family. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Jerome and I serve in the nobility of my king, Issei Gremory, as one of his knights. I am also a human and Wave's fiancé. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Issei has told us a lot about you. Jerome commented respectfully as she imitated her partner and bowed. The pleasure is all ours. They all said in unison as they bowed to the knights of Issei. They had to admit that despite their race, they both showed great qualities and aptitudes. Without a doubt the brown-haired man had found great pieces. After that introduction, everyone turned their gaze towards the last two people to introduce themselves. And to everyone's astonishment they witnessed how the two women placed one of their knees on the ground as they crouched in front of Issei's women, but especially in front of Serafall, who had no idea what was going on and could only smile nervously at what was happening. On the other hand, Vanillana already assumed what was going to happen. Just by looking at how those women looked at her eldest son she could tell where things were going. It seemed like the family was going to grow. The good thing is that she would have more grandchildren to enjoy. It is an honor to finally meet Issei's family and mainly his women. Lady Serafall, my name is Irene Belsirian, a king-rank dragon who serves in the Issei Gremory nobility as his second bishop. You will not know me because both me and my friends come from another world that ended up dying. We were saved by Issei-kun, and we decided to come with him to his world, but that is a story we can tell another time. But there is something I want to tell you, but mainly to the Lady Serafall, Yui, Mirajin and Tiamat. You see, Issei told us about you and your relationships during the time he was with us. Both my friend and I have wanted to meet them for quite some time now because we wanted to ask them something. Irene mentioned nervously, and now that they were in front of the brown-haired women, it was up to them whether Isabella and she could be with the brown-haired man. Once Irene was about to continue speaking, she was interrupted when she felt a hand on her shoulder, it being her white-haired friend who looked at her and smiled at her, making it clear that she would do it. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Isabella Osa, a pure-blood demoness and the queen of Issei Gremory. What my friend Irene is trying to say is that we love Issei-kun, and nothing would make us happier than being accepted into your harem. Serafall-sama, we understand that you are the leader of the harem, and that is why we request your permission to be with Issei. Currently he put us in positions as girlfriends, but we would like to make it official with your permission and that of all the others. We humbly ask for your permission and acceptance. Isabella finished saying while looking at the brown-haired women waiting for their response. She hoped they would say yes, but if they denied them the opportunity, they would respect their decision. Yes, they would not give up, and they would show them that they truly loved the brown-haired man. At that moment, Serafall had her face darkened as she thought and analyzed every word that the two women in front of her had said to her. As the leader of Issei's harem, it was her duty to take action on the matter. On the other hand, Mirajin and Yui analyzed the women in front of them, coming to a single conclusion. They were not bad, and you could really see that they loved Issei as much as they did. Something that neither of them would allow is a woman who could hurt the brown-haired man or who had corrupt intentions with him. But seeing the red-haired and white-haired woman, they only saw good intentions and hearts willing to love Issei until the end of their days. For them they were acceptable and deserved to be with their man, although they did not know them much, nothing more than a good time between girls to do it. Mirajin and Yui knew that the final decision was in Serafall's hands, but they hoped that she would make the right decision. They had approached Issei with bad intentions in the past, and the same brunette was about to kick them out of Issei's life. But she took pity and forgave them, allowing them to be in the brown-haired man's life. They really hoped that she would make the right decision. On the other hand, Tiamat was in chaos, but it was not because of the women who wanted to be with Issei. Just by looking at them, the dragon knew that they were good people and that they had good intentions with the brown-haired man. Tiamat's problem lay in Irene and the race to which she belonged. Tiamat has always been the only dragon in Issei's life, but the arrival of another generated in her a kind of jealousy, since she was no longer the only one of her kind in the brown-haired man's life. Something childish, but that's how the females of the dragon race were. They could tolerate their male having several partners, but if there was another dragon involved, they became very jealous and possessive with their male. But Tiamat knew that she had to get along with Irene in case Serafall accepted them, since Issei would not allow fights between them. What a difficult situation. But if it was for Issei, the blue-haired woman was willing to do anything for him. Even if she had to live with the redhead, she would do it for her beloved. With what girlfriends, huh? Serafall said, looking with deathly eyes at the brown-haired boy, who began to sweat with fear. In those moments, Issei remembered why the brunette was the matriarch of his harem. She was the only one who scared him when she got upset. Although he wasn't the only one, since Irene and Isabella understood at that moment why the brunette was the one in charge. What a way to control her beloved. Lady Serafall shouldn't be upset with Issei-kun. If it's any use, he hasn't touched or kissed us since we started our relationship. We talked, and we wanted to get your and the others' permission before starting any approach with him. Beyond a hug, it didn't happen, so please don't be upset with him. Just like you, Issei was faithful to you. Irene commented softly to the brunette while looking at her and preventing her from hurting the brown-haired boy. Irene-chan, you are an angel, Issei mentioned in a childish manner as he hugged the dragon's leg while rubbing his cheek on it. Issei cut the talk. As for you two, I think I speak for all of us when I say that we don't mind you joining the family. Just by looking at you, I realize that your feelings for Issei are true, and not only that, the show of respect you showed towards us all this time has moved me. You can feel free to be and act with Issei as true girlfriends and fiancés of his. I, Serafall Citri, grant you permission. So from now on, let's get along and get to know each other better. Irene, Isabella, welcome to the family. Serafall commented with a smile on her face as she hugged the two women and harem sisters, who imitated her with smiles on their faces. since they had finally met, and Obti needed permission from the women of the brown hair to be with him. At those moments Issei smiled pleased as he watched Mirajin, Yui and Tiamat join the hug of Serafall, Irene and Isabella. He could finally be calm and sure about his feelings for all of them. At that moment of girls he also noticed how his mother joined the hug and spoke to the redhead and white-haired. Karai, even Grafia joined. That made him smile when he saw that his family had accepted Irene and Isabella. Just seeing the faces full of smiles and tears he knew that his wishes had come true. Now he only needed to introduce Chisato, but it would be until she came to his world. Seeing that everyone had their attention on the females, the brunette approached two of his friends to give them new instructions on what they would do from now on. Wave, Kurom, you two can leave and go on your vacation, I promise you, right? I'm just going to ask you a favor, you can't tell this to anyone. I need you to do what is written on this envelope. Issei mentioned seriously to his friends as he quickly passed them an envelope with mysterious contents, which was taken and kept by the brunette. It's okay, Issei, if you need anything don't hesitate to call us. This vacation will be good for us. I want to see what this Hawaii is like. We'll be in touch about the order, see you later. Wave replied calmly as he shook his king's hand, then disappeared in a blur of the area with Kurom. With that clarified, the brown-haired boy returned to where his friends and family were. And while Issei spoke comfortably with his family after so many years of absence, a little far away from them were the GREMORY and Citri groups, who looked attentively at the brown-haired boy and therefore their king. But among all of them a certain redhead looked at the helpless figure of her greatest idol in the world without knowing what to do at that moment. She didn't know whether to go introduce herself or stand there and continue watching the brown-haired boy. Hey! Go ahead, Rias, go and introduce yourself. Akeno encouraged her friend while gently pushing her forward, despite her complaints. Taking a deep breath and looking at her friends from time to time, Rias began to approach where the group of acquaintances were gathered. Her steps were slow, and her hands were shaking and sweating constantly. Fear and happiness for how the brown-haired boy would react once he saw her invaded her, she didn't know what was going to happen. Vanillana, who was talking to her son and his loved ones, noticed how her daughter approached them nervously, especially towards Issei, and couldn't help but smile at it. At that moment everyone except the brown-haired boy noticed how the redhead approached them, so they decided to remain silent to witness the first meeting between siblings, which would be one that they did not expect, or maybe they did but they were not ready for it. Taking a deep breath once she got behind her brother, the redhead's condition worsened. What would she say to him? What would he think when he saw me? Would he love me? Would he accept me? Those and many more thoughts were running through the redhead's mind. Swallowing the strong lump in her throat, Rias raised her left hand and slowly brought it closer to the brown-haired boy's back. Once she was inches away from it, with great care and nervousness she gently touched his back. Huh? Issei expressed with doubt as he turned around, feeling a prick on his back. As he did so he saw a trembling redhead who was constantly struggling to keep her gaze on him but failing miserably at doing so. At that moment, Issei's loved ones, friends, and parents remained silent as they watched intently at the meeting between siblings. Vanillana was happy that her children had finally met physically. She knew very well that Rias had wanted to meet her older brother since she was a child, and today she had finally done so. She only hoped that Issei would not be abrupt with her, since she knew perfectly well how he was regarding these situations and with people who did not demonstrate their valiidity. The words did not come out correctly from Rias's mouth. Being in front of the brunette, and being the center of his attention was more difficult than she imagined. Before her was an unreachable giant who with just his presence generated fear and respect. Seeing those fierce violet eyes, that look full of seriousness, that cold face, that elegant bearing and that appearance of a king. All that and more generated in Rias a great helplessness to be in front of the brown-haired boy. But if she wanted to present herself to him, she had to overcome all of that. I've always admired you. Ever since I was a little girl I dreamed of meeting you, and as I grew up and listened to your stories they made me admire you even more, to the point that I wanted to be like you. I've trained a lot since then to meet your expectations and earn your appreciation. I know I'm not very strong, nor very smart, and I also know that I have a long way to go to be at an acceptable level. I know it very well. But even if I wanted to see you, and now that I finally do, I want you to know that I admire you a lot. You became my role model and the inspiration that I need in the most difficult moments. It is a pleasure for me to finally meet you, Issei Gremory. I am Rias Gremory, your younger sister, and I am glad that we finally meet, Oni-san. Rias finished saying while looking at her older brother with a radiant smile on her face and a few small tears in the corners of her eyes. The Gremory heiress was in a state of immense happiness when she introduced herself to the brown-haired boy. She even noticed how her friends were approaching her. but the happiness would not last long with the brown-haired boy's response. "Tell me, who gave you the right to call me that?" Issei mentioned seriously and coldly to the redhead as he tilted his face slightly and faced the woman. Rias expressed in shock, as it was not the answer she expected. And not just her, everyone present looked at Issei with their eyes wide open at the cruel answer he gave to his sister. "I've been watching you for these weeks, the way you act, the way you think, the way you fight, and much more. All of that made me come to one conclusion. You Rias are a complete disgrace to the family. You are weak, pathetic, a crybaby who needs to be saved at every moment. If it hadn't been for my intervention, you would already be dead by a pathetic renegade. Don't ever call me your brother or address me with such confidence. To you I am Issei-sama, and you just listen to me, and until you prove me otherwise it will continue to be that way. Because as far as I'm concerned, girl, you are not my sister, you are not my family. You Rias are a complete disgrace to the Gremory clan. You are not worthy of this family, you are not worthy of that power, you are not worthy of being my sister, you are not worthy. Never say again that I am your brother." Issei spoke harshly to the redhead, who had tears running down her face and an expression of horror as she looked at him, but this was necessary for her to grow. "Issei," Serafall said seriously, and compelled neighed to her man about the cruel behavior he showed to the redhead. But the brunette didn't respond or retract, he just started walking towards the exit of the room, bumping his shoulder against Rias's, causing her to become unstable and fall to the ground while crying, since at that moment her heart was broken into pieces by his words. After all, he had broken her hopes and dreams, but it was something she needed. Being on the ground in a mess with her mother hugging her while watching her brother walk away, far from feeling anger, contempt or pain, Rias felt her strength and ideals gain more strength than before. Yes, he had told her that she was not worthy, but that did not mean that she could not change that thought. She would let him know. She was a Gremory, and as such she could not give up even if the world was in pieces, and it seemed that there was no salvation. No, she would leave things like that. She was too stubborn with what she wanted. In this life, the one who perseveres, the one who strives, the one who persists, the one who knows that it is not easy but continues to insist, that if she gets tired she rests and continues. That is why she would never give up, she never will. At that moment Vanilla witnessed how her daughter put her hands aside as she began to stand up with her face down, something that surprised everyone present. Just when the brunette was about to speak, the redhead did something that she or anyone present would never expect. "Wait!" Rias shouted loudly, achieving her goal, which was to stop the older brown-haired boy from advancing. "I know very well, I know that I am weak and careless. I also believe that I am not worthy of this family or this power. But still I do not plan to stop fighting to try to be one day. Just because it is difficult does not mean that it is impossible. Just because it is impossible does not mean that I am going to give up. You will see me fall and get up many times, but you will never see me give up. Maybe it is not today or tomorrow, but I want you to listen well, Oni-san. I, Rias Gremory, do not plan to give up on my dream. Yell at me, hit me, humiliate me, no matter what you do I will not give up. No matter how long it takes me or the sacrifice I have to make. I promise you, Issei Gremory, that I will earn your appreciation and fight to be worthy of your recognition." Rias expressed decisively as she looked at her older brother with a couple of tears running down her face. After those words, silence fell in the room, as no one expected the Gremory heiress to openly express her thoughts. And to their astonishment, they saw how Issei, who had stopped, turned around and stared at the redhead with his crimson eyes, sending a chill through Rias and the young people present, as they were not used to that change. "Then do it and show me who you really are, girl," was the only thing Issei said to his sister when he saw her determination. Without knowing it, Rias at that moment had earned certain points for not giving up even though he had destroyed her dreams. That was admirable. "Anyway, it will be better if we go home and talk there more comfortably. I know you have questions to ask, but the main one of all I think is where I have been all this time and why I had to leave. I will tell you that when we are at the Gremory mansion. In addition, I must show Irene and Isabella their new home, but before that, Sirzex, I will need a status report on what has happened the last centuries that I have been absent in the underworld. I want it by tomorrow at the latest. If you are responsible, you should have saved everything in a file that I imagined Grafia did. Serafall, Mirajine, I need you to contact Heaven and inform Elohim of my return as well as schedule a meeting with him. Ajuka, you have been working on several projects in your laboratory. I would like to see you in person and verify your functioning and effectiveness in the life of the underworld and its people. Tiamat, I know you are the director of the Kuo Academy of the human world, therefore I need to talk to you regarding a matter. But we will do that later. That also includes you too, Irene and Isabella. That would be all for now, understood? Issei commented, taking his role as leader while looking at his friends and family. Yes, Gremory-sama. Those mentioned by the brown-haired boy responded while looking at him happily. Finally their leader had returned. With that clarified, everyone present was transported to the Gremory mansion through a spell by Issei, who took everyone who was in the room without exception. Gremory residence. Once the meeting in the Phoenix Mansion's hall was over, the Gremory family, the members of Issei's entourage and those of the Gremory and Citri entourage headed to the Gremory mansion, where a small pending meeting that they all had with Issei would take place, to clarify their doubts and discover the reasons behind his absence. Some went more out of obligation than anything else, as in the case of Sona and her group and Ria's entourage, since all of them had to go to the Gremory residence after being caught in the brown-haired man's teleportation spell. Currently at the Gremory residence, specifically in the guest room of said home, a reunion of several people who were absent for quite a few years was taking place, and today they had finally managed to meet again. Once they arrived at the Gremory residence, everyone moved to the living room of the home, where Vanillana asked the maids to bring them tea and some snacks. Following the Gremory matriarch's orders, they brought what was requested, and once everything was ready, Issei proceeded to talk about the reason for his absence, although he could not reveal many details about it. Even Irene and Isabella were unaware of the true reasons why their beloved had left his home, since Issei had only told them that he was fighting against a very strong opponent and that at the end of the battle, due to the instability of the area, he ended up traveling to his world. Incomplete information. Under the watchful eye and attention of everyone present, Issei began to recount the reasons for his departure and absence as best he could without revealing the most important thing, which was the existence of albedo. He told his family and loved ones that the reason he had left was because a great danger was approaching his world and he had to go stop it by engaging in a tough battle in the company of Elohim, in which by twists of fate he ended up becoming half dragon and half demon. To say that his family was not surprised by that information was to be lying, but once they recovered they accepted the brown-haired man's new being. After all, he was still the same. He then recounted his arrival in the world of Irene, Isabel, Wave and Kurome, where he spent several months that in his world had been years in which he was finding a way to return. Which again caused great surprise in his family when they realized that he had been trapped in another world different from his own, but it was not entirely impossible considering the various kingdoms that existed on planet Earth. Once Issei explained the most important thing, the room fell into silence, while everyone processed the brown-haired boy's words, but this was broken by the Gremory matriarch. I see, you still should have told us that you would go fight for the survival of this world right when you left. Why didn't you? Vanillana seriously questioned her son while he sat next to her husband. Because I knew that they wouldn't let me go without them. I didn't want to risk their lives. For me, knowing that they would be okay even if I had to sacrifice my life was something I was willing to do. Issei answered honestly to his mother while sitting in the middle of Yui and Mirajin, with Serafall and Tiamat sitting on his lap and Irene and Isabella leaning on his back. At that moment the brown-haired women showed an expression of annoyance on their faces as they hated that about Issei, always sacrificing himself and keeping all the harm for himself, who could not understand that he was not alone. He was an idiot, but he was their idiot. No matter what mistakes or actions he committed, they would always be with him, because he is the man who owns their hearts, bodies and souls. The brown-haired boy witnessed those feelings of his girls as he felt how they hugged him tightly. He could only let out a laugh at their behavior. As they were talking, a small boy of around 10 years old stood in front of Issei. His crimson hair and blue eyes were strangely familiar to Issei, but where had he seen them? For some reason that boy looked at him as if he were the best thing in the world, something that generated a feeling of joy in him. Looking more closely at the boy, his face became familiar to him, but he still couldn't figure out his relationship. Huh. And you are? Issei asked the boy with some doubt as he looked at him. It couldn't be another brother, right? He already had enough with the stupid redhead who was sitting on one of the Son for alls with her respective entourage. I'm Milika's Gremory, son of Serzex and Graphia. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, OG-san. Oka-san has told me a lot about you, you're amazing, OG-san. Milika's expressed with emotion to the brunette, while looking at him being the center of attention in the room. But something that the little boy did not take into account was that Issei's mind had traveled to another place at that revelation. At that precise moment, the brown-haired boy's mind was only thinking about one thing. Serzex plus Graphia equals Milika's. Which meant only one thing. An evil smile formed on Issei's face that caught the attention of everyone present, but only Graphia saw through that smile the true intentions that lived within it, and immediately a discomfort began to flood her with desires to kill her brother. Before you even think about opening that damn mouth of yours, Keep in mind that what you're going to say will define whether you stay alive. Grafia mentioned seriously from her seat next to her husband while raising one of her hands and creating an ice steak. But far from being scared, the brown-haired man only smiled more evilly at the doubt of those present since they did not know what he was up to. Somebody get the guards, Serafall fucked an old woman. Issei shouted loudly with mockery and grace, and seconds later right in front of him a wall of the power of destruction rose that stopped the advance of an ice steak provided by his furious and embarrassed little sister. Ha ha ha, I don't believe it. What strange taste you have, Serafall, but they do say that ripe fruits are the best. Surely you should have done it slowly so as not to hurt the old lady, haha. I can't do that, I'm dying. Issei commented mockingly, as he watched Grafia's failed attempts to hurt him with her ice magic. Shut up, damn you. Grafia shouted angrily as she stopped attacking the brunette with her magic and threw herself at her, managing to knock her brother to the ground once her friends moved aside. Once she had him in her hands, she began to beat him to the brim, much to Issei's delight, who only covered himself with his hands. It was then that Grafia noticed the brown-haired boy's true intentions, and couldn't help but laugh as she stood on top of him and stopped his blows. Yes, finally things were back to how they were in the Gremory mansion. After recovering and getting up, Issei stroked the silver-haired girl's head with a smile on his face and then headed towards where his nephew was. So Milikas, huh? It's a pleasure to meet you. I see that you came out identical to your father. Lucky, because if it had been the other way around you would be just like that old lady over there. Issei mentioned his nephew with grace, receiving a snowball on his head from Grafia. We'll see what yours will be like, although I already kept my promise and made you a gross uncle. What are you waiting for to return the favor? There's the door, so take one Issei and give me a nephew. Grafia commented with amusement as she looked at her brother without noticing Mirajan's blushing face at her words. That doesn't sound bad at all. What do you say, Mira? We give Milikas a playmate. Issei mentioned with amusement as he looked at the white-haired girl dying of embarrassment and caressed his nephew's head. You two stop with that. Mirajan shouted in shame at being the center of mockery of her sister and lover, when they proposed that they were a headache for the eldest of the Lucifuge. Hey! Why you're good with Milikas and not with me? Rias Compelli neighed indignantly upon seeing the affectionate treatment her brother gave to the redhead. Shut up, you chatty tomato, Issei said as he threw a sandwich in his sister's face, hitting her in the eye much to her amusement. Mom! Do something. Rias Compelli neighed childishly with a pout on her face as she looked at her mother giving her complaints. Hey! How old are you? 12. Deal with the problems yourself, fifth-year redhead. Issei mentioned seriously as he threw a fireball at Rias, hitting her head and setting her hair on fire slightly. Which was funny, as he watched the redhead run around the room trying to put out the fire. Rias, your brother is right, you must face your problems head-on. On the other hand, Issei lets your sister bother you. Vanillana scolded her children upon seeing their behavior. At least Serafall was the calmest to her relief. But with this it was proven that no matter how old you are, you would still need your mother. You've changed, Gremory. What made you do it? You used to act differently, but now I see a big change in you. Drake commented as he appeared in Miraama's hand using the boosted gear. After his words, everyone stopped their actions and looked at the brunette, who remained silent for a few seconds. Even Rias had stopped her run with her hair on fire to listen to her brother's response. Fortunately, the fire was extinguished by a jet of water from Sona. At that moment, Issei turned to look at the people present in the room with a difficult-to-understand expression on his face as he looked happy but at the same time sad for some strange reason, as if he had found something but had also lost it. I just discovered that this world is more than one can imagine, and also that fulfilling your dreams is not always the most satisfying. I'm sorry, but I'm a little tired, so I'm going to go to my room. Are you girls coming? Issei asked softly as he looked at his women, who could notice a feeling of sadness and doubt on his face. Serafall and her friends nodded at the brunette's words and got up from their seats to later leave the room with Issei, leaving behind a sea of doubts. Since that type of behavior was not normal for the brunette, it almost seemed as if he had discovered something discouraging, and that made him question his thoughts. That was strange. But I guess it's better to leave it like that and wait for Oni-san to decide to talk about it later. In any case, Rias, Sona, you and your peerage can spend the night here. I understand that tomorrow you have to attend classes in the human world and we have to manage the underworld after Issei returns. It's better that we go to sleep too. Serafall mentioned softly as he got up from his seat and was going to take his son in his arms, then leave the room in the company of his wife. After the words of the Mal Lucifer, seeing that it was already somewhat late, Rias and Sona along with their peerage decided to spend the night at the Gremory mansion, They had several questions to ask their leader, but they had to wait to ask them. Today Issei was not in a good mood, to say the least. Internally, Drade wondered if he had said something wrong, since he did not understand well what had happened. In fact, no one. All of them, but mainly those who knew the brown-haired man, wondered one thing. What had Issei discovered to act like this? They would only know that when he wanted to bring it to light. Hours later, with night falling on the Gremory mansion, and its inhabitants preparing to rest, in Issei's room all the tenants were resting. The brown-haired women were sleeping peacefully in the bedroom bed. Just by seeing their happy expressions and smiles marked on their faces while they slept, it was logical to understand that all of them were comfortable. And how not if they were sleeping with the man they loved most in the world? But where was he? Since right in the center of the bed there was an empty space, while around it were the girls sleeping, it was incredible how sturdy and spacious the brown-haired bed was. But that was not relevant, since the question was, where was Issei? Well, it was enough to just look at the balcony of the room, where you could see the brown-haired man leaning on the railing while looking towards the sky as if he was looking for something. It's good to finally be home. Now I can have a quiet life, or is that what I would like to believe, but I can't, right? Albedo. Issei mentioned calmly as he looked up at the night sky of the underworld. Fufufu, I can never surprise you, Issei-kun. But you're right with what you say. Beings like us will never rest in peace. There will always be something to do. That's our life, darling. Albedo commented softly as she emerged from the shadows of the night and stood next to the brown-haired boy and looked at the sky. You may be wondering why the goddess of the apocalypse was there and not sealed. Well, in fact, if she is locked in the seal created by Elohim, the reason she is with Issei is because of the kiss she had shared with the brown-haired boy just before being sealed. Thanks to that contact, she had transmitted part of her power to Issei, which would later serve as a means of communication with the brown-haired boy. And thanks to that, Issei was the only one who could see her and talk to her, which he generally did when he was alone, so that he would not think he was crazy to see that he was talking to no one in particular. Thanks to that connection between the two, they have been getting to know each other and interacting over the years, developing feelings for each other. But this was something that had not yet been said, since both Issei and Albedo had as a priority to resolve their dispute over that fight that they did not finish. That Issei kept in contact with Albedo was a high-grade and risky secret, since none of the women of Issei, not even Chisato, Irene or Isabella, who were the ones with whom he spent many years, none of them knew about it. Of the women of Issei, the only ones who knew of the existence of Albedo, and why Issei was absent for so many years, were two: Ophis and Chisato. In the case of the goddess of infinity, Issei did not know her whereabouts, but knew that sooner or later he would find her and would have to resolve certain matters. And about the dimensional goddess, she did not know the information about the connection between him and Albedo. It is not that Issei distrusted Chisato, it is just that he did not want anyone to know about his connection with the dragon of the apocalypse because of his reputation. If it were known, he could be judged. In addition, it is supposed that Albedo is an entity of death and destruction, but only he was aware of its true nature, and also that the destruction of worlds were no longer his goal, but rather he was. You're finally home, you're reunited with your family and your wives, now you can live a peaceful life. That life you wanted so much from the beginning. Albedo commented calmly while she was leaning with her arms on the balcony railing and looking up at the sky. Thanks to the connection with the brown-haired boy, she could see from her confinement everything he looked at. Issei's eyes were hers in the outside world. Yes, finally a peaceful life, huh? Issei mentioned softly, lowering his gaze from the sky and placing it on his hands. My whole life has been an endless struggle, Albedo. Ever since I was a child, I've been training and getting stronger to improve this world, but also to be the best. I once had a dream, a goal. I wanted to surpass Great Red with all my being and place myself at the top of the pyramid of power, all to protect my family, but also out of a desire of my own. And then I reached a point in my life where I had finally achieved that dream. But at that instant, Issei stopped as he clenched his fists tightly. You didn't know what to do next, did you? Albedo asked softly as she looked directly at the brunette. Don't get me wrong, I like this era of peace. My family is safe and I can finally spend time with the girls, something I couldn't do very often before. It's not that I want problems to arise in this world, but I don't feel like this life is mine. Do you know why I accepted Chisato's proposal the first time we met? Partly it was to maintain the order of life in the universes, but I also did it to belong to a place. My life is divided into two parts, my family and the battlefield. A life full of peace and joy, without any danger of war or chaos, is a life that I don't know how to live. For a long time I have sold myself questioning a question. Is it really necessary for me to continue fighting? There is no one who can face me in this life, either in this world nor in the others. and I have already raised the maximum of my strength and potential. Only Chisato can defeat me, but it is something very obvious being her the highest authority in the multiverse. Being the strongest is lonely because you know that there is no one who can face you anymore. My only salvation would be you, Albedo. You and I are the same. Issei finished saying while staring at the phantom of the woman in front of him. Fufu, don't eat so hard, darling, that day is still a long way off. Even though I could get out of this prison at any moment, I don't want to do it yet. I must get even stronger if I want to beat you, and I'm also going to give you time to make up for lost time with your family. During this period, try to find a new purpose, Issei. It's true that you've already fulfilled the dream you had as a child, but that was something from your past. Now I ask you, what does the current Issei want? You have a family, women who love you madly, a kingdom that needs your help, and a world that requires a savior. But none of that matters if you don't know what you want. What do you want, Issei? Think about it, see you. Albedo finished saying as she disappeared from the brown-haired boy's sight, not before placing a kiss on his cheek. Even if it was an image in the brown-haired boy's mind, he liked to make those approaches. Once Albedo disappeared, Issei was left immersed in the silence of the night. He unconsciously turned his gaze towards the door that led to his room where his women were resting. A smile appeared on his face as he raised his eyes to the sky. He couldn't help but remember that promise he had made on a night similar to this one at that time of his childhood. I will become stronger. I will be the strongest of all. I will surpass you, Great Red, you heard me? I will be stronger than you, and I will protect my family, and not only them but everyone. I will make those who sow evil pay and defederate the weak. I will try hard and train hard. I will become respected, free and feared like you. And one day I will surpass you, you heard me, Great Red. Get ready because I will be the strongest. For some strange reason that memory came to his mind as he looked at the night sky. On that occasion, his goal was to become a strong man to protect his family, but also to place himself at the top of the primacy of power. A dream that had already come true. He should be happy to have it fulfilled, so why wasn't he? What was he missing? Maybe it was all because his current self and his past self thought differently, and now either of them knew what to do with their lives. While it is true that they had everything, family, women who love him very much, and what he had always wanted, peace and tranquility. Albedo was right about something. All of that was the dream of the child Issei, and now that it was done, what did his current self want? He didn't know, but he wanted to do it. And to do so he had to walk that path in the company of his stars, since they were the only ones who could guide him to his new purpose and dream in this life. With that in mind, Issei went back into his room to rest with his loved ones while a question hovered in his mind. What do I want? Kuo Academy, 3rd year classroom. So, you couldn't talk to your brother after the meeting? Sona asked the redhead while they were in the 3rd year classroom waiting for their lessons to start, but for some strange reason the master didn't arrive, something unacceptable for the brunette considering that they had already missed 20 minutes of class. No, after the fiasco that happened in the classroom I couldn't talk to him anymore. And once we were in the Gremory mansion, as you saw, he retired to his room with my sisters, and since then I haven't seen him anymore. And since I had to attend classes today I couldn't talk to him this morning. This is disgusting. Rias mentioned with her spirits down, while she had her face leaning on her desk. The leader of the underworld, I never thought I would see him in person, but now that I did he is. Tsubaki couldn't find the right words to describe the brunette, while she was sitting at her desk. Intimidating, aggressive, fearful, dangerous, cute. Akeno commented as she listed with her fingers from her desk the qualities of her friend's older brother without noticing that she was moving away from the subject as she wandered in her thoughts. I just wanted him to accept me as his sister, at least he said he would if I proved my worth. Fine, I'll do that. Hey, why hasn't the teacher arrived yet? Rias asked once she regained her spirits and lifted her face from her desk, finally noticing her teacher's absence. At that moment the doors of the classroom opened abruptly, drawing the attention of the students, who turned their gaze towards the entrance, where within seconds they witnessed the teacher entering the classroom with several documents in his hands. His walk was slow but demonstrated greatness. He also looked intimidating and aggressive with those violet eyes, and his bearing was as if he were a king. Once the teacher had reached his desk, he left the documents he was carrying on it, and stared at the students in the classroom. This must be a joke. The 4 demon beauties in the hall thought in sync as they stared in disbelief at the man in front of the blackboard. Good morning, students. My name is Issei Gremory, but for you I am Lord Gremory, and from now on I will be your new master. I hope we get along well. Any questions? The brunette mentioned to the students while wearing a formal black suit and glasses, giving him an intellectual and rude appearance, causing the female students in the classroom to sigh in love. Excuse me, Mr. Gremory. But are you related to Miss Issei Gremory? A male student in the classroom asked as he raised his hand. It's unfortunate that Miss Issei is my family's pet, Issei commented with regret in his voice as he closed his eyes. At that moment a loud noise was heard in the living room as the redhead had gotten up from her seat and hit her desk hard while her face was flushed, and she looked at the brown-haired boy in an embarrassed and incredulous manner. That's not true, I'm your sister, Issei declared with shame as she looked at her brother. Miss Tomato Hair, I'm going to ask you to take a seat and let me teach my class since because of you we're 20 minutes late, Issei mentioned professionally as he turned around and began to write on the blackboard, ignoring his sister's words. But you were the one who delayed class, ouch. Once Issei had spoken, seconds later she was hit in the head by a book thrown by the brunette, which made her sit down hard in her chair with her forehead in pain. Shut up, and let me teach my class. Next time I'll throw my desk at you, Issei mentioned seriously to the redhead, while he had a book in his hand. That hurt, Oni-san baka, Issei muttered at her table as she grabbed her forehead and looked at her brother. This can't get any worse. Akeno, Tsubaki and Sona thought in sync as they watched the Gremory siblings and their behavior with beads of sweat on their necks. For several minutes, in the third-year classroom, Issei was giving his classes and occasionally throwing several books at the poor redhead who could do nothing against her brother. The beautiful demon women wondered what the leader of the underworld was doing giving classes in the human world, but to know that they had to wait for the classes to end. Excuse me, Master, Tsubaki and I need to go to the student council to attend to some matters. With your permission we will leave, Sona commented calmly as she stood up from her seat, being imitated by her friend. But all progress on her part was interrupted when a book passed over their heads and ended up embedded in the wall. How the hell was that possible? I'm sorry ladies, but no one leaves here until class ends, Issei mentioned seriously while sitting at his desk and looking at the two black-haired girls. But we are in charge of the student council and we must attend to certain responsibilities, Sona said in a complaint to the brown-haired boy while looking at him seriously, something that he did not like at all. Miss Sana Shitori, would you like me to remind you of your position in this room and who you are talking to? Issei commented seriously and coldly to the brunette, causing her to shiver. At that moment Sona remembered that the one who was there was her leader, and not just any master. I'm very sorry, sir. Sona apologized respectfully as she bowed her head and sat in her chair. Abusive, Issei whispered while keeping her eyes on her notebook without noticing the death glare the brunette was giving her at that moment. Issei, be careful, Akeno shouted with her eyes wide open at the redhead as she stared in disbelief at what was coming towards her. What's happening? Oh damn, Issei said once she took her eyes off her notebook and looked forward, where she saw her brother's desk falling towards where she was. She barely had time to jump out of her seat and watch in disbelief as her desk was crushed with the brown-haired boys, who was in front of her looking at her coldly. What the hell was that? You almost crushed me with, Kayawa, Issei screamed as she was lifted off the ground by her brother, who was holding her by the shirt. The next thing the redhead saw was a bunch of blurs and moving things, as her brother was moving her from one side to the other. Stop interrupting my class, I'm fed up with you. Go to the corner like a naughty girl and think about what you've done, Issei mentioned irritably while shaking Issei from side to side. Issei couldn't even speak coherently, as she was dizzy from all the twists and turns her brother had given her. Her spiral eyes were proof of that. Hey! Who gave you permission to sleep? Wake up, tomato hair, wake up, wake up, Issei commented while slapping his sister's cheeks, who reacted only to see how she was scolded by her brother. Kaya, leave me alone. I'm not a child, Issei mentioned once she stood up and freed herself from the brown-haired boy's clutches. If you behave like one, I'll treat you like one. Now go to the corner, Issei commented seriously as he pointed with his hand to the corner of the classroom they were in. Grrrr, Issei expressed as she proceeded to walk while pouting and kicking hard, under the amused gaze of the brown-haired boy. But for Issei the redhead was going too slow. Kaya! Issei screamed as she felt a small blow to her rear area, and once she turned around she saw how her brother had his right foot raised, had he kicked her. Disbelieving and afraid that he would do it again, she hurried her steps and reached the corner of the room where she hit her head against the wall while crying comically at her brother's cruel treatment. This was not how she had imagined their encounter. On the other hand, Sona, Tsubaki and Akeno, who had remained silent like the entire class in general. They looked at the brunette, and his way of treating the redhead and especially of giving classes. Without a doubt it would be hell from now on. It was best not to mess with him. For some reason they hadn't objected to anything when he bothered Issei, They didn't want to be his next victims. Now they could only get used to their new academic life, and in the case of the demonesses, wait to find out what the hell was going on there. This is the worst. Rias muttered while crying comically with her face pressed against the wall, and a paper hat on her head that said, "I'm useless." Without a doubt, Issei would do his thing from now on in the human world and in the future. Later in the Occult Research Club room. Inside the old building were the Gremory and Citri groups, as well as Headmistress Tiamat. All of them were standing while looking with complicated expressions at the man sitting at the redhead's desk with the blue-haired dragon on her lap, who looked at them seriously and coldly in the case of the brown-haired man, since the blue-haired woman was very comfortable lying on her lover's chest, even more so when he was pampering her on her head. But everyone present was here for a reason, and it was to know why the leader of the underworld was in their world. It's good that everyone is present, so let's get to the point. You'll be wondering why I'm here. Well, from now on I'll be the advisor of the Occult Research Club and the Student Council, that's for humans. In your case it's different, since I'm here because of those two useless ones. Issei mentioned seriously while pointing at Rias and Sona, creating confusion and unease in them. Excuse me, us? Sona asked in confusion as she looked at her lord, and she wasn't the only one, the redhead did too. I'll be honest, you two are idiots and irresponsible with your agreement, Issei said without any regret to the women, causing them to get upset. But before they could say anything he began to speak. I understand that you study in the human world thanks to an agreement with your parents in which it was established that you could go to the human world as long as you took care of and protected the territory you would go to, right? Lately you have broken that agreement since in your territory there are not only renegades, but also fallen angels. Can you know what the hell you two have been doing all this time? Issei shouted furiously, hitting the desk, alerting and scaring everyone present, who took a few steps back while looking at him in fear. I can't decide for your subordinates, but it's different with you two. Rias, Sona, you two belong to the underworld and therefore obey what I say. At first I was determined to take you back home seeing how useless and incompetent you have been with your territory and responsibilities. Not only did I have to take care of solving your problems, but also doing that damn paperwork. Serafall convinced me to allow you to continue being in the human world but with only one condition, which would be that from now on you would be supervised. At first Grafia was going to be asked to come in my place, but once I lightened Serzex's work as Mao, I gave him the mandate of the underworld while I watched you. After all, Serzex begged me for the position and I, being a reasonable man, complied with his request. Besides, politics has never been my thing, and as long as the underworld works everything will be fine. I am here to serve as a warning to the people about what to do and what not to do. I am getting off topic. What I mean is that from now on I will be here to verify that you do your job, is that clear? Issei mentioned seriously to the two women as he looked at them. Yes, Gremory-sama. Rias and Sona answered as they bowed with their fists clenched. They knew very well that what the brunette had said was true since they had neglected their responsibilities and now they were paying for it, so this was how it was to deal with the leader of the underworld. Now they understood why no one disobeyed his orders. Just tell the truth, master. As soon as you saw the pile of documents you had to review this morning, you ran out of the office and left all the work to poor Serzex and Grafia. And since you didn't want to do your job, Serafall sent you as a babysitter to take care of her sister and yours. Although it is understandable considering that the underworld is currently in chaos because of your return, some time away will lighten the waters and let everything return to its course. That is the real reason why Issei is here. Serafall sent him to this academy so that he would not cause more problems in the underworld and also because he did not want to review that pile of papers. Tiamat commented calmly while she was in the brown-haired boy's lap and enjoyed the pampering he gave her. Thanks to his words, everyone present had beads of sweat running down their necks when they learned the real reason why the leader of the underworld was in their academy. It was all due to laziness on his part and a punishment from the Mao Leviathan. Without a doubt nothing was what it seemed and the leaders were too carefree. But it was understandable considering that Issei was a dragon and they don't usually get along well with the words work and rest. Great Red was proof of that. I'm better at fighting than leading. Serzex can take care of that as punishment for ruining my kingdom. Besides, it's not like I'll be out of office for long. Tiamat is right about the underworld being in chaos. My return to the throne caused great commotion and it's better for the demonic people to let the information sink in and adapt to the new change. Therefore, I will be living with you for a few days. During this time, Serafall asked me to protect you and verify your compliance with your work, so I hope I don't get any unpleasant surprises. Issei mentioned nonchalantly to the young people in front of him and the dragoness, as he looked towards the window of the room. Excuse me for asking, mister? Gremory, but is it true that you faced Drake when he was alive? Murayama asked as he looked at the brown-haired boy, since the day before his partner had told him about that confrontation and some stories about his mistress's brother, and he wanted to verify it. Murayama, right. There's no need to be so formal with me. With Issei it's fine, and it's like you say, centuries ago when Drake was free we faced each other once, although back then I ended up losing to him. Issei commented calmly, amazed at the young people present in the room. Haha, and what a fight. You were just starting out in the supernatural world and you already had great power. I wonder how much you've changed since then. Drake mentioned from the boosted gear that appeared on the brunette's arm. Amazing. Murayama and Kate said in sync as they looked at the brunette as if he were a superhero. Not really, they tell the most interesting things but they don't say that half the forest was destroyed and the scare they gave us on that occasion. Tiamat commented calmly with her eyes closed while she was lying on her lover's chest. It wasn't that bad. Issei mentioned nonchalantly to the dragon as he turned to look away. That's what you think, honey. A voice spoke from outside the room, where after a few seconds the doors were seen opening and Serafall entered accompanied by two women of incredible beauty who brought a smile full of happiness to Issei's face. Issei. The two beauties shouted with excitement and love as they ran towards the brown-haired boy in desperation. At that moment Tiamat quickly moved away from the brunette, who with a quality smile welcomed them with open arms, causing him to end up falling to the ground with the two women, who immediately began to cry without caring who were watching them. Both felt happy and a feeling invaded their hearts. After several centuries they felt alive, they felt warm. That feeling was the one they had longed for from the person they were in love with. Both buried their heads further into the brunette's chest as they felt him hug them tightly by their waists. Everyone present witnessed how the two mysterious women lovingly embraced the brown-haired boy while shedding tears on his chest, and he caressed their heads tenderly. They wondered internally who those women were, but when they saw that Tiamat and Serafall did not show any discomfort, they assumed that it must be someone the brown-haired boy knew. Their surprise would be great when they knew the identity of both. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect this, but I guess it's all Serafall's doing. Anyway, I'm really glad to see you again, Gabriel, Penamion, I miss you so much. Issei commented happily as he looked at the two women standing above him. Idiot, you know how much I've cried for you, the nights I spent awake thinking about whether you'd be okay and whether you'd come back. All this time I've felt alone without your presence, without your love, without your warmth. I miss you so much and you come to me with a stupid smile on your face. Idiot, idiot, idiot. Just when Penamion was venting her anger and sadness, the brunette had taken her by the chin and ended up bringing his lips together with hers. The beautiful and sexy Fallen couldn't resist it any longer, and closed her eyes to melt into that kiss full of love. Tears ran down her cheeks without her being able to control them. How could she not be happy? If the man with whom she kept her lips united was the person with whom she was madly in love, was the person who had stolen her heart, had come and declared it as hers. He was the person she had fallen in love with millennia ago. How could she not be happy to see him again? Just as Issei separated from Penamion, he turned his gaze to the blonde resting on him. Gabriel had no time to object, as the brown-haired boy had captured her lips, causing her to let out a sigh of happiness and close her eyes as she once again enjoyed the only man she loved madly. He was the man who had saved her and her sister a long time ago from the hands of the Maus and had protected her from all evil. The blonde couldn't stand it anymore and kissed the brown-haired boy with love and passion, to which he was surprised by that action, but after a few moments he reciprocated that kiss. Neither Penamion or Gabriel cared that they were looking at her. In fact, they didn't care at all. The only thing they cared about at that moment was showing Issei that they loved him madly. Issei held Gabriel's waist with one hand and pulled her towards him, while she wrapped her hands around his neck, deepening that act of love even further. The spectators watched that scene and all had different reactions. On one hand, the Gremory and Citri groups looked at that with doubt since they did not know who the two women were, while Tiamat and Serafall watched that with smiles on their faces since finally their beloved had reunited with two of his partners. Once Issei and Gabriel separated, the three individuals began to get up under the gaze of everyone present. The brown-haired boy again raised his chair and sat in it, to later see how Gabriel and Penamion sat on his legs while they hugged him tightly, probably with the fear that he would leave again or that it was all a dream. Seeing that, Issei again kissed them to calm their insecurities and make them understand that everything was real. Thanks, Sarah. Issei thanked the brunette with a smile on his face while he hugged the Seraph and the cadre tightly, who did the same with him. Anything for our man. I contacted them this morning and wanted to give you a little surprise. Serafall mentioned calmly as she stood behind the brunette, where she took his head and moved it back for a few seconds to place a kiss on his lips. Ahem, Wani-san, please be more discreet. I know you have a relationship with Issei-sama, but could you please do that in a more private place? It's a little awkward and embarrassing for us. Sona commented with a blush on her face as she looked at her older sister. Oh. You don't have to be jealous, Sotan. I can also give you a kiss if you want, you just have to ask Wani-san. Serafall mentioned excitedly as she looked at her adorable younger sister. Excuse me, Serafall, Wani-san, but who are they? Rias asked doubtfully as she pointed at the two women who were with her older brother. They seemed strangely familiar, but she couldn't quite remember where they were from. Oh, sorry. I forgot to introduce them. Well, they, like Tiamat and I, are Issei-kun's partners, but it's better to introduce them properly. The blonde-haired woman is Seraph Gabriel, the most beautiful and powerful woman in heaven. The purple-haired woman is Cadre Penamune, the most beautiful and powerful woman in Gregory. Serafall mentioned calmly as she introduced her friends to the young men present. The Archangel of Messages, Gabriel. Asya, Murayama and Kate screamed in shock when they learned the blonde's identity. They couldn't believe it. In front of them was one of the Seraphim and Children of God, and what was more impressive was knowing that their mistress's older brother was her partner, a demon and an angel. How screwed up was this world? The Cadre Penamune. Yuma shouted in shock and disbelief as he looked at the purple-haired woman. As a fallen angel who formerly belonged to Gregory, she knew very well who the woman with that name was. I mean, who wouldn't know the name of the most beautiful woman of the fallen angels? She had never met her in person, but now that she did and found out that she was in a relationship with her master's older brother, it caused her great surprise. Ha ha, this is very funny. You don't forgive anything, Gremory. I can even say that I'm a little envious of you. Not only do you have 3 beautiful devils and the strongest dragon queen of her class, but also the most beautiful seraphim and cadre of their respective factions, not to mention those 2 women who came with you. Lucky bastard, who's next now? Ophis. Drake commented with amusement from the boosted gear, not taking into account that his words could come true in the not-too-distant future. Who knows? Issei mentioned gracefully as he turned to look away while small drops of sweat accumulated on his forehead, a very strange behavior. Wait a minute. Gabriel Wani-san, Penamune Wani-san, it's really you. Damn, how could I forget? It's been a while since I saw you. Rias commented happily once she had remembered the women well. After all, when she was barely 10 years old she had met them through Serafall, but since it was only the once she ended up forgetting about them. You've really grown up, Rias. How have you been? The last time I saw you, you were very little. Tell me, is Issei treating you well? Penamune mentioned to the redhead, while looking at her fondly. Good for you, Penamune Wani-san, and about the rest, the truth is no. This morning he hit me with some books and threw a desk at me among other things, but there I am trying to win his appreciation. Rias commented with a somewhat sinister smile on her face, since she had obti'd what she wanted, to put her brother in trouble by displaying his actions with her in front of his partners. After all, only they could deal with the brunette. After the redhead's words, Serafall, Tiamat, Gabriel and Penamune turned to look at Issei in a bad way in search of an explanation, but only got a whistle from him while he avoided eye contact with them. Just when they were about to claim him and teach him a lesson for bothering his younger sister, the brown-haired boy decided to change the subject to save his life. Issei could face anything without fear, but if it was about his women and his mother, that fight was already lost from the beginning, and he was dead. Ahem, Serafall, did you get what I asked you for this morning? Issei asked the brunette as he looked at her. Huh. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Just like you asked, the house is ready, here's the address and the keys. The girls and I will bring our things later, but I guess when you finish here we'll have finished bringing our things. If not, then I'll let you know so you can help us. Serafall informed the brunette, while passing him a paper with something written on it, and some keys. House. Wani-san, what does that mean? Sona asked the brunette while looking at her with doubt and a little fear, imagining what she and the brown-haired boy had done. It's simple, Sotan. This morning Issei asked me if I could look for a plot of land or house here in Kuo's city to live in, which I found. So from now on he will be living here, but he won't be alone. Tiamat, Mirajine, Yui, Irene, Isabella, Penamune, Gabriel and I will also be moving in with him. After all, we are his partners, and where he is we will also be. Serafall informed her sister and the young people present, surprising everyone with that news. Now that you mention it, where are the girls? Issei asked the brunette about the whereabouts of his other partners. They are in the underworld. Vanillana wanted to get to know Irene and Isabella better, so she took them to Lilith with Miragen and Yui. They all went shopping and all that women's stuff that you didn't understand. Later you'll see them in our new house, honey. You don't have to worry about anything," Serafall commented calmly to her man while placing her hands on his shoulders. "Oh, I see. It will do Irene and Isabella good to go shopping with Mom. I still can't get used to the fact that the city I knew as Lusafad will change to Lilith. Although it's not something I dislike at all. Gabriel, didn't your father tell you anything about the meeting I requested with him?" Issei asked the blonde as he turned to look at her. "Hee, I almost forgot because of the reunion moment. Dad told me to tell you that he can't attend to you right now since he has several matters regarding heaven that he must resolve. But in a week he will be free so you can go to heaven in that time." Gabriel informed his beloved with a rather adorable expression on his face that earned a kiss from Issei for not being able to resist so much tenderness. "Honey, Azazel asked me before coming if you could go talk to him, since he had some business to discuss with you," Penniman mentioned calmly while pecking the brown-haired boy's cheek with his finger to get his attention. "I understand, Gabriel. Tell Elohim that there is no problem. I will wait until he is free. And you, Penniman, tell Azazel that if he gives me a date I will go talk to him," Issei answered his women while caressing their heads. On the other hand, the young people present were surprised to hear that the brown-haired boy would meet with the leaders of the biblical factions. Seeing that relaxed attitude in the brown-haired boy regarding those issues that were extremely important to them, made them understand what a leader was truly like and the tasks he had to attend to. Now they respected and admired Issei more. "Well, Issei-kun, I must retire to see the details of the girls' move. Thanks to you lightening the work of Serzex, Ajuka and me, we now have more free time. I'll see you tonight, honey. Don't be late. Look, Mirajine will cook your favorite dishes," Serafall mentioned lovingly to her man while placing a kiss on his lips, then saying goodbye to the young people and leaving the room through a magic circle. "We must also report this to Father and Azazel. See you tonight, Issei-kun. Remember that you still owe an explanation to Gabriel and Ami. Bye," Penniman commented as she said goodbye to the brunette with a kiss on his lips just as her sister did the same. Once finished, they said goodbye to the young people and left for their respective factions to inform their leaders. "What a day," Tiamat mentioned tiredly as she sat on the brunette's legs and leaned back on his chest, closing her eyes in the process. After a brief silence, the young people present began to start their work as demons. In this case, it was their turn to distribute flyers to the humans, a truly boring task. "I'm ready now," Asia mentioned once she got ready for her task today as a member of the Gremory entourage. "Well, then we'll go out with Asia to deliver pamphlets," Murayama commented as he headed towards the blonde in the company of K-Taste to help her with her task. "Wait, this will be the last week that you deliver pamphlets. I had told you before, right? Responding to summons is the job of a devil, to deliver pamphlets is the job of a familiar," Rias mentioned, stopping the advance of her friends while sitting on the zone for alls in the room. Her tone of voice was loud and strong to show her brother present her qualities. What a pity that he was focused on his phone playing some game, since the sound of some birds and a slingshot could be heard. "So you mean we'll stop handing out pamphlets?" K-Tace asked the redhead with doubt and excitement while looking at her with anguish, as she hated that job. "Damn, I failed," they all heard Issei say with frustration while he was playing a game on his phone and had the sky-haired dragon on his lap, who was apparently asleep. Without a doubt they didn't have the slightest interest in what was happening in the room. "You should have thrown it a little higher to knock down that column." The next thing they heard was the voice of the redhead queen, who was standing behind the brown-haired boy while watching him play. That caused everyone present to have a drop of sweat on the back of their necks when they saw that the brunette was not paying attention either. "Ahem, as I was saying, girls, before that happens you have to get your own familiar," Rias commented with a smile on her face as she looked at her friends. "What are you talking so much, Tomato?" Issei mentioned without taking his eyes off his phone while playing with it, being watched closely by Akeno, who was behind him, resting her breasts on his back and her face on his shoulder. The two were so focused on the screen that they hadn't realized the position they were in. And Tiamat was too comfortable in her place to be bothered by trifles. "We're going to get familiars from Murayama, K-Tace, Asia and Yuma. Today is a full moon, the perfect time to generate contracts with familiars. Is there any problem with that, Oni-san?" Rias asked with doubt, and a small vein on her forehead at being called Tomato by Issei, while looking at him waiting for his words. "Oh, whatever, do what you want," Issei commented without taking his eyes off the game. He had to finish off those damn pigs. "Excuse me, what is a familiar?" Asia asked the redhead and the brown-haired boy with doubt while looking at them. At that moment Rias was going to answer, but her brother ended up getting ahead of her, so she was paying attention. Familiars are monsters and supernatural beings that help devils as their servants or allies. They are normally used for different tasks assigned by their owners, whether it be delivering a message or gathering information. The abilities of each familiar vary depending on the type it is. Its way of obtaining is quite specific. During a full moon night, the devils must go to a special forest with the help of the familiar master to capture a familiar that may be appropriate, and that this one accepts it as a master. Issei mentioned with disinterest to the young people present, while continuing to play. At that moment, to give a better point, Rias raised her right hand and a small bat appeared in it. "This is mine. It also helps from time to time to distribute the leaflets in the city," Rias commented with her familiar flying over her head, which positioned itself next to her and turned into a woman. The bat turned into a girl. Murayama mentioned with shock while he looked closely at the redhead's familiar. "This is mine," Akeno commented as she summoned what appeared to be a small oni into her hands. "It's cute, isn't it?" Akeno asked with a smile on her face as she held the little creature in her hands, once it moved towards where its owner was. This girl needs to carefully review her definition of cute, Issei thought as he glanced at the strange and ugly familiar of the brunette, but to avoid harm he remained silent. "Mine is this one," Kiba mentioned while he had a bird on his shoulder. The bird in question could be confused with any one from the street of the human world. "Shiro," Koneko spoke once she summoned what was a very small white cat that rested on her lap. "Kia. Cutie," Murayama and Keitei shouted when they saw the little animal that seemed to enjoy the caresses it received. In that instant that he put his game aside to see what was happening in front of him, Issei thought that Koneko was completely unable to abandon her roots when seeing the familiar. Maybe there could be a way for her to accept her heritage. That's right, Issei before coming to the human world had investigated everything about the Gremory and Citri entourages. He knew their defects and qualities very well. As in the case of Akeno and her problem with her genetics, Kiba and his revenge against the holy swords, finally Koneko and her problem with both genetics and family. He had even begun a more in-depth investigation into the only family left to the white-haired girl. "I'm little envious. I also want a familiar," Yuma commented with feigned sadness upon seeing her friend's relatives, although with that a doubt arose in her. If they all had a familiar, that meant that the older brown-haired boy would also have one, right? And if so, what was he like? Surely since he was the leader of the underworld he would be very impressive. Excuse me Issei-sama, do you also have a familiar?" Yuma asked the brunette while looking at him, and she was not the only one. Everyone who was present turned their gaze towards him. "Of course I have it, plus it's the strongest among all the familiars," Issei answered with a smile on his face as he caressed the sleeping dragon's head on his chest, bringing a smile to her face. "Great. We can see it," Yuma, Keitei, Asuya and Murayama said excitedly to the brown-haired boy while they looked at him waiting for him to summon his familiar. But unknown to them, Rias, Akeno, Kiba and Koneko as well as Sona and Tsubaki, all of them let out a silent laugh at their friend's suggestion, since they were the only ones who knew the true identity of the woman resting on the brunette's lap. "Haha, that's okay. My familiar is the Dragon Queen of Chaos Karma, she being considered the strongest among the Dragon Kings, although she is better known as Tiamat," Issei mentioned with amusement, revealing the identity of his wife, whom he cradled in his chest while she slept. "What?" The young people who didn't know this fact shouted, totally impressed and in shock to know that they have always lived with the Dragon Queen. "As you heard, although more than a family member I consider her my battle companion and my partner. But well, now you know who Tiamat really is," Issei commented nonchalantly to the young people while he pampered the dragon and enjoyed the purrs she made, almost as if she were a cat. Now that he thought about it, what would it be like to pet a cat? Great. Now he wanted to find out, but where would he find a cat? He couldn't do it with his sister's tower because it would look weird. He needed a bigger person. But where would he get it from? What a difficult dilemma. "President, your brother is great. Now I feel sorry for him for having you as a sister," Akeno jokingly mentioned to her friend, causing a vein to stand out on the redhead's forehead. At that moment Rias wanted to hit Akeno like she never had before, even more so when she saw how the brunette slapped the brown-haired boy for having bothered her, as if they had signed a secret truce just to see her suffer. Great. Now not even her servants respected her, all because of her idiot brother. But you'll see, one day she would get her revenge, but first she had to earn his recognition, although this was very difficult to get in her current state. "Whatever, you shouldn't despair, girls. If everything goes as we want, you will have yours very soon," Rias commented calmly while she had a twitch in her eyebrows since she was being hit in the head by paper balls, which curiously were her pamphlets that she had to distribute later. "Stop throwing paper balls at me, Oni-san. And don't waste my contracts, and you Akeno stop joining him," Rias mentioned indignantly as she looked at the brown-haired girl and the black-haired girl with paper balls in their hands about to be thrown. I'm bored, so entertain me, slave. Issei commented mockingly as he hit his sister on the nose and congratulated the brunette for hitting him on the forehead. Who would have thought that by teasing the redhead he would become friends with Akeno? And when will we go for the relatives? Kate asked out loud as she watched with a drop of sweat on the back of her neck as her mistress used a silver tray to save herself from the machine gun of paper balls thrown at her by the leader of the underworld and the queen of the Gremory group. Well, first we have to solve a certain problem, isn't that right, Sona? Rias questioned as she got up from her seat and headed towards where the brunette with glasses was with her entourage, who had remained silent until now. It should be noted that Rias had several airplanes and paper balls tangled in the back of her hair, all thanks to the pair of children at the desk who were laughing gracefully at her masterpiece. I don't understand what the thing about relatives has to do with the Citri nobility, Yuma mentioned doubtfully to his friends while looking at his master and the student council president. You see, Yuma, the Forest of Familiars is only accessible during full moon nights and only one nobility is allowed to go that night. Kiba commented to the brunette, informed of the situation that was occurring at this moment, since two nobles wanted to go to the Forest of Familiars. I see that you also want to give your new servants a familiar. I was thinking of doing the same for Saji. Sona mentioned with her characteristic serious face while looking at the redhead in front of her. Ara, so we have a problem, then how do we fix it? Rias replied defiantly to her friend while smiling at her. We could have a rating game, Sona suggested to her friend while smiling defiantly. After all, there was a certain rivalry between them. It was a shame that someone didn't agree with that idea. Or you could just shut your mouths and stop bothering me so much. There won't be a rating game because all of that will fall on me and I don't plan on interrupting my vacation because of your whims. Issei mentioned seriously, resuming his usual posture, which alerted everyone present, and even Tiamat was forced to wake up from her dream when she felt her beloved's aura skyrocket. Hey, Bibaroni-san, we must resolve this issue, although I was thinking of rejecting the rating game proposal and suggesting a tennis game between Sona and me. Rias commented nervously while looking at the brunette with respect and fear. TSK, too much trouble. Why don't the two entourages go and save themselves the trouble? Issei mentioned with disinterest, lowering his serious attitude as he looked at the two young leaders of the groups. But Issei-sama, that is forbidden. Sona commented softly to her leader while looking at him. In the end she was right since only one clan was allowed to go to the Forest of Familiars per night. What she didn't think was that the brown-haired boy didn't give a damn about the rules. Sona, I am the leader of the underworld and I can do whatever I want. You would be surprised at the amount of rules I have broken in my life. Just saying that I snuck into heaven once is a lot. You won't be committing any crime because you have my permission. What's more, let's go now and I'll take advantage of the opportunity to leave. What do you say, Tiamat? Do you want to go? Issei mentioned calmly as he got up from his seat with the dragon in his arms, who nodded at his proposal. Meanwhile, the Gremory and Citri groups looked at the brunette with complicated expressions, since his attitude was very varied. For some moments he was calm and joking, but the other he was serious and fearful. It was like seeing a child and an adult for different times, strange. But at least they already had a solution to their situation, and that was thought to resolve the dispute with a game of tennis or dodgeball, but apparently the brunette had other plans. With that said, Rias and Sona began to make the transportation circle towards the familiar forest, while Issei and Tiamat waited with the others for them to finish. What no one was aware of, much less Issei, was that a certain woman with sky-blue hair was smiling wickedly inside at the golden opportunity that had been presented to her. Tiamat at that moment was licking her lips and rubbing her thighs gently and imperceptibly to the sight of others, since she knew something that no one else knew, and that was that her mating season had begun just today. It is known that the mating season are the months of the year in which some species conceive their young so that they are born in the best conditions for their survival. Each species that has this sexual behavior has a different mating season, and in the case of the dragon, it had lost or paused its mating cycles since Issei had left centuries ago. It was no secret that she was a virgin, since before meeting Issei she had never been interested in any male, and none of them were worthy of her. Perhaps at the time Drake and Albion, being stronger than her, were promising candidates, but they only spent their time fighting and she hated disorder. So she had never been with someone, and as such her heat period had never started. But once she met Issei, all that changed. At first, when she went into heat, the brunette was either very young or not interested in relationships yet. As such, in her moments of privacy she pleased herself for as long as her period lasted. And when Issei had left she had returned to the same state of inactivity as at the beginning of her days before meeting him. But that had now changed with the arrival of her master, that had already started her heat. In fact, this morning it had started. Since then, Tiamat has kept her pheromones controlled, and her instincts under control, waiting for an opportunity to present herself to give herself to the brown-haired boy. She had Serafall's permission, thanks to the talk and plan from the previous night, and she was not willing to let pass that golden opportunity that would be presented to her. She was definitely going to have her moment with her master, and what better than in the place where it all began for them. For some strange reason, Issei felt a slight chill run through his body as if his life was in danger, but he decided to ignore that feeling. Once everyone was ready, they headed towards their destination using a magic circle provided by Rias and Sona, disappearing from the occult club. Forest of the Familiar. Place where familiars reside, supernatural beings that magically join a demon as a servant or ally. At the entrances of the forest, a circle with the symbol of the Gremory clan appeared, and from it came Issei and company, who were appreciating the view that the forest offered them. Wow, it's still the same since the last time I came. At least they should have touched it up a bit. Issei commented next to Tiamat while looking around, which brought him some nostalgia when remembering the first time he was there. That time when he was desperately looking to increase his power, and had resorted to searching for his partner who was now his wife. And all for one reason, not to let anything like that day happen, that cursed day that still haunts him to this day. How could he forget it? If because of that day and that man he ended up becoming what he was today, a monster. Despite the years that had passed, he had a secret that no one but his mother knew. The reason for his being and what he became only one woman knew, and to this day he still had not gotten over his past because he firmly believed that what had happened that day had been his fault. The fault of being weak. That burden and guilt that Issei carried inside him, sooner or later would end up being too much for him, and only that woman who caused destruction to emerge from his prison could remedy what time could not. The solution to it was quite simple, since Issei unconsciously only wanted something to remedy the guilt that invaded him. That child who witnessed the worst scene that an infant can experience only wanted one thing, and that was to obtain his mother's forgiveness. Sooner or later Vanillana would have to face what she fears most. What awakened that day that brought misfortune to her and her son. Woo! So this is the familiar forest, so here are the pets you have. Murayama mentioned in surprise as she looked at the scenery in front of her. Exactly, we found our relatives here. Kiba mentioned to the brunette, while he was next to her. I'm not surprised. The appearance of this place gives the image of anything that could appear around here. Keites commented nervously upon seeing the gloomy appearance of the place. Although considering that the most dangerous thing there was the redhead's older brother, it couldn't be that bad. Oh. But what do we have here? A mysterious voice spoke from the trees, attracting the attention of those present. A few seconds later, a short, elderly man could be seen standing on the branch of a tree. Who is he? Yuma asked, his senses on alert in case it was an enemy. I am the master of familiars. The man replied as he climbed down from the tree and looked at the young men without noticing the presence of Issei and Tiamat. It's a pleasure to see you tonight. We hope you can help us find good familiars for our servants. Sona commented as she stepped forward. It will be a pleasure, but I see that there are two nobles here. They know perfectly well that the visit of more than one demonic clan in these woods is prohibited. I will have to ask them to leave, said Zatuji somewhat seriously while looking at the young people. But at that moment a feeling of danger arose behind him, as well as a truly intimidating aura that froze his blood. Huh. They have my permission, Bug, so you better get to work before I kill you and wipe this forest off the map, Issei mentioned coldly to the man in front of him. At that moment Zatuji turned around, and upon doing so he saw death itself dressed in red. It didn't take him long to recognize the man who spoke to him, much less the woman who accompanied him. How could he do so if they had caused such a huge commotion years ago? He immediately knelt before the brown-haired man while he pressed his head to the ground, trembling with fear. Gremory-sama, forgive my ignorance and my lack of respect, I had not seen you. I also apologize, Miss Tiamat, since I did not notice your presence either. What brings you here? Zatuji commented nervously as he lifted his head from the ground and looked at the brown-haired boy. I'm accompanying the Citri heiress and her team and the Gremory group and my pet to obtain their familiars. There's no problem with that, right? Issei mentioned seriously to the man while making his eyes turn red for a few seconds. Oh, of course not, sir. If you say so, you can do it. Who am I to deny your command? The master commented nervously. Okay, Sona, Tomato, go with him and look for his servants' familiars. We'll meet here when you're done, Issei mentioned with disinterest as he began to walk away from the young people with the dragon at his side. Hey, Oni-san, are you going somewhere? I thought we were all going together. Rias said loudly with doubt to the brunette as she watched him leave. I'll go with Tiamat to walk around the place for a while. I haven't seen this place for a while. See you when you're done, was the only thing Issei said as he entered the forest with the dragoness at his side, whom he was holding by the hand. With that said, both the Gremory and Citri groups had beads of sweat running down their necks as they saw how the brown-haired man and the blue-haired woman had abandoned them. But there was nothing they could do now, so they set off on their own path in the company of Zatuji. It should be noted that Rias was making an adorable pout as she walked, since she was hoping to spend time together with Issei, but nothing turned out as it should. But well, she had to concentrate on what she had come to do from the beginning, find a familiar for Yuma, Asuya, Keitase and Murayama, in Sona's case one for her pawn Saji. It's amazing to see your brother again, Miss Rias-sama. He hasn't changed at all during all these centuries. Well, just a little. Now he expresses his emotions more openly, Zatuji commented while guiding the Gremory and Citri group through the forest in search of the familiars. Have you met my brother, sir? Rias asked with interest, and she was not the only one as everyone present was listening attentively to what was being said. Of course, girl. The first time I saw your brother, he was at least 7 or 8 years old. Back then I remember that he had come in the company of Lady Vanillana and the young ladies Serafall-sama, Yui-sama, Grafia-sama, Mirajin-sama, and the young gentleman Ajuka-sama and Surzex-sama. All of them had come in search of their respective familiars, but young Issei-sama at that time was a cold, serious and mysterious child who was quite scary. Now that I saw him, I can say that he has changed a lot. He is still scary, but a great change can be noticed in his person. I remember that he had gone alone in search of his familiar, then we realized that he had gone in search of Tiamat, and that is why he did not want anyone to go with him at that moment. Zatuji recounted to the young people behind him, who listened attentively to his words. Tiamat. So that's how those two met. But it's amazing to hear that a 7-year-old child was able to turn the Chaos Karma Dragon into his servant. Sona commented in shock after hearing that information. Haha, tell it to me. When Issei-sama had arrived where we were in the company of Tiamat, Lady Vanillana and I almost had a heart attack. That a child could turn Tiamat into his familiar was something never seen before, but since then I knew that Issei-sama would do great things in the future, that his destiny was greatness, and I was not wrong. Fighting side by side with the leader of the angels, surviving an encounter with the Red Dragon Emperor, defeating the original Maos and their descendants, and creating a prosperous and lasting kingdom, all that could only be done by him. Without a doubt, Issei Gremory became an incredible man. You must be proud to be his sister, right? Miss Rias-sama. Zatuji mentioned happily to the redhead as he turned to look. Yes, I definitely am. But I wish he was happy with me. Rias commented with a smile on her face, although she thought the last thing with a bit of sadness as she walked with her friends behind the man who was guiding them. What kind of family do you want? The family manager asked the young people behind him. I want a strong one, Murayama and Saji said enthusiastically. I'm a tender one, Asuya mentioned shyly. We need one that's fast. Keitase and Yuma commented in sync. They all gave their opinions and characteristics that their familiar should have. Upon hearing that, Zatuji asked them to follow him. In the middle of the road they found a pond of water. Upon seeing it, Rias and Sona almost had their blood pressure drop. Shit undines, both women said when they saw the pond and knew what kind of creature lived in it. What's wrong with that? They must be just like they're portrayed in games or novels. Yuma mentioned his friends with doubt as he watched their strange behavior. No, Yuma, if it were like that I wouldn't feel like vomiting. Rias commented with nausea. She still remembered the day she had seen one for the first time. She had been traumatized and disappointed by the reality. Ugh. I would have preferred 1,000 times to remain ignorant to that truth of the world. Rias thought with displeasure as she pushed her servants away from said pond, being imitated by Sona. None of them wanted their friends to go through the same trauma. The walk continued and continued. On her way, Keitase met an orange fox, which was very docile and seemed to have become fond of her. Oh, a fire fox. They are very difficult to see. It is a good familiar since it is loyal to its owner, Zatuji informed the pink-haired girl. How cute. I got it, Keitase declared excitedly as she hugged the little animal, and with just a few words it was already her familiar. With one less familiar to look for, everyone continued their search. The exploration continued. In the end, Yuma came across a kind of demonic eagle. The girl decided to make it her familiar since it was interesting. Murayama finally decided on a wolf. According to her, they were fierce and loyal animals, what she was looking for. Asuya, to everyone's surprise, got a small dragon, specifically a sprite dragon, whom she named Rossi, in honor of her master's older brother. Finally, Saji made friends with a strange monkey with fire on its tail, with whom he got along well and became his familiar. And so after finishing their search, the Gremory and Citri groups set off towards the entrance of the forest where they were supposed to see the leader of the underworld and the Dragon Queen. On the other hand, Issei and Tiamat walked hand in hand through the forest, admiring its flora and some creatures that circulated through the area, which stopped when they saw them and bowed their heads to them in respect. After all, both could be considered the kings of the forest of familiars as they were subjects of immense power. Walking through this forest brings back memories of back then when I was looking for you, Issei mentioned calmly as he walked hand in hand with the dragon through the vast forest, admiring its scenery. So many years have passed since then. Who would have thought that that boy would go on to achieve great things and become the man he is today? Tiamat commented fondly as she rested her head on her man's shoulder. I remember that at that moment I was confused when I saw a child in my cave, caressing my nose without showing any fear towards me. But I was even more surprised to know that that child had come to look for me. At that moment I had thought, what kind of crazy person would do that? But then that child had told me that he wanted me to be his familiar. Tiamat mentioned with love when she remembered the first meeting with her beloved while both walked through the forest aimlessly. And your answer was not what I expected. Your familiar, you say, kid? Ha ha ha, I don't think it's possible since I will only serve someone stronger than me, and a kid like you wouldn't achieve anything against me. I'm sorry, but you're wasting your time. It would be better if you left and went back where you came from. You already know where the exit is, so leave. That was what you told me back then. Issei commented with amusement, and letting out a laugh that infected the dragon as they remembered that point in their life. You're right, but then you surprised me with the words you had said. Your words had reached the deepest part of my being, and it was in that I saw that through that serious and cold atmosphere that you showed, something truly beautiful was hidden inside you, and finally I became your familiar, your companion. Do you still remember our oath, master? I do it very well. I remember I told you. I, Tiamat, the Dragon Queen of Chaos Karma, promise to be by your side always. When you are alone, when you are sad, when you want to share your joy. I promise to watch over your sleep, while you rest, to take care of your family in your absence. I promise to be by your side always in abundance and in austerity, to be your faithful servant until the end of my days. I swear unconditional loyalty to you, master. I will follow you, support you and protect you on the path you travel, and I will never separate from your side. Tiamat quoted lovingly as she stopped in her tracks and looked straight at Issei. Of course I remember, Tiamat. Back then I told you. I, Issei Gremory, swear to protect you and take care of you until the end of my days, and together we will walk new paths. I promise to never abandon you and to always be there for you when you need help. I swear that you will not be treated as a tool or a weapon. You will be my friend, my partner. Together, my beautiful dragon, we will achieve greatness. Issei mentioned as he joined his forehead with his hairpiece, and both looked at each other with smiles on their faces. It was at that moment that they noticed that they were outside the dragon's former home, surprising themselves in the process, as they hadn't noticed they were heading there in the first place. So focused were they on their talk that they had lost track of time and place. But it wasn't all bad. Motivated by the atmosphere and the moment, Tiamat took Issei's hand and headed inside the cave, noticing how it was still almost intact as it had cobwebs and some dust, but other than that it was fine. Even the straw bed she used back then was in good condition. At that moment, Tiamat remembered the conversation she had had the previous night with her friends once Issei had fallen asleep believing that they already were. Flashback. The night before, once Issei had fallen asleep, around the bed in which he rested were Yui, Serafall, Tiamat, Mira Jean, Irene and Isabella looking at the defenseless brunette with their shining eyes like cats in the dark. Their gaze gave off desire and lust, but also love and longing. All of them had only one thing in mind. Should we rape him? Tiamat calmly asked her friends as she watched her master sleep peacefully, oblivious to the danger he was in at that moment. No, not yet, Tiamat. Let's let him sleep for now. He just came back and deserves a rest. But I want you to listen to me carefully. I give you permission to act however you want with our Issei. We've waited a long time for this. I already had my moment, and although I would like to repeat it, I will wait patiently for my turn to come. You already know how Issei is, so don't force him. Take advantage of opportunities and show him your love. I will make sure to inform Gabriel and Penamine about it, but I want you to know that you have the green light to act. Serafall mentioned calmly to her friends while caressing the brown-haired boy's hair. At those words, all the girls except the brunette smiled wickedly as they began to devise their plans to finally join their beloved in body and soul. Without a doubt, Issei would not only be the target of his enemies but also of his women. Would he come out alive in the end? only time will tell. End of flashback. At that precise moment, with her feelings and desires through the roof, Tiamat gave free rein to what she had been holding back until now. A peculiar aroma reached Issei's nostrils, causing the brunette's senses to go on alert, but also causing them to begin to betray his reasoning as his body began to behave strangely. His temper rose, his breathing began to accelerate, and his pupils began to constantly change into slits like snakes, all because of that aroma. Moving his gaze in search of the source of his hormonal alteration, Issei was able to identify a wicked smile on Tiamat's face, and it was there that he understood where that aroma came from, but mainly why it affected him so much. He had definitely gotten into big trouble. He unconsciously turned his gaze to the exit of the cave, but it was blocked by a sea of sky blue flames. With sweat running down his forehead and a nervous smile on his face, he turned his gaze to the dragon. "Tiamat, are you in heat?" Issei asked the blue-haired girl with doubt and a little nervously, since if his assumptions were correct he was in serious trouble. 3,000 years, master. For 3,000 years my mating season has been inactive. Even before I met you it was, but once you came into my life you caused this in me. Master, I love you madly. I chose you as my partner because you are the person who makes me happy. You are the person I always have in mind. For whom I risked telling you everything I felt and I didn't care at all. You are the person who leaves me thinking things all day long. I always wonder what you are doing, where you are. You are the person for whom I die of jealousy if they look at you or say things to you. The person for whom I would continue despite everything is you. I don't care about anything. I wouldn't change you for anything or anyone. I love you. With your good, bad, ugly, pretty, weird, boring, loving, hurtful, superficial, philosophical, intelligent, clumsy, kind, grumpy, cheesy, indifferent, sad or happy side. I would kiss each and every one of your facets. I would take you by the hand to go for a walk. Tiamat. Issei whispered with his eyes open and somewhat surprised and moved by the dragon's words, which had reached the depths of his being. Without a shred of doubt he began to walk towards her with a sincere smile on his face. Please, Issei, take me here right now, make me yours and only yours in the place where our life began. Please mark me and claim my body and soul as yours. Master, I want only you and no one else, so please could you make me your woman once and for all, just like you did with Serafall. Tiamat asked with her face blushing and somewhat excited to be in heat. It didn't help at all that the brown-haired boy was with her at that moment, but she wanted it. Both her heart and body longed to be taken by her master. Arriving in front of the dragon, Issei pulled her to her waist and connected their lips in a kiss full of love, desire and passion. He didn't need words. When you find a person who listens to you, takes care of you, supports you, encourages you, then you've found one more reason to say, I love you. After that kiss, Issei separated from Tiamat with a thread of saliva joining their lips. Their breathing was agitated and they looked at each other with desire. My beautiful dragon, when we are together, and you tell me that you love me, I see the world in color and my heart jumps. Your words of love fill me with happiness and every moment I feel that life is better if you are by my side. You, my beautiful companion, are the owner of my heart and my life. I adore you. Tonight I will fulfill your dreams and I want you to know that I also want you. I love you and I will always love you, Tiamat. Issei finished saying with a smile on his face as he welcomed whatever had to happen. Both he and the blue-haired girl had forgotten why they were in that place, and those who were waiting for them at that moment had their thoughts busy with what would happen next. Little did Issei know, there was no turning back once he sexually awakened the strongest dragon queen in the world. But who cared, this was just what he needed. On the other hand, Rias and her group was Sona's. While they were waiting for the brown-haired boy and the blue-haired girl at the entrance of the Forest of Familiars for a long time. The redhead was hit and knocked out in the head by a red sphere that fell from the sky on the young people, the Gremory heiress being the only one affected. Inside this once taken by Sona, there was a note that said, Guys, this is Issei speaking. For personal reasons, Tiamat and I will be back later. You can leave with peace of mind. I hope you found your relatives, and if you haven't, you're a bunch of useless people. Literally, the whole damn forest is full of them. But oh well. See you tomorrow in class. Issei Gremory? By the way, you're so stupid, Tomato, you were knocked out by a tiny sphere. Just for that, you're grounded tomorrow. Once the letter was read, all the boys had a drop of sweat on the back of their necks seeing their king's behavior. They also felt sorry for the redhead fainted on the floor with her spiral eyes. Poor Rias, she was the object of mockery and jokes by the brunette. Being the youngest of the Gremory was not so nice. Following orders, the young people left for their homes with the redhead being carried by Akeno and Yuma, to the amusement of the older brunette, who had a marker in her hand and a small paper, which had been in the sphere that hit her friend recently, and said, "This message is for you, Akeno. Please scratch the tomato's face while she sleeps with this pen. I trust you. Issei Gremory." Without a doubt, those two would be a torment for Rias in the future. Once ready, everyone set off for their homes with their new familiars, leaving behind the forest and Issei and Tiamat, who were enjoying their time alone as best they could. But something the Gremory and Citri groups didn't notice was that they weren't really alone in the forest when they were still there. On top of one of the trees, being imperceptible to the members of the Gremory and Citri group, there was a very beautiful young girl, slim, tall, and with a well-defined body figure. With crimson red eyes, her black hair was quite long, reaching her legs, and she wore it loose in a cut that became longer in the front, with some strands falling in the middle. She had fair skin and an outfit consisting of a black dress with a crimson vest. This beautiful woman looked at the sky while the wind blew strangely, a sign that something was going to happen. Something is going to happen. Perhaps it has to do with the problems that Gremory's return will bring to the world. Possibly difficult times are coming in this kingdom and the life of my family. What will you do now, Oto-san? New adventures await you, and there will be challenges that you must face. He is back, and because of that, new changes will arise in this world. Revenge and resentment will return at the hands of those who hold hatred in their hearts against a specific man. But mainly, the day of the meeting between the two beings of unimaginable power is near. It is only a matter of time before the truth comes to light, and also for me to show myself to the world. Issei Gremory, nothing in this life can remain a secret. Not even those who live in the shadows are saved from the light. You and I will soon have to face the weight of our actions. I wonder if love can overcome pain when everything is revealed. The mysterious woman spoke as she closed her eyes and let herself fall to the ground, where before hitting the ground she began to levitate calmly until her feet landed on the ground. The moon that was in the sky was covered by the clouds that were there, and a slight darkness became present in the forest of the familiars. Just at that moment the eyes of the beautiful woman shone intensely despite the little light that there was, and not only that, but she showed a radiant and dark smile on her face that matched her dangerous eyes. It's time to see how far all this goes and what's going to happen from now on, don't you think? Oto-san. Dimensional gap. Currently in the multicolored and infinitely logged space, three subjects were gathered together. One of them was a huge red dragon, while the others were a brown-haired man and a white-haired one. The three subjects were suspended in space while engaging in a conversation of utmost importance. I see, so that's what happened. No wonder I couldn't find you between the dimensions. But it's amazing that you met the Supreme Deity, and not only that, but also formed a relationship with her. I really don't know how you and Chisato-sama managed to get along, considering how opposite you are. But well, the important thing is that the beast was defeated and sealed. That will give us enough time to think of some countermeasure until its release. Although considering that we have you with us, Gremory, I don't see why we should worry, since you have completely mastered the power of Ophis and myself. I even dare say that you have ascended to a new level. Great Red mentioned calmly while he remained suspended in infinite space and looked at the two men in front of him. A few moments ago, Issei and Elohim through a statement met in the dimensional gap with Great Red, where they were talking about the most important topic. The beast. Issei told his friend and the dragon what happened right after Elohim left the dimension. He mentioned how the sealing of the beast was carried out, where he had lost his wings in the process. He also told them the reason why he had been absent, being the case that he had ended up in another world thanks to the instability of the dimensional walls. He told them about his experience and life in that new world, where he was waiting for his forces to be restored while he found a way to return home. He even told them about his meeting with the dimensional goddess and her proposal to him and his new friends, this being the main cause of his absence, since he had been solving the problems that plagued the other worlds. But if something surprised Great Red and Elohim, it was knowing that the brown-haired boy had already completely mastered all his power, reaching his limit and new levels. The dragon god of dreams was pleased to hear that, even more so when he saw a hint of Issei's power, which made him put him as the strongest existence in the world, surpassing him and Ophis, a truly impressive achievement. Elohim was also surprised to know this, since he had seen during the battle against the beast part of Issei's true power, and knowing that he had already been able to master it made him question how much the brown-haired boy had improved. Despite this, it was understandable that Issei would reach such a level, since it took him several years to return, and obviously he was not going to waste that time doing nothing. Even Elohim had been improving his skills during the time of the brown-haired boy's absence for the simple fact of protecting his world and his family. This life was unknown and full of dangers, and both Issei and Elohim had understood with the beast That there were greater evils out there, and that to face them they had to be constantly improving without wasting any moment, because in the future it could be the key to victory or defeat. You never cease to amaze me, Issei. Not only did you survive the explosion of the artificial dimension created by the dragon gods, but you also went to another world and made new friends. I'm glad to know that you're okay, friend, but next time don't throw me through a portal to keep all the glory for yourself. Elohim commented with amusement as he looked at the brown-haired boy of the group. It was the best thing at the time, but what matters is that everything ended well. Elohim, by the way, where is the seal that keeps the beast? In heaven? Issei asked, letting out a sigh as he looked at the leader of the angels. Don't worry, it's kept in the seventh heaven. Thanks to Great Red, a special room was created that prevents anyone but me or you from entering. The spell that protects it only responds to our DNA. If you're wondering how I got yours, Great Red saved some of your blood from the time they made your new body. With it we were able to create the security system. If you like, you can go and check it out for yourself at any time, just let me know in advance. Elohim mentioned calmly to the brown-haired boy, making it clear that he shouldn't worry about that issue. I see, then that is settled, Great Red. Have you heard from Ophis? I have been trying to locate her since I returned to this world, but I have not been able to find her. Do you know anything? Issei asked with some doubt, since a subject that had been bothering him since his return was the disappearance of the goddess of infinity, but mainly what she was causing in the world. In fact, not Gremory, she hasn't returned to the dimensional gap for a long time, which surprises me considering that she wanted to get me out of here and make this space her home. But I haven't seen her for several centuries now. It's not like I care what she does. As long as she doesn't do anything stupid for me, she can be wherever she wants. Why do you ask? Do you think you'll mark her as your female like you did with the Dragon Queen? Great Red commented with a certain mocking tone, since for a being like him who was a dragon, he could detect in Issei a certain aroma that told him that both he and the woman he had been with were engaged according to the codes of the dragon race. Tiamat. No, that's not it, Red. It's just that Ophis has been causing a lot of commotion around the world lately. But well, we already discussed the most important thing, so we'll see each other another time. If you know anything about her, tell me immediately. Issei mentioned seriously as he turned around and raised one of his hands to open a dimensional rift. As the brown-haired boy was wearing clothes that was not noticeable, but on the left side of his abdomen there was a draconian-looking tattoo in a light blue tone. That belonged to Tiamat and served to make the female dragons understand that he was already engaged. The same applied to the blue-haired girl, since she had her mark in the middle of her breasts. All that had happened once Issei and Tiamat joined in body and soul. In the eyes of the dragons they were husband and wife. This would also happen once Issei joined his other partners. Each of the girls would obtain the brown-haired boy's mark that would imply that they were already taken and no one could separate them from Issei. In the case of the brown-haired boy, he would only obtain the marks of the dragons, being on this occasion Tiamat, Irene, Ophis and Albedo, since they were the only ones who could mark their partners in that way. The same Issei as always, huh? Elohim commented with resignation as he followed the brown-haired man to leave the dimensional gap. Just as Issei and Elohim were about to retreat, they were stopped by Great Red, who caught their attention with a growl. For the colossal dragon, something didn't fit. Since Issei had begun to relate everything related to what he had experienced, he could notice a certain mysterious atmosphere every time the brown-haired man mentioned the beast. Great Red was not the most intelligent being in existence, but even he could clearly see that Issei was hiding something. And that was something he had not said, not out of fear or secrecy, but because he decided to do so. Only Ophis and he knew certain information regarding the beast. And if his assumptions were correct, Issei had classified and dangerous information. But what worries Great Red most is that the brown-haired man maintained some silent communication with her. Before you leave, tell me, Gremory, is there something you haven't told me? Or rather, something you want to hide? Issei, by any chance does the name Albedo ring a bell to you from somewhere? Great Red asked seriously as he looked at the brunette who had his back to him and showed no reaction to his question. I've never heard it. It was the only thing Issei said before disappearing from the dimensional gap once he entered the crack ahead of him in the company of Elohim, leaving Great Red behind with many unanswered questions. What are you hiding, Gremory? Great Red thought as he frowned and watched as the crack made by the brown-haired boy slowly closed. After those words, Great Red began to wander through the dimensional gap with an unresolved question. How much did Issei know about Albedo? Whatever it was, it would cause a great uproar in the future. Since destruction and annihilation could not be together for various reasons, both are similar and different at the same time, but a fruit of both would cause a great commotion throughout the entire world. Gremory residence, human world. In the city of Kuo, on one of its many plots of land, stood a large mansion with a total of 6 floors, including an elevator to go to each of those floors and even 3 basements. On the outskirts of this residence where the brown-haired man and his women lived, right at the entrance Elohim and Issei appeared after coming out of a dimensional crack. Both subjects remained at the entrance of the house for several seconds in silence. You must be more cautious, the gods are starting to get suspicious. And not only that, keep your eyes open as something or someone is stalking you, do not get distracted at any time or it could cost you dearly. Issei heard Albedo say in his head. For a few seconds she was by his side, but as soon as she arrived she vanished. What did she mean by being attentive? He definitely had a lot of things to think about. What a life, huh? Well, we'll talk another time. I have to go back to heaven and deal with a certain issue that is detrimental to us and I fear to you and your kingdom as well. Elohim mentioned regretfully as he looked towards Issei's house. What happened? And why would it be a bad thing for me? Issei asked the biblical god seriously while looking at him intensely. Excalibur. And this is a problem that includes the 3 biblical factions. Elohim mentioned seriously while looking at the brown-haired boy, since the topic at hand was somewhat worrying for the simple fact that the peace maintained by the demons, angels and fallen angels could be broken. What happened to the sacred sword? Issei asked in his serious and cold manner, as he had understood that whether he wanted to or not he was involved in this new situation that had been presented to him. As you may know, Issei, Excalibur is one of the 4 holy swords wielded by the legendary king, King Arthur Pendragon of Camelot. This sword was created through means of magic and alchemy until it came to my territory. At some point in history, the original Excalibur was broken, and the pieces were used in 7 different swords, with the name Excalibur on them. These swords were stored by the Catholic Church at the Vatican headquarters, the Protestant Church, and the Eastern Orthodox Church. Within these organizations was a man named Valper Galilei, better known as the Genocide Archbishop, as he performed experiments on humans to find people who were able to use the pieces of Excalibur, and eliminated those who were unable to do so. Yuto Kiba, your sister's knight, was one of the people who participated in the experiments. After that terrible project emerged in the church, it was revealed that the holy project was a success, however it was not a requirement to wield the holy sword. The candidate had to have a massive property of light attribute in his body. Therefore, Valper removed the light property from the candidates to transfer the element necessary for someone to have the ability to handle a holy sword. However, this transfer resulted in the death of the donors. Because of this, he was excommunicated from the church. Elohim reported seriously as he took a breath to continue his story. The reason I'm telling you all this, Issei, is because a few weeks ago the Excalibur were stolen from the church and the cause of it was none other than Kokobil in the company of Valper Galilei. And these same people have Kuo as their target. I think you can already see where this is going, right? The church has entrusted 2 young people with the recovery of the Excalibur, which in my opinion was stupid considering that their enemy is a cadre of Gregory. As I understand it, they would arrive today and talk to the demons in the area. Issei, this is an alarming situation and I imagine you already know why. Elohim finished saying while looking at his friend and studying his reactions to the present topic, slightly noticing how his eyes turned red for a moment, and a grimace of anger appeared on his face. With what you've said it can't be anything good, now I understand your concern. The sacred swords of the church were stolen by Kokobil, which can be considered as an act of war between heaven and Gregory, but that imbecile comes to Kuo, a demon territory being guarded by the heirs of demonic clans and the younger sisters of 3 of the leaders of the underworld, all that can't bring anything good. I don't know what Kokobil is trying to do, but the only thing I can think of is that he wants to start a war between the 3 factions. You say that the original Excalibur was divided into several pieces. I think that this Valper guy wants to unite all the fragments and recreate the original Excalibur. But that's not what worries me, but rather what Kokobil wants that weapon for. Issei commented seriously while he had one of his hands on his chin and thought about the multiple possible scenarios that this man could plan, coming to only one conclusion regarding the subject. I see. Rias and Sona are his targets. If I'm not mistaken, Kokobil plans to eliminate the Gremory and Citri heirs with Excalibur in order to create great tension in the 3 factions. If they die at the hands of the cadre and that sword, the underworld will go to war with both Heaven and Gregory, which means that the war from 3,000 years ago will happen again. Kokobil wants to declare a war, but he is very wrong if he thinks that I am going to allow it. Elohim, you and the Seraphim do not get involved in these matters directly. The same goes for Azazel and the cadres as well as the mouths of the underworld, but I am not like all of you. If Kokobile shows up in this city, only one fate awaits him. Pray that he doesn't cross my path and much less touch my sister, because if there's one thing that makes me angry, it's when they mess with my family. Issei mentioned seriously to his friend as he faced him. I know perfectly well how you do things, but I think this could all end differently. Anyway, Kokobile hasn't shown himself yet, so we can rest easy for now. I'll ask my children to expand Excalibur's search range to find these and Kokobile before you. See you later. Issei says hello to Gabriel and Penamion for me. Elohim finished saying and then turned around and started walking away from the Gremory residence, being imitated by Issei, who also turned around and began to enter his home. But both of their steps were stopped as they turned their backs on each other. Promise me that if you see him, you won't kill him, Issei. Elohim mentioned while turning his back on the brown-haired boy. His voice was filled with seriousness but also sadness. I don't make promises I can't keep, old man. I have no mercy on my enemies. If Kokobile decides to be one, I won't stop, not for you or anyone else. I am white emptiness. I am cold steel. I am the righteous sword, and with sword in hand I will collect the sins of this world and purify them in the fire of destruction. Issei commented seriously without turning around to see his friend. At that moment the brown-haired boy could notice how a glow came from his back, which disappeared in seconds, and where Elohim was before there was no one anymore. He had left. Seeing that, Issei proceeded to enter his shared home with his women. Once inside, a sweet and delicious fragrance flooded his nostrils, this smell coming from the dining room of his house. So he went there, where he discovered his women preparing breakfast and the table to eat. He was so focused on that image in front of him that he did not notice the presence that settled behind his back. But how could he not be idiot if right in front of him were the most beautiful women ever seen? In the kitchen were Serafall and Mira Jean cooking what appeared to be eggs and bacon. Both were wearing short-sleeved shirts that covered their tops, and on their bottoms they were wearing mini shorts that reached their thighs, a sexy and attractive image for the brunette. At the sink were Gabriel and Penamion washing utensils and other things. The purple-haired girl was wearing black jeans and a purple blouse, while the blonde was wearing a white strapless dress. And at the table were Tiamat, Irene and Isabella preparing it and placing the food. The blue-haired girl was wearing her director's clothes, which consisted of a black skirt and a white long-sleeved button-down shirt. The redhead, like the blue-haired girl, was wearing a black skirt and a moss-green long-sleeved button-down shirt. The reason for this? Simple. Irene had asked Issei if she could accompany him to the academy with Tiamat, where the two of them accepted, and today was the day that Irene would start as a history teacher at Kuo Academy. Finally, Isabella was wearing a loose beige shirt and black pants. She had been asked if she liked to work as a teacher, but she rejected the proposal since all she wanted was to be with the brown-haired boy. At that moment, when Issei was admiring the beauty of his girlfriends, he felt a slight weight on his back and also noticed how his vision became dark. He didn't have to think much to get to the root of the problem. So with a small smile on his face, he moved his hands to his back, where he caught the thighs of a woman very familiar to him. I know it's Yui, Issei mentioned calmly after identifying the person who was on his back. At that moment the girls finally noticed his presence, which he didn't know since his eyes were covered by Lucifer. Muh. And I thought I would surprise you. Yui Compel neighed as she got off her lover and stood in front of him. The white-haired girl was wearing light blue pants and a black blouse that was tight to her body, highlighting her two great attributes for the brown-haired man to enjoy. Issei-kun, why didn't you say that you had already returned? Mira Jen commented calmly as she finished cooking and handed the food to the dragons so that they could place it on the table. I'm sorry, I just couldn't help but admire your beauty, Issei mentioned with his characteristic serious but somewhat affectionate tone as he entered the dining room and took a seat at the table, being imitated by all his partners, who were slightly blushing at his compliment. Did you meet with Dad, Issei-kun? Gabriel asked as he took a sip of his juice and looked at the brunette. Yes, Issei said with regret, and a sigh that caught the girls' attention, as they noticed that their man was not in a good mood. What had happened at that meeting? Everything okay, darling? Penamion asked with some concern as she took the brunette's hand, since she was the closest of all of them. At that moment, both Gabriel and Penamion could see how Issei looked at them intensely while he brought his hands to his chin, which made them assume that the topic that was bothering him was something they were related to. Even the other girls could notice their man's discomfort, but not with them or with the blonde or the purple-haired girl, but with something else. The question was what? Gabriel, Penamion, why didn't you tell me what was happening in your factions? I'm referring to the issue of Excalibur and Kokobile. Issei mentioned the All for Honor mention seriously. It's not that he was upset with them for not having told him that issue, he just wanted to know their motive, nothing more. The reason for his annoyance lay in Kokabeel and his plans. After those words, Gabriel and Penamune opened their eyes in surprise and fear, since that was an issue they hoped to solve without the intervention of their beloved. It's not that they had hidden it from him just because they hadn't told Issei anything, because he had little time to return home, and the work of Master at Kuo Academy, being the leader of the underworld and taking care of Rias and Sona, was already exhausting enough without putting more worries on top of him. At that moment both women bit their lips, because now Issei would not rest until he solved the problem of Excalibur and Kokabeel. They hoped that their respective factions would solve the issue before it reached the brown-haired man's ears, but nothing turned out the way they wanted. It was not fair. They just wanted Issei to rest from his problems and have peace in his life. Was it too much to ask? Since they have known him, he has never rested and was always involved in situations, one after another and another. Why should he be the one to solve them? Because this damn world is so bent on you. I don't understand. Why is this life like this? It's not fair. You've only just returned and this damn world is quick to create problems. It had all the damn time to create them in your absence, but no, you're late in arriving and it gets out of control. Why is this miserable life so angry with you? Can it at least let you live in peace for once? Is that too much to ask? I just want you to enjoy peace and quiet, since you haven't done so for quite some time now. Penamune mentioned in pain as she shed a couple of tears and clenched her fists tightly. None of those present understood very well what was happening except Gabriel. But if there was one thing they understood very well, it was the feeling that Penamune was showing at those moments, since they thought the same. All his life Issei had been in a constant struggle, and when it was believed that everything was over, something arose that required his intervention. They had always wondered something. Why, out of the millions of living beings, did it always have to be their man who solved everything? Why? They all wanted Issei to enjoy what he hasn't done for a long time, peace and tranquility. But to their discomfort, neither he nor life agreed with that thought. Seeing how his girlfriend was beginning to break down in those emotions, Issei got up from his seat and moved to the fallen one, where he picked her up and proceeded to sit in her place with her on his lap while he hugged her and caressed her hair to calm her down, even occasionally giving kisses to her forehead and head for the purple-haired girl's enjoyment and relief, all under the watchful eyes of everyone, who had remained silent until now. It's not fair. Penamune complained sadly as she buried her face in the brown-haired boy's chest. No, it is not. But this is the life I chose a long time ago. I even got used to it. I understand why, Gabriel, and you did not tell me about this. You just wanted me to rest and stay out of the situation. Girls, I know very well that you want me to have a quiet life, a life that I have not had since I was a child. I know that very well. But this world will always need my intervention, and that is something that cannot be avoided. I am like the guardian of this world. But I promise you that I will try to leave the problems to others as long as they can solve them. But if situations arise in which my presence is required, do not hide them from me. Gabriel, Penamune, I am not upset with you, you should not worry about that. But the present situation is something that I cannot let go, you understand that, right? Issei mentioned softly as he looked at his women and hugged Penamune more tightly and lovingly. What happened at that meeting with Elohim, Issei? Serafall asked somewhat seriously upon seeing the behavior of her man and friend, giving him to understand that new problems had arisen to her annoyance. Just when she thought she would have a quiet life with her beloved and harem sisters, where they would form a family, something had to appear. Fuck this life. Fuck shitty author. Serafall thought with annoyance as she looked at the readers. Hey, the author complained. You see, Serafall, it's all due to a certain situation that has arisen in our factions. To make a long story short, the fragments of Excalibur were stolen from the church by a cadre of Gregory. To be more specific, the cadre Kokabeel. He, along with a human and several of his followers, apparently are heading or are already here in Kuo. This being a demon territory, Kokabeel cannot have anything good planned. Gabriel commented with concern to his friend while looking from time to time at his partner and sister. The reason why we didn't tell you this is because we thought that Dad or Azazel would take care of the situation, but mainly because we didn't want Issei to get involved. It was already too much with what he had on top of him to put more weight on it, but in the end he realized. I suppose you won't let it go, right? Penamune mentioned from the brown-haired boy's arms as he raised his face and looked at him. No, I won't, Penamune. I'm really sorry, but I can't do it. Not when that man is targeting my sister. Issei commented seriously as he looked at his girls. Rias. What does she have to do with all this? Mara Jean asked the brunette with doubt as she looked at him. At that point everyone had stopped eating because the present topic was of greater importance. It's not just Rias, but Sona too. Maybe Elohim and Azazel didn't think about it precisely, but the only reason Kokabeel would do all this is to start a war between the three biblical factions. Just think about it, he stole artifacts from heaven, that already created some tension between Gregory and the Elohim realm, but he still had to involve the underworld to achieve his goals. That's why I think Rias and Sona are his target. If he kills them, being the younger sisters of Serafall, Serzex and me, a war would be created and entered into, since we are the leaders and want to seek revenge against those who snatched a family member from us. Kokabeel is not as stupid as he thought, but if he thinks that I will allow such an act, he is very wrong. Issei mentioned seriously as his eyes began to tint red, but they calmed down when Penamian placed a kiss on his lips. It is certainly an alarming situation that we cannot ignore. What are we going to do, Anada? Tiamat asked seriously from her position while looking at her husband, causing some discomfort in a certain redhead because of how she referred to the brown-haired girl, but it was justified by the mark that the blue-haired girl had in the middle of her breasts. We will wait for Kokabeel to come to light, and when he does I will take care of him. Listen. Today after school I must return to the underworld to attend to some matters that Grafia told me, therefore Rias and Sona will be left unprotected. Serafall, Mirajine, you must also go with me to the underworld to attend to your posts, in addition to which I must verify some documents related to your jobs. With us gone I will need you, Irene, Isabella and Tiamat to take charge of protecting Rias, Sona and their entourages from any threat. If Kokabeel shows himself, you must call me immediately, understood? Issei commented seriously to his women, receiving a nod from all of them. Well, Gabriel and Penamian, you two must go to your factions and attend to your jobs, but if something happens regarding the matter of Kokabeel and the sacred swords, keep me informed. Issei mentioned to the blonde and purple-haired, obtaining from them a nod of their heads and in the case of the fallen a kiss on her cheek. Well, with that cleared up, let's at least enjoy breakfast before it's time to leave. Yui commented calmly to her friends and lover as she began to eat, being imitated by those present. In the midst of that peaceful atmosphere that was present while they were eating, Issei praised all his girls for their delicious food and good preparation, getting a thanks from them, who were slightly blushing when they saw that the brown-haired boy had enjoyed his work. After a few minutes of comments, laughter and conversations among everyone, Issei noticed a certain tension present between Tiamat and Irene, since the glances that the redhead threw at the blue-haired girl from time to time said a lot. The brown-haired boy knew what was happening. Days ago, when he had returned from the Forest of Familiars in the company of Tiamat to his home, the girls had received them lovingly, but from the moment they had entered Irene became furious and was about to attack Tiamat. Luckily he had gotten in the way of the redhead and had stopped her. With that happening, it had to be explained that both he and the blue-haired girl had joined in body and soul. The girls took it well because they knew that sooner or later that would happen, in addition to the fact that Serafall had given them the green light to act. But even so, Irene did not react very well to that news and locked herself in her room furious. That day Issei spent a good time sitting in the hallway in front of the door of the redhead's room waiting for her to relax and talk about the subject. In the end, Irene apologized to everyone for her behavior and also to Tiamat, but despite this one could still feel some rejection from both. Letting out a sigh at that, Issei knew he had to solve that problem as soon as possible. He didn't like his girlfriends fighting each other, and they knew it very well. For some reason Serafall, Yui, Mirajine and Tiamat years ago never did it, and if they did it was when he wasn't there. In any case, the brown-haired boy didn't like to see that atmosphere present in his girls. First they had been Serafall, Gabriel and Penamian, but over time they knew how to overcome all differences and become friends, or in this case sisters. With Tiamat and Irene it was a little more complicated, since both being dragons by nature they rejected a member of their same species who was close to their love interest. Issei knew very well that the two of them felt rivalry between them because of him. He had to solve that as soon as possible. Excuse me, but I must return to the underworld to attend to my responsibilities. See you later, honey. As soon as you go to the underworld I know you'll have a lot of work, but don't forget that we have to go to the Sidri territory these days. My parents wanted to talk to you about something, so I made an appointment, so don't forget it. Bye girls. Serafall mentioned as she got up from her seat and proceeded to leave, but not before changing her outfit to a more formal one through magic, and then heading towards Issei and saying goodbye to him with a kiss on the lips. Good luck with them. Serafall whispered in the brown-haired boy's ear as he teleported to the underworld. She was aware of the situation between Tiamat and Irene, and at first she was about to interfere since that rivalry between them had started, but she understood that it was something about dragons and that only they could solve it, so she better left it in her man's hands. We must also return to our posts. See you later, Issei-kun. I will keep you informed in case something happens regarding Kokabeel and the sacred swords. Gabriel commented as she got up from her seat and went to the brown-haired boy whom she kissed sweetly, being imitated by Penemune. Once done, they both left for their factions through a magic transportation circle, leaving her man and friends behind. That damn Serafall left me here, anyway. See you later because I have to catch that Bustaloli by love, girls. Mara Jean mentioned in a hurry as she went towards the brown-haired boy to kiss him and then disappear from the room through a magic circle bound for the underworld in search of the brunette with purple eyes. Issei-kun, before you head to the Citri residence these days, could you stop by Ajuka's in my laboratory? I have a gift for you that I've been working on for a long time and I would like to give it to you so you can try it out. Yui commented calmly as she stood up from her seat and looked at the brown-haired boy, who confirmed her request with his head. After that, the beautiful demoness went to him and kissed him sweetly and then left the room, leaving only 4 people there. Isabella, could you go ahead and head to the academy? Elohim told me that some envoys from the church would arrive today and meet with my sister and Sona. You can go and see that everything goes well. We will catch up with you in a moment, but there is something I have to talk about with Tiamat and Irene alone. Issei mentioned seriously as he looked at Isabella, getting a nod from her. After that interaction between the two, Isabella said goodbye to her friends and boyfriend to head to Kuo Academy. In the dining room only Issei, Irene and Tiamat remained silent. Both dragons kept their faces down and avoided looking at each other, and the brown-haired boy at all costs since they knew perfectly well why all their friends had left them alone with Issei. It's very important to make Tiamat and Irene get along. The harem is a path with thorns, but despite that, I won't give up. This is the difficulty of a harem, making everyone get along. Issei thought as he looked at the dragons who looked like children about to be scolded or questioned. Irene, Tiamat, you know why you are here, right? I am not going to judge you or think badly of you for what you do, but I do not like to see you act badly with each other. I know that your instincts as dragons by nature make you act aggressive with each other. But keeping all that to yourself is not good. Maybe you hide it so as not to bother me or make me worry, but I can clearly see how you feel anger and hatred towards each other. We will not leave here until we clarify all that, so I ask you not to keep those feelings to yourself anymore. Issei mentioned softly as he looked at both women, noticing how they bit their lip and buried their nails in their arms while clenching their teeth tightly. Neither of the girls spoke for a few seconds, but after a while of silence, and Issei waiting to hear his women, the blue-haired girl was the first to speak and bring up what had been bothering her since the first moment she saw the redhead. Why? Tiamat whispered, catching the attention of the brunette and the redhead, since at that moment the blue-haired girl raised her face with several tears coming out of her eyes, which looked furiously at Irene. Why did you have to come? Why? I know this is stupid, feeling jealous only of you, but I can't help it. Every time I see you I think that you'll take Issei away from me. I've been with him since I was a child and I'm terrified of losing all that time we shared. Since you came it's been a misery for me. Tiamat shouted furiously at the redhead as she got up from her seat and hit the table hard, all while her beautiful eyes and face were covered in tears. Sorry, it's just that. I know you're a good woman and I don't doubt your love for my master. I know it very well. But when I see that you're with him, that you receive his love, his attention, all that makes me jealous and makes me want to hit you. I know that in our race the females are very overprotective with their males with other females of the same species. Still, if it's because of our nature I want you to know that I don't hate you, Irene. You drive me crazy but I don't hate you. I accept my jealousy with you and my insecurities, but understand me, I was the only dragon in Issei's life and that was very special to me since I felt unique. But you came and I stopped feeling special. And torturous thoughts began to come to my mind. Issei doesn't love me anymore. I'm not his dragon anymore. He has replaced me. Those thoughts and many more came to me every time I saw them together, and it's stupid because I know that my master would never say or think something like that, and it's all just my fears and insecurities. I want to get along with you for the man we love, since it's not fair for him to see our friction and get sad, and I also want to do it because I really want us to be friends. I know you got angry when you saw that I was marked by Issei and he by me, but I want you to know that I never did it with bad intentions or to bother you or prove something, no. If I had done it my master would not have accepted. I did it because I love him as much as you, Irene. From the bottom of my heart I tell you, Irene, that I do not hate you. Tiamat commented softly as she clenched her fists tightly and looked at the table. Tiamat. Issei whispered sadly as he heard the true feelings his partner had been harboring. He felt a little guilty since this situation revolved around him, but he also knew that it was due to the nature of dragons, and as such only they could solve it. I know how you feel, I know it very well, Tiamat. You know. My world was destroyed by human greed, my family, friends and my race were exterminated. Everything I knew and believed in disappeared right before my eyes, leaving me as the only survivor. Since then I always asked myself, why me? Why couldn't I die like everyone else? Why am I still alive? Those were my thoughts at that time, and when I thought it was all over for me I met Issei. He showed me a new world and opened many paths for me, and yes, it was inevitable that I fell in love with him, with his care, attention, protection, actions, all that caused my heart to feel again what I thought did not exist. Hope. The hope of living a new world, a new life. I must admit that when Issei mentioned that he had several women waiting for him, I didn't take it the wrong way, because in my world it was normal for beings of great power to have a harem, so I didn't ask any more and accepted it. Irene mentioned softly, and her face lowered as she got up from her seat. When we came to this world and I saw who Issei's women were, I asked myself a question: why? Why was there another dragon? Wasn't I the only one? That and much more made me doubt. Seeing how you were a very beautiful, strong, determined, tenacious, intelligent, brave woman, much more, all that made me feel inferior to you and generated in me the desire to surpass you. Something that was wrong, and I accept it, since there should be no competition between us for Issei-kun when he treats us equally and gives us the same love. But when I saw how you two had already joined and both you and he had marked each other, I exploded and acted wrongly. I tried to attack you, but luckily Issei-kun got in the way and avoided a possible confrontation. I know you didn't do it with bad intentions, Tiamat. You just showed him the great love you have for our man at that moment. Yes, I was jealous when I saw that and that you got ahead of me. But these days I thought better of it, and saw that it was stupid to feel jealous only of you and not of the others. It was very hypocritical of me, to tell the truth. What I mean, Tiamat, is that I don't hate you, just like you would. I feel our insecurities but not hate. I know that with time all this will go away and we will become good friends, so for the moment you say if we put aside our differences and do everything possible to get along. Irene commented after finally raising her face, showing how she was crying and giving a smile to the dragon in front of her while she extended her hand. At that point, with so many emotions present, Tiamat took the redhead's hand away, surprising her since she believed that her words had not worked. But all doubt and discomfort in Irene went away when she saw how the blue-haired girl threw herself at her over the table that separated them with her teary eyes and hugged her tightly. Irene had to use her strength not to fall, but as soon as she had Tiamat in her arms, the two of them began to cry while hugging each other tightly and constantly asking for forgiveness for their bad behavior with the other. Just seeing them, they looked like two girls reconciling after a fight. Seeing that, Issei got up from his seat and began to approach his two dragons in silence. By the time Tiamat and Irene noticed Issei's presence near them, he had already taken them by their waists and pulled them close to his body, cradling them both in his arms and chest. At that moment, the two beautiful women hugged the brunette tightly while apologizing to him for their behavior, to which Issei only responded by increasing his grip on them and kissing their foreheads and heads. You two empty heads, I'm glad to see that you've already said what you've been keeping to yourself for a long time. I know it's not easy for you because you belong to the same race, but I want you to listen to me carefully when I tell you that you're both special to me and neither will replace the other. Each one has her own virtues and defects that at one time caught my attention. I love you both equally, Tiamat, Irene, and you should never, ever doubt that. For me, you are my precious dragon queens and I'm always pleased to be with you, so let's put the discussions and problems aside and get along from now on. Tiamat, you will always be my battle partner and the woman who helped me get to where I am now, and for that I will always be grateful to you. No one can change that. Irene, when I was trapped in your world and I thought I would never return to mine, you and Isabella were a great support for me, as you stayed by my side and helped me lighten that burden, and as such I am grateful to you for it. Also, if at some point you want to have my mark and you give me yours, I am willing to do it as long as it is your heart who speaks in those moments. I say it again in case you still doubt it, I love you girls. Issei finished saying affectionately to the dragons in his arms to later raise their faces and place a sweet kiss on their lips, the first to receive it being Irene and then Tiamat. In those moments the two beautiful dragons felt unique and special after the brown-haired boy's words and his affection. There was no longer any worry or discomfort in them for the other. Because everything was now clear and Issei would never leave them aside. From the beginning everything had happened because of his instincts and insecurities, but no more. All that was left behind from now on. Thanks for that, Issei-kun, we needed it. We promise not to fight again. Irene mentioned softly once they had separated from the brown-haired boy's lips but not from his hug. We will get along and leave that stupid rivalry behind for our own good and yours, master. Tiamat commented calmly from the brown-haired boy's chest while looking at the redhead and smiling at her, being reciprocated by her. Haha, I hope so, girls. Well, with that cleared up, I think we can leave. You guys go get ready while I pick up the plates. Issei mentioned calmly as he separated from the dragons, but not before kissing them for their enjoyment, and then began to go pick up the cutlery from the table. After those words, Tiamat and Irene nodded their heads and left the room, holding hands, laughing as they went to tidy up while their man cleaned. Finally, between the two there was a pleasant atmosphere. Once they left, Issei began to pick up everything there was, but from one moment to the next the communication circle appeared in his ear, so he put his attention on it. Hey Issei. This is Wave. I called to inform you that we have found clues with what you had requested. Issei heard his knight say. At that moment his face became serious, and he verified that Tiamat and Irene were not nearby. So, what have you found out? Issei asked his subordinate seriously as he stopped what he was doing to put his attention on the call. After all, that was more important. Those guys have been staying in the shadows for several years, but just now they have started to mobilize and put their plans into motion. They have created a kind of terrorist faction called the Chaos Brigade, which has sub-branches made up of different supernatural beings, but I think the one you care about the most will be the old Mao faction, made up of the descendants of the original Maos that you killed, who seek revenge against the underworld and its current government. There is also a faction that has been causing a lot of commotion called the Hero faction, made up of humans with powerful sacred gears, being the leader of them the most dangerous because of his tool. This terrorist brigade has remained hidden for several years, but lately they have been starting to come to light little by little. At some point you will meet them. Wave mentioned from his secret position to his king. Anything else? Issei asked his friend seriously as he felt the most important thing would come now. Yes, there is something else. It is probably the most important thing, in fact. Issei, the Infinity Dragon Goddess, is involved with those guys, and the reason you hadn't found her until now is because she keeps her power off the radar so that beings like Great Red and you don't find her. It was still difficult, but we were able to discover her objective behind all this. Wade commented seriously to his friend, since what followed was the most complicated part of his report. And that's it? Issei asked seriously, and for some reason he felt that what he was going to hear would be a new challenge in his life. You Issei. You are Ophis' target. We don't know why, but she is obsessed with you to such an extent that she is planning an attack against you. Issei, Ophis is after you and your power for some reason we still don't understand. Make sure you keep your eyes open from now on. These guys don't care about taking hostages or killing people. If you see them, don't hesitate to kill them. Wave finished saying while the communication was cut off, leaving the brunette with his face shadowed. You don't have to tell me, Wave, I know it very well. What are you up to, Ophis? If you think you can beat me, I'll be waiting for you, and as for the pair of imbeciles, I'll let them live for now. In the end, nothing they do will be a challenge for me. Those guys are simple puppets and fun for me. Issei mentioned seriously, and then snapped his fingers where he made all the mess in the dining room disappear. With that done, he began to leave the room and go for his partners to leave for the academy, in which a small compromising situation would take place that would define the destiny of several individuals and mark the beginning of a new stage full of problems. Kuo Academy. Currently at Kuo Academy, a small meeting was about to take place between demons and some people sent by the church, who were outside the school in front of the gate. They were two subjects who were wearing hoods that made it difficult to see their appearance, but by the shape of their bodies it could be clearly seen that they were two women. So this is the place where the demons of this area are. How interesting. One of the hooded people mentioned while looking towards the academy without noticing that they were the center of attention of the students passing by due to their strange clothing, and that they had not noticed the presence approaching from behind them. Let's finish this once and for all. Remember that we have a mission to accomplish. Let's go meet those demons. Even if they are our enemies, we can't walk freely through their territory without their permission. The other woman commented to her companion as she began to take steps towards the academy, but was stopped by a voice that came from behind her. You're right about that, girl. They can't just roam freely in this territory if they don't want to create conflicts between heaven and the underworld. A newcomer, Isabella, mentioned to the two people in front of her, who immediately turned around after hearing her while taking a battle pose. It's not that I mind starting a fight, but we're in the human world surrounded by thousands of students. If you don't have a problem with that, you can attack. Isabella commented seriously to the hooded girls while looking at them coldly. She's right, we can't create conflicts in these areas. One of the mysterious women mentioned to her companion while relaxing her posture and looking at Isabella. Who are you, if I may ask? The other woman asked the white-haired woman as she relaxed her posture just like her friend. It's rude to ask someone's name without giving yours first, don't you think? Isabella calmly asked the women while crossing her arms. You are right, and I apologize for that. Let me properly introduce myself. I am a swordswoman of the Catholic Church, Zenobia Quarta. One of the women introduced herself as she removed her hood, revealing a young woman with chin-length blue hair with a green-dyed stripe on the right side and brown eyes. Her attire consisted of a church battle suit, which was a skin-tight, short-sleeved black leotard with shoulder pads, matching fingerless gloves that extended to her biceps, and thigh-high boots, all of which are adorned with straps. This attire was worn underneath a white hooded cloak with gold and blue detailing. And I am Irina Shidu, a swordswoman of the Protestant Church. Nice to meet you, miss. The other woman introduced herself as she removed her hood, revealing a beautiful young woman with violet eyes and long brown hair that was tied into 2 ponytails, each held in place with a blue elastic band. She was wearing the standard battle attire of the church, the same as Zenovia's with some slight differences. It's a pleasure. My name is Isabella Osse, the queen of the leader of the underworld. Isabella introduced herself, but once she did, she noticed how the women in front of her took a few steps back and looked at her nervously and fear. The leader of the underworld, the man who causes terror in the biblical factions, you are his queen. Irina mentioned nervously, since just before she and the blue-haired girl came to Kuo, they had been informed of the current situation of the underworld and the return of their leader. To say that they were not scared when they heard his story was an understatement. So it's true that guy came back. Zenobia whispered with some concern after receiving that information from Isabella. Now they had to act with more caution. Their leader, I mean Elohim. He informed Issei-sama about their arrival. They came to discuss a matter, and for that they need to introduce themselves and request something from the demonic heiresses of this area, right? So let's proceed with all that. Follow me, I'll take you to them. Isabella commented calmly as she began to advance towards the interior of the academy. Zenobia and Irina didn't hesitate to follow Isabella, but now they were more cautious than before, since the information from the leader of the underworld had made them nervous. On the way to the Occult Research Club, the 3 women met Sona and Tsubaki, where Isabella briefly informed them of the situation and that she needed their presence in the room of the old building to start the meeting. Both brunettes did not hesitate and accompanied the 3 women while informing their other companions to carry out their duties while they attended to that present situation. Once in Rias's club, the 5 women entered the structure, surprising the Gremory entourage with their arrival, especially when they saw the queen of their master's older brother. But once they felt the essence given off by the women accompanying them, plus the sacred auras they carried, they became alert. But just one word from Isabella was enough to control the situation and start what Zenobia and Irina were coming for. I appreciate your cooperation, I'm Zenobia. The haired girl introduced herself to the young demons in front of her while sitting on one of the Son for Alls in the room next to her colleague, while holding a strange lump in her hands. I am Irina Shidu. The brunette introduced herself with a smile on her face as she looked at the subjects in front of her. In front of the church envoys were Rias, Sona and Isabella sitting on the Son for All, while behind them were the rest of the members of the Gremory entourage, and Tsubaki waiting for the meeting and the important topic to be discussed that involved the 2 demonic heiresses. For what reason would God's servants want to meet with devils? Rias asked the 2 women in front of her seriously, slightly ignoring the headache that occurred in her at the mention of the name God. Although one has yet to be found, the remaining 6 Excalibur have been taken care of by the 3 divisions of the church. 3 of them have been stolen by the fallen angels. Irina reported seriously to the devils as she looked at them carefully, studying their reactions. Stolen. Kates and Murayama said in unison, somewhat surprised by what the brunette had said. The ones we have are these, the sacred sword of destruction, Excalibur destruction. Zenobia commented calmly while showing the bundle in her hands. And my holy sword of mimicry, Excalibur mimic. Irina mentioned while showing her wrist on which a bracelet was tied. So what do you need from us? Sona asked the women in front of her seriously as she adjusted her glasses. This particular problem is between us and the fallen angels. We can't afford to take on the demons in the city. Zenobia commented seriously to the redhead and the black-haired girl as she looked at them stoically. You're being very condescending. Did you think we'd join forces with the fallen angels to do something to the holy swords? Rias mentioned seriously as she looked at the haired girl sharply. Demons despise holy swords. They are in the same position as the fallen angels. Zenobia commented without any regret to the redhead while returning her gaze. At that moment, imperceptible to everyone present except for Irina and Zenobia, who were in front of the redhead, Rias's eyes turned slightly red, similar to when Issei got angry and showed his power. It seemed that the redhead kept certain secrets and similarities with her older brother that she did not know at the moment. What the others did see was how Rias's aura began to rise slightly as a sign of her anger at the redhead's words. The president is getting upset. Asuya and Yuma thought in sync when they saw the clear anger their mistress was showing. If we must, we will destroy you completely. Even if you are the sister of the Mao Lucifer. Zenobia mentioned seriously to the redhead while giving her a sharp look. If you already know that, then let me tell you something. I will never side with the fallen angels. In the name of Gremory I swear that I would never do anything to humiliate the Mao Lucifer and the king of the underworld. Rias answered seriously to the woman in front of her. What did she think she was to come to her territory and say things about her and her family? I'm glad to hear that. That's what our headquarters was looking for. I was sure the Mao's sister wouldn't be that stupid. Zenobia commented calmly as she relaxed her posture since she had been on the lookout for the redhead to attack. So you know that I won't ally myself with you or your god, right? Rias questioned the women while raising an eyebrow and crossing her arms. Of course, we simply want you to agree not to participate in this matter. Irina answered Rias's question while looking at her. Understood. Sona concluded the conversation while looking at both women with her arms crossed. Thanks for your time. Zenobia finished saying as she stood up from her seat next to Irina and looked at the redhead and brunette. Aren't you staying for tea? Rias asked a little more pleasantly as she pointed at the snack cart prepared by Akeno. I'm sorry, but we can't be friendly with demons. We have to go. Zenobia commented seriously as she began to walk with her colleague to the exit. But everything happened but was interrupted when her sight focused on one of the people in the room. I've been wondering this since I entered. Are you Asuya Argento? Zenobia asked out loud as she looked at the blonde from the Gremory group. Hey. Why yeah? Asuya replied with slight nervousness as she looked at the blonde-haired girl. I never thought I'd see a witch here. Zenobia mentioned coldly to the blonde, causing her to put on a horrified expression and causing both Yuma, Keites and Murayama to become upset at how she called her. Oh. Are you the ex-nun who became a witch? I heard that you were exiled from the church because you could even heal devils and fallen angels, but I didn't know that you had become a devil. Irina commented with amusement as she looked at the blonde who was nervous and sad about what they were saying about her. My. Asuya couldn't even speak because at that moment she was remembering hard passages from her past. Asuya. Yuma mentioned with concern when he saw the state of his little sister, generating in her annoyance and anger towards the brown-haired girl. To think that a saint turned into a demon. I guess nobody's perfect. Zenobia commented nonchalantly without taking her gaze off the nervous blonde. Hey. Shut up, damn it. Murayama compelled with clear anger, about to launch herself at Zenobia, but was stopped by Koneko, who shook her head at her action. Murayama-senpai. Koneko mentioned helplessly as she stopped her friend from doing something stupid. There was a reason why all of them hadn't attacked the haired girl since she spoke. Since she belonged to heaven and they to the underworld, a dispute between the two would create a serious conflict between the two factions, or so they thought until now. That's right. I know I can't start a fight with these two, but... Murayama thought regretfully as he clenched his fists and teeth tightly. Do you still believe in God? Zenobia asked the blonde as she looked at her and turned to face her. Zenobia, she's a devil. Irina reminded her friend as she thought she had forgotten. After all, how could a devil still believe in her lord? Still, some blasphemers feel guilty and retain a bit of their faith. I can feel that in her. Zenobia answered the brunette without taking her gaze off the trembling blonde. Oh, really? Irina questioned with doubt and amazement as she moved her gaze to the blonde. Hey Asuya. Do you still believe in our Lord even if you are a devil? Irina asked the blonde in disbelief as she waited for her answer. I can't forget him so easily. I believed in him all my life. Asuya mentioned while trembling and shedding a couple of tears with her head down. In that case, let us kill you. Whatever sin you have committed, God will always forgive you. I will punish you in the name of God. Zenobia commented seriously to the blonde as she approached her and began to pull out her sword. Just as the Pelazol was about to attack the horrified Asuya and the members of the Gremory group were going to move to stop her, at that moment a heavy and dangerous atmosphere was felt throughout the structure that put everyone on alert and stopped Zenobia's advance. It was only seconds before the doors of the club opened forcefully and gave way to Issei in the company of Tiamat and Irene. His presence alone caused both Rias and her group and Sona and Tsubaki to kneel before their king and the exorcists of the church to swallow hard at the display of power and authority shown by the brown-haired man who, to their bewilderment, had no idea that he was the leader of the underworld. Enough of all this. Issei shouted seriously as he entered the room and stopped what could possibly have been considered an act of war between heaven and the underworld. Who are you? Irina asked the brunette fearfully as she took a few steps back and prepared to draw her sword. But her hands were shaking with fear at the subject who had appeared, and she was not the only one, since Zenobia was in the same boat. And to the bewilderment of both exorcists, they saw how their sacred swords flew out of their hands and began to surround the brunette, to the astonishment of everyone present. "I am the leader of the underworld, Issei Gremory girl." Issei answered seriously to the brunette without flinching at the swords that were spinning around him. After hearing that information, Zenobia and Irina opened their eyes totally in disbelief and feared for their lives, since in the church they had informed them of the exploits and power of the leader of the underworld, but they had forgotten to mention his name, so they did not know exactly who the ruler of the demons was. But now that they found out, they began to fear for their lives, especially Zenobia, since she had perfectly heard the brown-haired man's last name, Gremory. The same one that the redhead in the room had. It was not difficult for her to understand that she had recently threatened a relative of the leader of the underworld. How screwed could she be? "Isabella, what happened here? I thought I told you to avoid accidents," Issei mentioned seriously to Isabella while looking at her. "I was about to interfere, but you got there first, Issei-kun," Isabella responded calmly as she got up from her seat and walked towards her man, whom she greeted with a loving kiss on the lips, and then walked towards the dragons who were at the snack cart enjoying them. Just by seeing how they were getting along, she understood that her beloved had resolved their differences. "I see. You two exorcists, your names, if I'm not mistaken from what I heard, are Zenobia and Irina. I don't know what you were trying to prove, but if you had attacked Asya, at least you were aware that I can take that as an act of war from heaven to the east to attack a servant of one of the heiresses of one of the clans of the underworld," Issei commented seriously to the two women while looking at them with his cold eyes. "We are so sorry, Mausama," Irina exclaimed as she knelt in front of the brown-haired man in fear of seeing the king of the underworld in person. Just as the stories told, he really imposed authority with his presence alone. Possibly if they got out of there alive, when they returned to headquarters they would face a great punishment, or even excommunication, since that man was right. Because of him a war between demons and angels could have started. "Sorry. My attitude has not been appropriate, sir. I humbly give you my life, but please do not attack heaven for a mistake on my part," Zenobia mentioned with respect and fear as she knelt in front of the brown-haired boy. Everyone in the room blinked in confusion at that change in attitude. This development of events had served to relax the devils, and many of them were even laughing lightly at Zenobia and Irina's behavior towards the redhead's older brother. Of course, Rias and Sona were very grateful to Issei, since thanks to his arrival he had indirectly contributed to relaxing the atmosphere. "Huh. Okay, both of you stand up. I just wanted to make you understand that your actions are not that I'm going to attack heaven. Gabriel would probably get angry with me, and I have a good friendship with Elohim, so don't worry. I don't like you to kneel before me. If you want to kneel before someone, let it be before the Seraphim or before Elohim, but not before me," Issei commented calmly as he walked towards his sister's desk to attend to the current situation. After those words, if Zenobia and Irina had shown surprise at seeing the brown-haired man, knowing that he maintained contact with his lord and one of the most powerful seraphim in heaven, all that had filled their heads with many unanswered questions and doubts. But they could not make a scene since the demon king was in the room, and as such they had to show a good image if they did not want to put heaven in a complicated situation. Once the two recovered, they followed Issei's words and stood up, but there was still a doubt present in the environment, and it was because their swords continued to spin around the brown-haired man. "By the way, I'm not angry with any of you for your behavior. Let's get to the point of this meeting. I imagine you've already informed the young devils present about the situation, right?" Issei mentioned with his arms crossed while sitting at his sister's desk. "That's right, Oni-san. We have already been informed about the disappearance of the sacred swords at the hands of the fallen angels. They have asked us not to intervene in their recovery task, which we accept," Rias informed calmly as she turned to look at the brown-haired boy, who nodded at her words. Excuse me, Mausama, but could you return our swords to us if it's not too much trouble?" Irina commented nervously as she raised her hand and looked at the brunette. "Huh. Sure. First of all, there's no need for you to address me so formally. Issei is fine. And secondly, I don't know why you all came to me in the first place." Issei replied nonchalantly as he waved his hand and sent the Excaliburs back to their owners. "It's probably because you have Ascalon in your possession, and the Excalibur sensed its sacred aura on you. Or it could be that Elohim gave you certain permissions at some point to use his weapons, Master," Tiamat mentioned calmly from the food cart, while enjoying some snacks with Irene and Isabella. Strangely, she was hungrier than usual. "Is that it, Dragon Queen, or is it simply that the swords see you as a better subject to carry them?" Irene commented without importance while she ate and looked strangely at her dragon friend and the way she ate. Ascalon. One of the 4 holy swords that were created by God, known as the Dragon Slayer Sword, which was wielded by St. George, the Holy Dragon Slayer. You have that sword. How? Zenobia asked in surprise as she looked at the brunette in disbelief. Huh. You could say that it was a gift from Elohim as a sign of peace between our kingdoms, but that's not important. Let's get to the point. So you know that you are here to track down the stolen Excalibur, and you know which church headquarters they have been stolen from. As Elohim told me, you are here to make a request of us, is that not so? Issei questioned seriously, entering his role as leader while looking at the 2 young women. That's right, Issei-sama. We simply want you devils to stay out of the church's internal affairs. It's a matter between those who stole the swords and us, and there's no need to resort to the devils in this situation. Zenobia respectfully mentioned to the brunette as she took a seat again next to Irina on the Zone for Alls. Do you know who stole the swords? Sona asked seriously and somewhat calmly as she looked at the 2 exorcists. Thanks to the arrival of the brown-haired boy, she felt safer. According to the information provided by Gregory to Elohim, the one responsible for all this is the Kokabile cadre. He has stolen the swords, acting behind Gregory's back. Issei answered seriously to the brunette, hiding the fact that she and Rias were the targets of that man. He didn't want to scare them with that information. It was better to keep it quiet so as not to cause a ruckus. After that revelation from the brown-haired boy, everyone in the room except Issei's women was surprised. In the case of the devils, they began to sweat and tremble slightly upon learning that the enemy was a cadre, and especially Kokabile, who is said to have survived a fight with the god of the Bible. On the other hand, Zenobia and Irina showed surprise and fear since they had only been informed that Gregory had stolen them, not that a cadre-class fallen angel had been the one who had stolen the swords individually. They all knew very well that Kokabile was at the level of a supreme-class devil, and none of those present were at that level, and even if everyone offered help to fight, it was very difficult for them to win. I see. First of all, I want to make it clear again that we would never side with the fallen angels. It would be an insult to my brothers if those were our actions. Rias commented calmly while looking at the exorcists and occasionally at her older brother. At that moment, Issei's eyes wandered around the room, looking intently at the members of his sister's peerage located behind her. There was Akeno right behind her king. Koneko was silent. Tsubaki was near Sona. Next to Koneko were Murayama, Kates, Asia and Yuma. But where was Kiba? After looking around the entire room, he finally found him. The blonde was looking at Zenobia and Irina with the desire to kill them, and after a few seconds the Gremory Knight finally moved from his spot, slowly walking towards them. Stop right there, kid. Don't do anything stupid. Issei mentioned seriously, drawing attention in the room, where everyone asked to see Kiba a few steps away from the exorcists with the sword in hand. Why are they still here? Kiba asked seriously with clear bloodlust reflected in his gaze. I didn't bring them, the church sent them. I have no control over what the Vatican does, kid. I answer for the underworld, not the other worlds. If you have a problem with that, go complain to the Vatican. Issei commented seriously as he stood up from his seat and began to approach the blonde and the exorcists. Everyone was speechless and worried about the tension between the 2 men. Irina and Zenobia had their swords ready, while the others had various magic circles prepared in case the situation got out of hand. Even Tiamat, Irene, and Isabella had put aside their food and prepared themselves in case they had to stop their man from doing something crazy. They are our enemies, they belong to heaven. You are the leader of the underworld, make them go away. Kiba replied with contempt in his voice as he looked at the brown-haired boy in front of him. I can't do it. I have no authority over them. As you say, they belong to heaven and as such are outside my jurisdiction. On the other hand, you are a reincarnated and I do have power over you, so lower those moods before I get upset and kill you. You think that because you are a servant of that idiot I won't do anything to you, you are very wrong. If I killed the father of one of my fiancés, you think I won't do the same to you. Besides, even if I made them leave, they won't leave because they are on a mission to recover the stolen Excalibur, not to fight with another who doesn't know their place. Do you understand the seriousness of this? Rias. Issei mentioned seriously as he began to release some of his aura, creating a dangerous atmosphere throughout the room that forced everyone but mainly Kiba to lower their mood and show respect to him. Yes, Oni-san. Rias answered seriously while keeping her face down and her fists clenched. So, should I consider that Kiba is a renegade devil who works behind his master's back, and therefore, I can kill him? Issei mentioned in a cold manner that chilled the blood of everyone present. I know very well what the reason for your hatred is, Kiba, but if you somehow become a danger to my people, I will not hesitate to annihilate you with my power. Is that clear to you? Issei commented seriously and coldly to the blonde as he began to calm his aura. Those swords do not need to return to the church, they need to be destroyed. Kiba mentioned a little calmer, being in his right mind once he saw that he could die for his master's brother. Why do these swords bother you so much? Issei asked seriously as he crossed his arms and looked at the blonde. He already knew the reason, but he wanted to hear it from him. I'm a demon, as such I don't like sacred swords. Kiba commented seriously while clenching his fists tightly as he remembered his hard past. Seriously? That's your best answer. All the devils present here have the same problem, and I don't see any of them reacting the way you do. So what's the problem? If you don't want to say it, then I will. All that hatred you have has to do with the Sacred Sword project related to the Excalibur, right? Issei mentioned without any regret to the blonde while looking at him and noticing how not only him but Rias and the exorcist showed an expression of surprise. You're surprised that I know that, and after investigating everything about you members of the Gremory heiress entourage, I know your weaknesses, strengths, and fears. And yes, your past too. Issei commented nonchalantly, noticing how Kiba, Koneko, and Akeno opened their eyes in surprise and fear. Kiba, you have a marked hatred towards the bearers of the holy swords, priests and fallen angels due to your past where you were part of a project called Holy Sword Project, which led to your death, as well as all your friends and other participants. After which you were revived by Rias to become her servant. All this happened because Archbishop Valper Galilei had been commissioned to create crystals that would allow anyone to carry holy swords through blood tests of the genes of possible bearers of holy swords. But everything went wrong, and this priest was actually a madman, and instead of doing simple blood tests to reproduce the gene, he cruelly experimented on all the children. When he was done with them, he killed them, and to this day there have been no survivors, leaving you as the only one who was able to live. Issei mentioned calmly to the blonde as he watched how he had his face down, and a few tears coming out of his eyes. Maybe he had gone too far, but it was time for someone to make him see reality. That was life. Unconsciously, he turned to look at Akeno and Koneko, who looked away from him as if telling him that they were not ready to hear the truth that they did not want to accept. What I don't understand, Kiba, is why you direct your hatred towards some pieces of metal. Are those pieces of metal the ones that they experienced with your companions and you? Revenge and hatred are not feelings that one should keep, since they poison your soul. Do not direct those feelings towards inanimate objects, and do not let yourself be dominated by those negative feelings. Always remember these words. Do not forget that the paths we choose, the actions we take, determine what kind of future lies ahead. Do not forget that, Kiba. Issei commented calmly as he placed one of his hands on the blonde's shoulder. At that moment Kiba didn't know what to answer, but the brown-haired boy's words had reached him. Issei was right, those who tortured him and his friends had not been the sacred swords, but those who directed the project. He couldn't help but nod at his king's words and let a tear escape. Issei, seeing that, decided to make a decision. He knew that Kiba was suffering and needed to vent. Zenobia Irina, this mission that you have been entrusted with is too important and dangerous for you two to do alone. And you are wrong when you say that this is not a problem for the underworld. Kokobile is in demon territory, and as such this involves us as well. That is why I have made a decision. I will speak with Elohim and Azazel regarding this situation, and how we will resolve it. That damn man has not shown himself yet, and his priority is to recover the sacred swords. Rias and Sona will begin to search for the sacred swords in Kuo tomorrow in the company of their entourages, Zenobia and Irina. I will let you join their search, but I cannot risk leaving you alone in case you encounter Kokobile. That is why you three, Tiamat, Irene and Isabella, will accompany you and protect you from all danger. I must return to the underworld to attend to my responsibilities, so I will be away for a few days to keep an eye on you, understand? Issei mentioned seriously to the young men and their loved ones as he looked at all of them. As Gremory-sama commands. Everyone present responded as they bowed their heads to the brunette. Well, then see you later. Girls, these days I'll be in the underworld, so I won't be able to be at the house. Stay with Rias and Sona while you do your task. Goodbye. Issei finished saying and then left the room in a second, surprising everyone present when they saw that he didn't need any transportation circle. With that said and the situation clarified, Zenobia and Irina left the Occult Research Club, closely followed by Isabella, since thanks to an agreement between the three brown-haired women it was decided that she would keep the exorcist safe and sound while Irene protected the Citri group and Tiamat the Gremory. After that day, Rias and Sona along with their retinues and a duo of exorcists in the company of their guardians Tiamat, Isabella and Irene searched throughout the city of Kuo for signs of the sacred swords. The first, second, and third day were unsuccessful, but the fourth day was more successful. Apparently, Tiamat and Irene had decided to expand the search a bit with their enhanced senses, and after a few minutes without news from the two dragons, the beautiful demon queen was contacted by them, indicating that she had found something and that they should meet them in an abandoned building on the outskirts of Kuo City. "Is it much longer, Isabella Winnie-san?" Rias asked Isabella tiredly as she followed her in the company of her friends and the exorcists. Out of all of them, only she looked tired. What a condition she was in. Luckily her dear older brother was not present, or else she would have been the victim of his mockery. Click. At that moment, Rias noticed a small flash that illuminated her for a few seconds, so with a vein on her face she turned her gaze to her best friend, who was covering her mouth with her hand while pointing her phone at her. "Issei-sama has to see this." Akeno commented with amusement as she saved the photos she had taken in her gallery to show the brunette when she saw him. "Damn it!" Rias muttered contemptuously to her friend while giving her a deadly look. She had overlooked the relationship Akeno and her older brother had to tease her. "There isn't much left until we reach the point where Irene and Tiamat have summoned us. We will be there shortly," Isabella replied calmly as she continued leading the way. "I must say that the information that Tiamat-sensei and Irene-sensei have given us about the fallen angels in the area is worrying," Kiba commented seriously as he walked alongside his friends. "I didn't imagine the situation would be so serious," Murayama mentioned with concern while standing next to Keitase. After a few minutes of walking, when they were just a few meters away from reaching their destination, all the group's attention was focused on a specific point in front of them, where a huge explosion of fire occurred, terrifying everyone present, but there was one person among them who showed concern. "Irene, Tiamat. Damn it. We have to get there as soon as possible," Isabella shouted worriedly as she proceeded to take her demonic form and spread her wings, where she took Zenobia and Irina in her hands while the others took out their wings, and together they flew quickly towards that point. Deep down she feared why something bad had happened to her friends. After several seconds of flying they reached the point where the dragons were, and there next to the ruins of what was once a building, were Tiamat and Irene facing off against a group of fallen angels. The difference in powers between the dragons and the fallen angels was immense, considering the fact that they were both dragon queens, so why did it seem like they were losing ground? It was at that moment that Isabella noticed how Irene stood by Tiamat's side, apparently protecting her, while the blue-haired girl tried to stay standing and attack, which was difficult for her for some strange reason. Noticing this strange situation, Isabella couldn't risk letting her friends get hurt, so she quickly moved towards the dragon's position, closely followed by the Gremory, Citri, and Exorcist groups. But she hadn't planned on making this fight last. If she shared something with Issei, it was her way of fighting and ending battles quickly. "Damn scum, know your place. Field of destruction," Isabella said loudly as she fell from the sky right in front of her friends, hitting the ground with her fist, and immediately a large field of dark energy spread throughout the area, disintegrating all the fallen present without leaving a single one alive. Seeing that, the young people present were amazed by Isabella's power. It didn't even take her 5 measly seconds to finish off all the fallen there, so that was the power of the strongest queen of the underworld. Without a doubt Isabella deserved to be called that, since she showed no mercy, just like a demon queen. Seeing that she had finished off everyone quickly, Isabella hurriedly headed towards her friends, with Irene being the one holding an unstable Tiamat. What happened? Maybe Tiamat was hurt, but if those fallen were insects before you, how did this happen? Isabella asked worriedly as she reached her friends and helped the redhead to sit the blue-haired girl on the ground. At that point everyone else began to approach them. "No, it wasn't the fallen. I don't know what happened. A little while ago I was fine, but from one moment to another I started to feel bad, and in that instant we were surrounded by the fallen. I tried to fight, but I can't keep my balance, and I feel horrible dizziness. Irene stayed with me at all times, driving away the fallen and finishing them off, but you arrived and finished the job, thanks for that. Still, I don't know why I feel like this dizziness is horrible," Tiamat mentioned with annoyance as she lay down on the ground and held her head with one of her hands. She didn't understand what was happening to her. Had she gotten sick? As far as she could remember, she hadn't done anything to be sick. "Did you get sick or eat something bad? Either way, we have to get you out of here before more fallen arrive. We also have to inform Dragon Sido-kun about this," Irene commented as she began to make a communication circle, but it was obstructed by the blue-haired girl's hands. "No, please don't tell my master about my condition. I'll probably get over it in a few minutes, so don't call him. He's currently busy in the underworld for me to be bothering him with little things," Tiamat mentioned softly while holding the redhead's hand. Tiamat. You have to tell her, you know how she'll feel if she finds out later. Isabella commented softly while stroking the dragon's head. At that point, while they were trying to convince Tiamat, the young men present looked at the three women awaiting their orders, but among them there was one who was looking towards the ruined building, which he began to approach quickly, believing that there was what they had come to look for. Let's go inside. The stolen swords must be in that building, Kiba shouted as he started to run towards the structure. After that outburst of the Gremory Knight, Rias without hesitating for a moment chased after her subordinate to arrest him, since that action had been very reckless on her part. But when the redhead did so, she was followed by her other pieces as well as by Sona and her group along with Zenobia and Irina. At that precise moment Tiamat opened her eyes in surprise as she felt a familiar aura upon them that annoyed the beautiful dragon, so she quickly got up from her spot while watching the young people run, fearing that they would be hurt by that man. Stop. Damn it, Irene put up a barrier now. Tiamat screamed loudly as she tried to get back on her feet, which was currently impossible for her due to her current state. But all the young people reacted too late to Tiamat's words, since just at the same moment in which she had screamed an explosion occurred that sent them all unconscious. Fortunately, Irene had been quicker to react and, heeding her friend's words, she quickly moved towards the group of young people just before the mysterious explosion was generated and created a barrier around them to protect them from the explosion, being the only one not to succumb to the fright and the moment within the barrier. On the other hand, Isabella had taken Tiamat in her arms as she was the one most at risk due to her poor condition, and once done, she covered her and herself with her demon wings, which were strong enough for such an insignificant explosion according to her. Once the explosion ceased, Irene removed the barrier, and Isabella put away her wings. Seeing how Tiamat was intact to her relief, she did not want to see Issei angry for a mistake on her part. It was at that the three beautiful women noticed how all the young people were fine, but they were the only ones aware of the place, so they quickly got up to check the situation, being Tiamat helped by Isabella as she was in bad condition. The landscape around them was completely desolate, and it was at that Irene, upon perceiving the magic of the area, noticed that what had caused all this was a magic of the element of light. Moving her sight to the Gremory, Citri and Exorcist groups, she noticed how all of them were only apparently fainted from the scare they experienced recently. But it was there that Irene noticed something. Where were the Excaliburs of the Exorcists? Since Zenobia and Irina did not have them with them at that moment. I suppose you're looking for those two sacred swords, aren't you, woman? A voice came from the sky near the position where Issei's three women were. The three women turned their gaze towards the source of the voice and found a fallen angel holding the two swords belonging to Zenobia and Irina. Tiamat immediately recognized the man standing in the sky as in the ancient Great War between the biblical factions her master had beaten that man up in the past. Kokabeel. Tiamat said angrily as she stood up on her own, ignoring the discomfort she was feeling at that moment. It's a pleasure to see you again, Dragon Queen of Chaos Karma, Tiamat. Kokabeel commented with clear anger in his words upon seeing the dragon present in the area, which complicated his plans, but he was not going to abandon them. For my part, I am not very pleased to see you. What are you doing here in Kuo, Kokabeel? Aren't you disobeying Azazel's orders? And what need was there to attack my wards like that? Tiamat said angrily as she began to walk towards the cadre, freezing the ground beneath her with each step she took. So that's Kokabeel, pathetic. You're saved because we have orders not to kill you, scum, because if not you'd already be a few meters underground. Isabella commented seriously while she was next to Irene, protecting the young people from a possible attack by the fallen. Seeing the dragon approaching him, Kokabeel began to back away with his swords in hand as he looked at the sky blue-haired girl. He could clearly see that the women standing next to the sleeping young men were very strong, and with the inclusion of the Dragon Queen it was best not to tempt his fate, so he rose higher into the air ready to leave. The answer is quite simple, Tiamat. With the sacred aura of the Excalibur, I will destroy all of Kuo, and with it the two sisters of the Mao, Lucifer and Leviathan. Kokabeel mentioned with greatness while letting out an evil laugh, but it was interrupted when he saw how the three women present did not show any reaction to his words. Just as I expected, my master, nothing new coming from you. What you want is to resume the war of more than 3,000 years ago, right? Tiamat questioned seriously as she stopped in her tracks and crossed her arms. War is imminent, and of course I want to start a dragon war. You don't know how furious I was when that bastard Gremory stopped it, and seeing how Father and Azazel practically surrendered to him, deciding to negotiate peace. And just when we had won the war. But now that that bastard is dead, nothing can stop me. That's why if I destroy Kuo and manage to finish off the Mouse sisters, war and chaos will be unleashed. It's a perfect plan. I'd love to keep talking to you, but I have to finish some small details of my plan. Kokobile commented as he took the Excalibur with one hand and prepared to leave the area. In a few hours, at dusk, I will begin to fuse the Excalibur. You are invited and of course bring guests. The more killed, the better. Kokobile shouted madly and then disappeared from the area using a magic circle. Huh. So he doesn't know about my master's return, haha. You want guests, Kokobile? Well, you'll have a special one who will also be your executioner, damn rat. Tiamat mentioned with an evil smile on her face. But within seconds she ended up falling to the ground remembering her situation, but fortunately Isabella caught her in time. I'm definitely going to call Issei, Isabella said seriously to the dragon as she watched her begin to shake her head and pout. After a few minutes and a few healing spells from Irene, all those who had fainted in the brief encounter with Kokobile in which they had lost the Excalibur were finishing being treated. The current situation was very worrying for those gathered outside the city. The threat of a cadre was something quite serious, since none of those present were at Kokobile's level. Only the brown-haired women could do it, but they were more worried about Tiamat's condition. The Gremory and Citri group along with Zenobia and Irina could hold off the cadre for a certain amount of time, but it was highly unlikely that they could defeat it. This pessimistic thought was in everyone present, who were tense and nervous seeing that it was already getting dark, because what nightfall would bring with it would be a highly dangerous fight for their lives. Because of this, after teleporting to the Occult Research Club and many complaints from Ophis and Tiamat, Isabella decided to do something that she thought was necessary in this situation: report the facts to Issei. Just when Isabella was going to communicate with the brown-haired boy, everyone present felt a pulse of power run through the entire place where they were, which was the academy. First, a tremor was felt and then a great concentration of magic in the area, specifically in the school's training camp. It came from the center of the school. That wave of power must belong to the Excalibur. Quick, there's no time to waste. Irene shouted in a hurry and then they all quickly went out to what would be a tough battle. Underworld, Citri Mansion. At this moment, after what was happening in the human world with Rias and her friends, in the underworld specifically in the Citri clan territory, a meeting was about to take place that could be considered of great importance, since the topic to be discussed would define a large part of the lives of both Serafall and Issei. At the entrance of the Citri mansion were the brown-haired boy and the black-haired girl, who could be seen to be somewhat nervous for some strange reason. So, are you going to tell me why your parents summoned me? Issei asked his girlfriend with some doubt while looking at her. All in good time, Issei-kun. Better tell me, what is that you have on your waist? Weapons. Where the hell did you get them, and why do you have them? As far as I know, you are more into fists than weapons. If anything, you use Ascalon to fight. Serafall questioned the brunette, while looking at the devices that rested on his waist by means of a belt. Oh, these. They're a project that Yui had been working on for a while. She said she created them for me as a token of gratitude for everything I've done. Issei mentioned calmly to the brunette as he took said weapons out of their holsters and showed them to Serafall. The mole Leviathan was amazed by the appearance and detail that the guns in her hands showed. Yui had definitely put effort into her work, but at that moment she wondered internally if it had been a good idea to give those objects to Issei, considering what he could do with them. Yui named them Ebony and Ivory, a pair of semi-automatic pistols designed to rapidly fire bullets infused with demonic power, which in this case is mine. The black left-handed pistol, Ebony, has been modified for long-range aiming and comfort, while the white right-handed pistol, Ivory, was custom-built for rapid fire and quick draw times. Issei commented calmly, remembering what Yui had told him a few hours ago when he had met her in her shared laboratory with Ijuka, although her explanation had been so long that it was lucky she had remembered anything. Flashback. Just after finishing his business in the underworld for 2 days, Issei had headed to Yui's laboratory moments before going to his appointment with Serafall's parents. Once in the laboratory, the white-haired woman led him to a room where there was only a small table with a suitcase and several shooting targets, something that had surprised him at the time. Well, Issei-kun, here's what I wanted to show you and give you, Yui mentioned excitedly as she opened the suitcase and showed her man its contents, which were 2 demonic-looking and very powerful pistols, which she passed to the brunette so he could see them. Their names are Ebony and Ivory, 2 M1911 style pistols chambered for the 45 ACP round, and they feature a host of features such as they have been modified with pivot-style triggers that, unlike the usual straight-pull trigger of the 1911, this modification resembles the Browning high-power pistol. Both feature custom sighting systems. Ebony uses a set of target sights, while Ivory uses a pair of combat sights. They feature ported muzzle compensators that reduce recoil and counteract muzzle flip. The barrels extend through the compensators and are ported to match the undercuts in the compensators. Both use custom slides that have been noticeably thickened and reinforced along the slide travel rails and around the breech and trigger mechanism. The result is a slide that looks similar to Sig Sauer's M1911 line. Rails have been bolted to the front of both frames. These rails are used to hold the compensators in place. Both weapons use double-stack magazines with bump pads and have gold-plated triggers, hammers, safety switches, and magazine releases. Ebony features a hooked, two-handed trigger guard, while Ivory uses a more traditional rounded trigger guard. Both weapons use ergonomic wooden grips inlaid with portraits of Victorian women, befitting their names. Ebony's is brunette, and Ivory's is blonde. Ebony's ejection port is located on the left side of the weapon, as opposed to the right side. As Ebony is intended to be used left-handed, this causes spent brass to be ejected. And finally, both weapons have an external extractor, similar to the Browning high-power pistols. Yui finished saying with excitement only to see how Issei looked at her in such a way that it seemed as if his brain had disconnected from the world completely. The only thing I understood is, pull the trigger and shoot. Issei mentioned with a drop of sweat on the back of his neck at the verbal machine gun his fiancée had given him. At that point where Yui was pouting at the brown-haired boy's words and lack of attention, Issei pointed his new weapons and fired them at the targets in the area, discovering their great power of destruction and lethality. He was definitely going to enjoy these gadgets like never before, so much so that he seemed like a child with a new toy. In those moments while she watched him destroy the targets, Yui asked herself if it had been a good idea to give those weapons to Issei. But well, it was already done. She just hoped she wouldn't get into trouble with Serafall for giving that to the brown-haired boy. And the flashback. I definitely didn't understand anything she said. If anything, I rescued some information. Issei thought as he received Serafall's pistols and placed them in their holsters. Well, let's finish this. Come on, my parents are waiting for us. Serafall commented with sadness as she took the brown-haired boy's hand and entered what used to be her home. Without wasting a second more of time, both lovers headed to the main room of the Citri mansion, since a maid who was passing by had informed them that the brunette's parents were in the guest room, so they both went there immediately. It should be noted that Issei had no idea what he was going for, very different from Serafall, who did know perfectly well why they had come to visit her parents. After walking for a few seconds, they had finally reached the room, which they entered, noticing how Lord and Lady Citri were inside, who stopped what they were doing to get up from their seats and bow their heads in respect. Lord Gremory-sama, it is a pleasure to see you, Serafall's parents said respectfully to their leader while bowing their heads. There's no need for so much formality. Issei is fine with Lady Citri, Lord Citri. Issei responded calmly as he let himself be led by Serafall to one of the Sown for Alls where they sat, being imitated by his girlfriend's parents. Serafall told me that you had requested a meeting with me regarding a very important matter. Has your clan had any problems? Or is it about some devils doing their thing? Issei asked seriously and doubtfully to the two black-haired men in front of him. No, our clan is fine, Issei-sama. The reason we summoned you here is for another particular matter involving you and my eldest daughter. Lord Citri commented calmly as he took a sip from his cup of tea. At that point Issei noticed a certain nervousness on Serafall's part, as well as a slight blush on her cheeks, but he didn't understand why. Much less what was the issue that involved him and her that so tormented the black-haired girl's parents, who he would remember hadn't done anything wrong. I don't want to put it off any longer, and I know you're not one to give much thought to things. So tell me, Issei-kun, what is Serafall to you? A woman? A friend? A girlfriend? Or just an object to satisfy your ego and lust? Tell me, Issei-kun, what are you to? Lady Citri said without any regret as she looked at the brunette, who put on a serious face at her question. What are we? I have always believed that we are two souls that found each other after millions of years. The strongest beat of love, that which is not told, is lived. We are an instant that brightens our life, the smile that is carried in the look. We are a poetry written in the wind, the silent melody that only our hearts hear, the invisible caress of happiness, two crazy people with straitjackets in each hug, the kiss that no one will understand, a sigh that disturbs the days, that calms the night. We are intense like the sun, bright like the moon. We are the story that will echo in eternity. Issei mentioned sincerely, bringing out a side of him that he did not usually show very often, this being the side that he had decided to keep hidden since he was a child. At that answer, Lord and Lady Citri smiled with pleasure, while Serafall looked super blushed, so much so that she had to hide her face with her hands so that Issei would not look at her at that moment. She felt embarrassed but extremely happy for the brown-haired boy's words. The smile and small tears that were on her face were proof of it. I like that, Issei-kun. although I already knew what you felt for my daughter since you were a child. You see, the reason for this meeting can be summed up as this. Lady Citri commented with a smile on her face as she passed the brunette a document that she had taken out of her dimensional space. The moment Issei took the paper and read the title it had, he finally understood the reason for his visit to the Citri territory. Elena's question and Serafall's reactions, all of that was due to one reason, and it was what the document in his hand said. Marriage proposal between the Gremory and Citri clans through the former heirs, Issei Gremory and Serafall Citri. After reading that, Issei couldn't help but swallow hard as he smiled nervously, and raised his gaze to Serafall's parents and herself, who looked at him expectantly at what he would say. Issei-sama, all this has happened because we want to confirm the situation between our daughter and you. Serafall being a high-class woman, the Leviathan and an extremely beautiful woman, we receive several marriage proposals every day with the hope that we accept, but we only want one proposal. It is time for you to take responsibility and define once and for all what you want to do with your life and how far you want to go with Serafall. I know that you have only recently returned and you have many things to think about and do. I apologize for the inconvenience this may cause, but I need you to think about this union. If Mirigen and Yui's relatives were alive, you would surely be in the same situation. Issei-sama, I know that you love my daughter and all the others equally, but don't you think it's time to define your lives? Elena mentioned calmly as she looked at the brown-haired man who had his face down and the document on the table in front of him. I have nothing to think about, Issei commented softly as he raised his face and looked at Elena. At that moment he lowered everyone's gaze and brought his left hand to the document, and with his nail he made a small cut in the palm of his hand where he spilled a little of his blood on the contract, confirming the proposal. Issei, Serafall mentioned in surprise and love as she brought her hands to her mouth and began to shed tears at what her man had done. From now on, Serafall, you are officially my fiancée. The wedding date will be set later, but as far as the underworld is concerned, the Leviathan is already engaged. Issei commented calmly as he looked at the brunette. Issei, I love you. Serafall shouted happily as she threw herself at the brunette and began to kiss him with love and passion, not caring that her parents were present. At that moment she was so happy about the confirmation of her wedding that nothing could change her state. Or at least that's what she thought. Beep. Just at that moment of happiness, Issei's phone began to ring, to the bewilderment of everyone present, so the brunette took it out from his clothes and noticed that it was a call from one of his women. Having a bad feeling about it, he answered the call but never expected to hear those words. Issei. Kokubile has appeared and is in the academy. Rias and Sona tried to keep him at bay, but he has brought several fallen and some dogs. Anyway, it is just as you said, he is here to start a war and plans to do so by killing your sister and Serafall's. Come quickly because we need you. Irene and I can't move easily because Tiamat is apparently in bad shape. The person who had called finished saying, turning out to be Isabella, but she could not continue talking because the communication was cut off. After ending the call, the room fell into silence. Lord and Lady Citri along with Serafall feared for the life of their youngest daughter and sister, since thanks to their enhanced senses they had heard everything, as well as the fact that Tiamat was apparently ill. But all attention was focused on the brunette when he stood up from his seat. His straight posture, his tightly clenched fists, and his angry grimace along with his red eyes. All that gave those present one thing to understand. Him against the world and the world against him. And in this situation there is only one thing that is certain. There is going to be a death here. Serafall and her parents thought in sync when they saw the look engraved in Issei's eyes. The beginning and end of an era was about to begin. Dimensional Palace. In the kingdom of the goddess that maintains and protects all the dimensions and their alternate sub-dimensions, one could see how inside the palace there was a beautiful brown-haired woman checking the last preparations before leaving her kingdom and going to live with her partner, in addition to introducing herself to her man's family. Well, with this everything is finished. It took longer than planned, but at last the worlds are safe, and if something happens I will know immediately thanks to this security system connected to each world. Chisato mentioned proudly while looking at the magic circle filled with millions of formulas that only she could understand and handle. Once finished, she turned the formulas into a bracelet that she put on her wrist. After that, with a snap of her fingers, a portal was created right in front of her, which was destined for the world of Issei Gremory, her partner. I hope you didn't get into trouble, Issei-kun, and you didn't do anything stupid either because you're going to meet me. I'm already looking forward to seeing your family and meeting your parents and partners. I guess Irene and Isabella already did, which leaves me alone in this. Chisato commented dramatically as she began to enter the portal. I'm coming for you, Gremory. Chisato finished saying with a smile on her face as she completely left her realm and headed towards her partners. The problems for Issei were just about to begin. That's it, guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.